Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Monday, December 12th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we will go over to Allen, where he meets with Jason Chen, founder of Mach 27, and Dr. Lindsay Pauly, Director for Cyber and Space Intelligence at Mach 37, to discuss what it takes to be the next generation cyber product company and how their contributions to cybersecurity are monumental. Allen will then speak to Stefan Schiller, a vulnerability researcher at SonarSource, to discuss the multiple vulnerabilities that SonarSource has discovered, how they can be prevented, and the risks organizations face if they have yet to address SonarSource's recommendations. Then we go to KubeCon Cloud Native Con North America, where Allen spoke with Danielle Cook, Vice President of Marketing at Fairwinds, and Liz Kuhlman, Product Manager at Fairwinds, to discuss the challenges of Kubernetes and how to provide a support system for developers with security, costs, and compliance in mind. Also at KubeCon Cloud Native Con, Allen spoke with Austin Parker, Head of DevRel at Lightstep, to discuss OpenTelemetry, one of the biggest CNCF projects. We're then joined by our very own Cody J. Brown, who will hop on and tell us more about some of our upcoming webinars. Next up, we are airing episode 3 of our series, Engineering the Change. This series will follow the 3 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship Program as they tackle a 10-week intensive coding bootcamp and prepare themselves for careers in software engineering. Then we have 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike interviews Tim Jones, Managing Director of Application Modernization for Advanced, as Tim dives into the IT services provider's latest report tracking efforts to modernize mainframe applications. Then, Mike interviews newly appointed ConnectWise CTO Raghu Bangula, as Raghu explains how the relationship between managed service providers and internal IT teams is evolving as IT environments become more complex to manage and secure. Then we go to Qualys Security Conference 2022, where Allen spoke with Parag Bajaria, Vice President of Cloud and Container Security at Qualys, to discuss how Qualys Total Cloud will help security teams secure the entire cloud attack surface. Then at Qualys Security Conference 2022, Allen spoke with Aran Livni, Senior Director of Endpoint Remediation at Qualys, to discuss how to operationalize cyber risk reduction with patch management. Also at Qualys Security Conference 2022, Allen spoke with Mike Orez, Vice President of Information and Product Security at Vertiv, to talk about how security teams can get an attacker's view of their environments. And that's what we have coming up for you here on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking a 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget.
Okay.
How much is your 1,000-piece
What
Kubernetes?
solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here?
Check this out.
Optic's secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1.
What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1?
Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1.
We're gonna order off the Optic secret dollar menu. And
Seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Seriously.
Try the Uptycs combo of CNAP and XDR, delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Everyone, here are the headlines for December 12th. First up, the Pentagon has given $9 billion of cloud computing contracts to Google, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, and Oracle. The contracts are part of its joint warfighting cloud capability to create a globally available cloud service across all security domains and classification levels. The contracts will be awarded in parts with an estimated completion date of June of 2028. This comes as the Pentagon canceled its previous cloud computing award, the Joint Enterprise Defense Infrastructure, last July due to delays in contract proceedings, changes in technology, and legal challenges. Partnering up with multiple cloud providers would put the Pentagon more in line with private sector companies that use multi-cloud strategies. Next up, an EU court ruled that Google must delete search results of people if it is proven that that result is false. The European Court of Justice stated that search engines must dereference material if it is inaccurate as part of Europe's right to be forgotten. The ruling originates from a group of investment companies in Germany that asked Google to take down articles given factually incorrect information about the companies, and Google refusing by saying that it didn't know whether or not if the articles were accurate. Since the ruling, Google has said that it has welcomed the decision and has processed over 5 million right to be forgotten requests since 2014 and will continue to do so. In other news, Meta and the FTC have begun a trial over the future of virtual reality. The FTC is trying to prevent Meta from buying the virtual reality app developer Within and its fitness app Supernatural. The FTC has stated that this acquisition would hurt competition and violate antitrust laws, arguing that it would create a monopoly in the virtual reality fitness app space. If the FTC wins, it would limit the ability for Meta to grow in what it calls the next generation of computing. Meta agreed to buy Within all the way back in October of last year, a day after switching its name from Facebook, and estimates say that the deal was for approximately $400 million. While on the subject of the FTC, it announced that it would sue to block Microsoft from buying the gaming giant Activision Blizzard. In the suit, the FTC stated concerns that it would allow Microsoft to suppress competitors to Xbox, its Game Pass, and its cloud gaming service. Microsoft has responded by saying that the deal would actually create new opportunities instead of limiting competition. Additionally, Microsoft has also taken to promising IPs such as Call of Duty to be given equal treatment on other consoles if the deal goes through. This is the most recent development in a long line of anti-consolidation sentiment and regulatory scrutiny in a deal which would change the entire landscape of gaming. On Digital CXO, we have a Digital CXO Leadership Insight video where Mike Vizard speaks with Stephen Mee, CEO of Verhana, to talk about how digital transformation requires a data lakehouse in the cloud. On DevOps.com, we have an article giving an introduction to the development tool Flutter. Flutter was created by Google with the purpose of building cross-application platforms. This article shows how to download the SDK and a demo of building an app. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. Finally, on Container Journal, we have an article looking at how Amazon Web Services announced the Amazon SageMaker Studio notebook tool that leverages containers to make it easier to deploy machine learning in production environments. AWS has said that the goal of this new tool is to reduce the amount of time needed to move a notebook to production. To learn more, go to containerjournal.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. I am really happy to make you all aware today of a project I've known about for some time called Mach 37. We're going to tell you all about it. I have two key people from the project to introduce you to help you with it. Let me first introduce you to Jason Chen. Jason, welcome. Welcome to Techstrong TV. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Good. Hey, if you wouldn't mind, give people a little bit of your background.
Sure. So hi, everyone. I'm Jason Chen. I'm the CEO of Mach 37 and CEO of VentureScope, parent company over Mach 37. I am a four-time startup founder and have been working in the startup accelerator space for about 15 years now. Kind of before accelerators and incubators all became kind of common buzzwords within the startup ecosystems. I was kind of a one-man show, and then over my career have evolved to running multiple different types of accelerators. having been a founder myself and realizing everything that needs to go into doing a startup, and recognizing all of the support that is needed to be successful, have been active in the accelerator space for a while as a means to give back to founders and to help them make their dream come true with their business.
Excellent. We're going to jump more into Mach 37 in just a second, but first I want to introduce our second guest, and she's Dr. Lindsay Polly. Did I get that one right? Yep. Dr. Lindsay is also with VentureScope, and Lindsay, maybe a little bit about you.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Alan. So as you said, Dr. Lindsay Polly, I'm currently the Director for Disruptive Technologies at VentureScope, as well as the Director for Cyber and Space Intelligence at Mach 37. So my career began back at the RAND Corporation. I worked on their science and technology projects as a code lead for their defense, so DoD, DHS, and IC projects. Worked in their cyber cell, also got pulled into what became their emergent technology group. So we worked on anything from hypersonics to AI spoofing, and then, of course, more recently, things like misinformation, disinformation platform topics. Currently, like I said, working with VentureScope, supporting some of our DoD clients, and also at Mach 37, supporting our cybersecurity and cyber adjacent startups in navigating how they are pitching their project or products and how they are getting additional investor funding.
I love it. You know, so I wasn't aware that VentureScope was the parent of the Mach 37 accelerator. So if you don't mind, let's spend a little bit of time kind of explaining VentureScope and what it is and does.
Sure.
Either one of you.
Yeah, I can jump in on that, Alan. So VentureScope was founded back in 2007. It is an innovation strategy and venture advisory investment firm. We work with public and private sector organizations to apply different innovation methodologies internally, oftentimes to help them to develop internal new capabilities, right? And to apply a lot of the lessons that are taught through accelerators such as Mach 37, bring those basically in-house to large organizations to help them develop those new capabilities. We also do a lot of emerging tech scouting. Lindsay actually leads that work for us. And so we help advise large organizations on build, buy, partner decisions when they're kind of scanning the landscape of emerging technologies and seeing what's out there. What should they consider building on their own internally? What should they license or acquire? Or what should they go out and potentially partner with a young startup that's doing something truly disruptive to see if they can kind of bring those resources, their resources to bear and catapult that company forward a lot faster. So we do a lot of work with large organizations helping to advise them on that. Mach 37, just since you brought it up, was actually founded in 2013 by the Commonwealth of Virginia. It was operated by the Commonwealth of Virginia for about 6 years. They then brought in VentureScope, and given that we had operated accelerators, worked with a lot of startups, invested in startups, our team has a lot of founder experience. They basically brought us in to operate the program starting in 2017. And it was actually in 2018 where we had discussions with the Commonwealth about acquiring Mach 37 from it, privatizing it so that we could basically move it into, the next phase of its life and tweak it to modernize it and bring some new things to bear with it. So we actually ended up acquiring majority ownership of Mach 37 in 2018. And then we acquired the remaining shares of Mach 37 in 2020 and operate it solely through VentureScope at this point. But we still work with and are partnered with the Commonwealth of Virginia, as well as a lot of other public sector organizations.
Excellent. So let's, it was, I think, a great segue. I've been involved in the incubator accelerator marketplace for a long time. Actually, one of the companies I started, Still Secure, was started in a Mobius incubator back in Colorado. And then I was there when Techstars, which to me was kind of the first accelerator that I was familiar with. Techstars was started by my friend Brad Feld and David Cohen, and early on I was really inside it, right, privy and helping and all of that. of course, as I think you said, Jason, it's become incubator, accelerator has become much more accepted, known. It's a path that people go by. It's a preferred path people go by now to launch their startups. What was the special sauce for Mach 37, and I remember when it was launched even, was that it was in that Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C. Beltway region. And so there was always this special relationship to the federal marketplace and all that that brings, which, you know, Dr. Lindsay, to your expertise and your background with RAND, right? It kind of lends itself to this, the idea of DOD and space and, you know, all of the kind of things that the federal government is really digging deep on.
Yeah, no, that's actually very true, Alan. When Mach was stood up by the Commonwealth, it was intended to take advantage of being, you know, geolocated right with the federal government and taking advantage of that cyber tech corridor in Northern Virginia and frankly, even up into Maryland. What we actually found when we took over the program is that there had been a fair amount of contact with the federal government, civil, DOD, national security, you name it, but that it actually didn't have a ton of inroads. A lot of the companies that had gone through Mach 37, you know, during those first 5 to 6 years, they were interested in working with the federal government, but a lot of the traction that they had to date was actually focused very much a lot more in the private sector. And so fast forward to, you know, where we are now, and since we've taken over Mach 37, that is still the case where a lot of the companies that go through Mach are very focused on the private sector, but we have made some intentional inroads into trying to develop deeper relationships with the federal government. That's one of the things that Lindsay is helping to lead as well, to basically see if if we can help those companies get adopted and find use cases within the federal government. Coincidentally, you're probably already aware of this, you know, over the last year, 2 years or so, there's been a bigger emphasis on dual use technologies. And so that has benefited Mach 37 and the outreach that we are doing with the federal government. And it has benefited, obviously, the founders and the startups that we work with and trying to put them in front of the federal government. I still think there's a lot of work to be done there. The federal government in some pockets is doing a good job of figuring out how to work with early stage startups, but I still think there's a fair amount of room for improvement, which is exactly where Mach 37 is stepping in to see if we can help out.
Absolutely.
And if I could chime in,
oh, I'm sorry.
Alan.
Go ahead, Dr. Lindsay.
Yeah, so piggybacking off of what Jason said about dual use. So the point of the federal government bringing in dual use, right, is to make these systems and networks and capabilities more resilient. So one way that we do that as an accelerator is making sure that our startups coming in are what we say mission aware, but market focused. So they're aware of these different missions that might be applicable to their particular capability, but they are focused on getting market traction and getting a lot of their funding from the market. That's how you develop a healthy startup ecosystem that can serve the government and the private sector as well. And it makes the government and, you know, the DoD, et cetera, less dependent on contractors for being able to fulfill and develop new types of capabilities by using these, you know, exploiting what we have, what we can, and building what we must type of a mentality. That's where Mach 37, I think, stands out among other accelerators.
You know, I think it's almost more than a dual role. It's really become a public-private partnership.
Yeah.
Right, especially in security, right, where we deal with things like software supply chain security and SBOMs and these things. You know, we've always had MITRE very involved, and that's sort of kind of quasi-governmental, you know, that goes back and forth, and NIST and so forth. But, you know, with the CISA and the executive orders coming directly from the White House have really pulled security front and center there. Dr. Lindsay, I want to explore your role more, though. Repeat your title, if you don't mind, and share with the audience what exactly is it you're doing.
Yes, so currently dual-hatted. At VentureScope, I'm the Director for Disruptive Technologies, while at Mach 37, I'm the Director for Cyber and Space Intelligence. So at VentureScope, really in both capacities. I'm supporting the stakeholders that we support through both entities, de-risk their decisions around new technologies for both investment purposes and roadmap development purposes, to by providing them market intelligence on either new capabilities or non-traditional market players, and benchmarking those players and those capabilities against each other. So in a nutshell, we are helping these entities really understand where they fit in the emergent technology and innovation ecosystem, and help identify which capabilities they can best leverage to meet their end goals. Now, that is executed a couple different ways. For VentureScope, there's a portfolio of options for how we support these stakeholders. But one example that we can talk about is we have embedded teams that support some of our DoD efforts. And these teams actually sit with the software development teams and help identify new tools that might be coming online, how to better secure their software stacks, how to better secure their software development pipelines, and make those development teams more agile and flexible so that they can meet the needs of warfighters in the moment that they need a specific tool, instead of waiting 6 months. In the Mach 37 capacity, in addition to sort of taking that VentureScope role into Mach 37, I also directly mentor some of our cyber focused or cyber adjacent startups to help them better articulate their product offerings to the defense and the DoD and the prime stakeholders. So
excellent. So my understanding, Mach 37 had a distinct cyber focus. But are there other kinds of startups that are not necessarily cyber focused? That's kind of what I'm hearing.
Historically, Alan, Mach 37, when it was started up, it was the cyber accelerator. It pivoted very, very quickly, very hard into cybersecurity, which I think Mach 37 is known best for. Since we acquired Mach 37, since 2018, as Lindsay kind of alluded to earlier, those cyber adjacent spaces that we feel, security is important, is where we've expanded a lot of our work, a lot of the tech scouting that we're doing, and a lot of the companies that we're trying to source and bring through Mach 37. I would say that, probably 60% to 70% of the companies that go through Mach are still a very, very specific cyber security oriented company. But we have been sprinkling in a handful, every cohort that are in those tangential spaces, right? So by tangential space, unmanned, where security is important, unmanned systems, quantum computing, AI and machine learning, neural networks, those sorts of areas. So as a result, that given cybersecurity is a horizontal, given some of those cyber, tangential spaces are also horizontals, it has expanded our deal flow. It has expanded to a significant degree the number of technologies and emerging technologies that we are looking at to source our cohorts. And that's exactly why, Lindsay has those cool titles that you heard her mention. I think she has the best titles in the company, and she definitely has some of the best work that we do. So, yeah.
Very
and
cool.
To your point, Alan, earlier, you were talking about how the private sector and commercial and government are becoming more intertwined. And that's where, we can't just be focused on cybersecurity anymore, because cybersecurity is now part of everything. And I think space is a great example of that. We've seen the government, commercial intertwining of those capabilities and those efforts not only become more aligned, but materializing, right? And we're seeing the additional launch capabilities that are coming on with these partnerships developing. So this whole trend of the new commercial space economy that you're hearing about is not just great for people who are 3D printing rocket boosters, but it's also a great opportunity for the cyber and cybersecurity community, because now we have a whole entire new domain with its own types of similar but different archetypes or architectures and tools that need to be secured in increasingly innovative ways.
Excellent. Guys, I want to make sure we left enough time here for people out here who, there's a lot of entrepreneurs. Within the tech world, there's a lot of tech people who, hey, they want to start their own. They think they have a great idea. What's the best way to engage Mach 37? What's the on-ramp here?
Well, if they email us at hello@mach37.com, that's a great way to get in front of our ops team. That'll definitely get in front of me. It'll get in front of Lindsay. It'll get in front of our other operations director and our COO. That's an easy way to do so. But they can also swing by if they're in the area. We are active, trying to become more active coming out of COVID, attending events. We're going to be hosting some events this coming year in 2023. We're going to be celebrating our 10-year anniversary, so we're in the early stages of planning a big event to make note of that. So yes, being cyber, we are definitely accessible digitally, but we recognize that it's always better to meet folks in person. And frankly, from an accelerator standpoint, that's one of our key value props, is kind of being that congregator, right? And so we would encourage anyone who's listening who is interested in, either bringing their startup to Mach 37 and having it go through Mach 37, or if they're a potential mentor or investor or someone working at a large prime or with the federal government, we would welcome them joining us at our events, getting to know our team, and getting to know our alumni and seeing how we can work together.
Love it. And just for people out there, it's the website for the program is Mach, MACH 37, number 3, number 7.com.
That's correct.
All right. Jason, Dr. Lindsay, thanks so much for being our guest here on Techstrong TV. Keep us posted, especially as these events are coming up. Maybe we could do some coverage.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you very much for having us, Alan.
Our pleasure. All right, we're going to take a quick break on Techstrong. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. Our next guest today on Techstrong is Stefan Schiller. Stefan is with Sonosource. Stefan, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you very much, Alan. Great to be here.
It's a pleasure. Stefan, well, let's start with you. What do you do? You're at Sonosource, obviously, but what's your story? What do you do there? What's your background?
Sure. Since my early childhood, I've been passionate about software and programming. And so I started my career as a software developer. So my attention was quickly drawn to the offensive side of IT security. And that's where I've been working for almost a decade now. At Sonosource, I'm working as a vulnerability researcher in the research and development team, where I help to find and responsibly disclose vulnerabilities in popular open source software.
I got it. Excellent. And of course, as you mentioned, you work with Sonosource. And look, our audience is very heavy cyber and obviously tech. A lot of them know Sonosource. But for those who maybe aren't sure or not familiar, how would you describe Sonosource to them?
Sonar provides an industry-leading source code analysis solution, which enables developers to write clean code and remediate existing code organically. This allows developers to focus on the work they love and maximize the values they create for businesses. Sonar offers 3 different products: Sonar Lint, Sonar Cloud, and Sonar Cube. And a huge part of this is actually open source. And more than 400,000 organizations and 7 million developers trust Sonar solutions, which of course makes us proud.
Absolutely, and you should be. So, Stefan, let's jump into what we want to talk about today. Recently, the Sonar research team uncovered some vulnerabilities. Yes.
Exactly. So to give a little background on this, preventing security issues is an essential part of clean code. And because of this, Sonar has a dedicated research team which finds and analyzes vulnerabilities in modern open source software. This allows us to study real-world examples, test and fine-tune our rules, and improve the product for all Sonar users. And in the research team, we try to find new vulnerabilities which are not discovered by our product yet, because this is an important part of what the research team is about. We want to discover new vulnerabilities in popular software, which has already been audited a lot by the community or other security professionals. And this way we can unveil blind spots in the software and sharpen our products to enable Sonar's user to even find those rather tricky vulnerabilities in their own code. And yeah, regarding the findings in CheckMK, we can get back on. One of these vulnerabilities was actually discovered by Sonar Cloud in the first place. And with our feedback to our application security team, we can find even more of the other vulnerabilities soon as new rules are implemented for these. And that's pretty cool because once a new rule is adopted, every Sonar user can profit from it and find similar vulnerabilities in their own code.
Excellent. So this particular vulnerability, can you give us kind of the taxonomy, if you will, right? How did this all come about? What's gone on since? And also, like, why do our readers really care about this?
Yeah, sure.
Not readers, viewers. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm being old-fashioned.
So the vulnerabilities we discovered were in a software called CheckMK, which is a modern IT infrastructure monitoring solution developed in Python and C++. And as a monitoring solution, it's usually deployed at a central position within a company's networks and has connectivity to all monitored devices. This makes it a high-profile target for threat actors. And the vulnerabilities we discovered allow an unauthenticated attacker to fully compromise a CheckMK server. So if you have a server running a vulnerable version and attackers can reach the server, they can fully take over the server. And this is usually really bad because the monitoring server, as I said, is a central component within a company's network. It has connectivity to all monitored devices, and it may even contain credentials of the monitored devices. And yeah, what devices do you monitor? Devices that are very important and sensitive, like database servers, file servers. So by taking over the monitoring server, attackers could easily spread on the company's internal network.
Absolutely. And, with all the attention being paid to like software supply chain security and open source components and all that, we can't lose sight of monitoring tools and other sort of software that oftentimes, like as you mentioned, sits at the heart, at the nexus of our networks and our, traffic. And, a vulnerability there is truly, it's an overused word, critical. But that's really a critical location to have, a vulnerability in some software.
Exactly, it is. And the most exciting thing about these findings and the exploitation chain we describe in our blog series is that each of the vulnerabilities on its own is either limited or already requires certain access to be exploitable. But combining the vulnerability leads to a domino effect. So exploiting the first vulnerability gives attackers the ability to exploit the second one, which then gives them the ability to exploit the third one, and so forth. This way, the security castle collapses like a house made of cards.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what happens. Now, just look, we also have a lot of non-security, non-cyber people out in the audience. What's the bad things that can happen as a result of this?
Yeah, basically that your central monitoring server gets compromised, and attackers who take over the server can spread throughout the internal network, and that's like the most thing users who run such a monitoring solutions would be afraid about.
Absolutely. And, look, I've been in security a long time myself. In today's world, the notion of responsible disclosure, right, is pretty well settled. You don't have cowboys
Yeah.
Announcing vulnerabilities before they notified the companies and had a chance to fix. Can you give, if you know the details, share with our audience a little bit about kind of what went on here behind the scenes to close this up before you guys went public with the disclosure?
Yeah, sure. So every time we find everything, the first thing is we notify the vendor or maintainer of the software. So we only responsibly disclose any vulnerabilities. And this was also really, really good for us, because the working together with the CheckMK team was just awesome. They were very friendly, and they were also really glad about that we found those vulnerabilities and reported to them. It's always better if some like good hackers find those vulnerabilities. And we even worked together on developing a patch, and at last CheckMK did provide a comprehensive patch for all the vulnerabilities we reported. And now it's only the responsibility of the user or admin to make sure that he's using this latest version.
Absolutely. And that's the important thing, right? If you're a user of the software, you need to upgrade to the latest version. And this is when we talk about software supply chain security and all of this stuff. Some things don't change in security, and that is one of the things is you got to stay on top of your patches. You got to stay on top of your updates. You need to be running latest versions. And I realize that as organizations, large enterprise organizations, it's very hard for them to roll out a patch or to roll out an update, because they want to make sure, look, this thing sits in the middle of their monitoring solution. They can't afford to go blind. But sometimes it's more important not to be hacked either. And so you need to, right, you need to be on top of, you've got to have a regular a regular upgrade patching system in place.
Exactly. And what this thing also showed us, that you should always stick to an assume breach paradigm, which is also true like for the patch management. But it's not only something which can be applied for network operators, but it's also something a software developer can apply. Because the term assume breach is more commonly used when talking about securing enterprise networks, but for software development, it's also true the same way. And a fundamental point of this is that you should never refrain from securing a component because it's internal only anyway. This can quickly lead to a domino effect, and applies regardless of whether this component is a server on your network or a software component.
Agreed. I agree with you on that. So the patch for this is available. People can get it. Give us an idea of the amount of bugs you guys are finding over at SonarSource like this.
Yeah, it depends a little bit, but we usually, like for the last year, about 50 critical vulnerabilities, I would say. So
really.
Quite
that's
a lot,
I guess. That's more than 4 a month, 1 a week.
Yep.
Crazy. Where can people find out and stay on top of what's the latest research coming out of SonarSource?
Yeah, so we run a blog post, as I said, where also these articles were published on the vulnerabilities in CheckMK, which can be seen at blog.sonarsource.com. And we also run a Twitter account for our research, especially, which is called Sonar Research.
I love it. Stefan, I want to thank you for coming on here and sharing all this with us today with our audience. Great work on this. And also, look, this is the way you do things, right? You make aware the company of you let them know their vulnerability, you let them fix it before you go public. And the work of you and those like you and, white hats as we call them, Stefan, really, it keeps us all safer. So thanks for all you do, and many thanks to SonarSource on this, okay?
Thank you very much, and it was an honor for me.
It's an honor to have you on. Sonosaurus Stefan Schiller here at Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
This is Techstrong TV.
All right, we're back from lunch. We're live here at Detroit, KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. You know, one of my, and I don't say this just because they're here, one of my favorite companies who put on webinars at Techstrong Learning, events, whatever, is Fairwinds. We do about 400 webinars a year, more, and I will honestly say some of the most interesting ones we get are from Fairwinds, and I hope in today's interview you're going to get an idea of why this is so. I want to introduce you to Danielle Cook, Liz Kuhlman. Did I get these right?
You did. You got it right.
All right. From Fairwinds. Well, actually, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So, Danielle, why don't you go first?
Yep. So I'm Danielle Cook. I work, I'm a VP at Fairwinds, responsible for making sure everybody knows everything about Fairwinds and coming up with, the things we want to talk about to the industry, what businesses need to get out of Kubernetes, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, and I'm Liz Kuhlman. I'm the product manager at Fairwinds. I am responsible for our Insights offering, which is our Kubernetes governance and security platform.
Love it. Yeah. All right. So you are responsible for people understanding about Fairwinds.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to throw it right at you, Danielle.
Okay. So the challenge with Kubernetes is that it's like this wild west of clusters and workloads, and everything's ephemeral, so your environment is starting and stopping, and it can get out of control. And then when you have more DevOps teams coming and they're trying to enable their developers to use it, it again gets out of control. So our governance platform, Fairwinds Insights, looks to solve that. It's supposed to be there as a support system for DevOps. You can set up policies, you can set up guardrails so that your developers can get their applications to market faster, and they can do it with security in mind, they can do it with cost in mind so that you're not overrunning on cloud spend, and with compliance in mind. So if you're in a heavy regulated industry, you need to comply with certain rules, and we let you build those rules in the platform, and then again let your developers actually use the product without your DevOps teams having to be a help desk.
Absolutely. And back to what I was talking about before. Look, the truth is, and I think you hit it on the head, but you said it very politely, Kubernetes is hard.
Yep.
Kubernetes is unless you're really a Kubernetes expert, and there are a few of them.
There are a few.
It's hard. It's hard. So anything you could do that gives you an edge, that makes it easier, that allows you to have a better grip on what's going on, it's no brainer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, we're here, this is the second day we're doing videos. I will tell you that this year, the two biggest kind of trends or key, hot words, hot topics I'm hearing, security, control costs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they're kind of linked in some ways, right? Because they're all about, you can't do either one of those without really having insight into what you got, what's going on in your Kubernetes environment, cloud native environment, whatever you want to call it. So, once you have that, there's a lot of things you could do. Now, you mentioned the Insight, is it called Fairwinds Insight?
Yes.
And it's a great way to have visibility, insight
Absolutely.
into what you got going on. But you also announced some new.
Yes, do you want to chat about our cost features?
Yeah, so on the topic of why Kubernetes is just so difficult to navigate, cost is no exception. just given how dynamic the scheduling of Kubernetes is, right? You can have like multiple workloads sharing a node, for example. And then another note about costs is that if you want to make changes to be more efficient and to save money and identify those opportunities, that awareness needs to happen at all levels, right? So it's not just the executive that needs to care, it's these delivery teams that also need to make the appropriate adjustments and the appropriate provisioning for what they actually need in a way that also doesn't compromise the reliability, right? So those are kind of the areas that we touch as a platform in general. So the most exciting thing we just came out with is a new way to break down your costs and make recommendations in a more granular way. Because of how dynamic this is, we can now break those costs down by the workload and the actual container. If you've got a multi-tenant setup, we can also like compare namespaces with each other. So really helping you identify your most costly expenses at that more granular level. But also if you need to bill specific teams, you can also break down those aggregations that way as well. So we're excited to provide that level of transparency.
Absolutely. And that's the kind of insight and control you need to put it together. I just want to make sure I don't give people wrong information. You announced it here at the show. Is it available now?
It is available now, yes.
Do tell. How do we get our hands on this?
You can go to fairwinds.com and we have the Insights free trial that you can get on and start using it. We're actually going to be releasing a free tier soon, which will be free for life, where you can access this feature and try it out. So that's kind of exciting.
And not to put you on the hot seat, but yeah.
That's to come.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think what's really important is that FinOps has been a term with the cloud that has been around for years, and there's loads of people doing it really well and at large organizations. But Kubernetes is this black hole of FinOps. And it's because of, as listening to you, Liz, like there are a lot of details that the finance team doesn't know about Kubernetes, and they don't know the ins and outs of a namespace versus this workload or that. And so what we're trying to do is present all the information, and then so the DevOps teams can actually educate the stakeholders on the FinOps team, and everybody can understand what this is. So it's not this black hole. Things can be changed, optimized. We have one customer who uses the platform to make their business decisions about their applications.
Sure. I had a conversation with some folks earlier today on this very subject. So there's a two-way street here. The FinOps teams don't understand the intricacies of Kubernetes.
Yes.
That's one. Mm-hmm. On this side of the street, the developers, the DevOps teams, the platform engineering teams, whoever you want to point at, they don't necessarily understand the financial implications. Right. Yeah, I just want to try this, and they spin it up. Yeah. All right, I got what I needed. I'll go put it in here. They don't shut. It's like telling my kids to shut the lights.
Yeah.
Right? They don't shut the lights. And I explained this to someone today. There's a rule in physics that time only moves one way. You can't go backwards in time. Time only moves forward. So do cloud costs, it seems.
Absolutely.
They always go up. They very rarely go down. Once it's there. It's not going away. And I think, people think in FinOps, I'm going to reduce my cloud costs. Reducing your cloud costs would be great, but that's not actually it. It's about at least understanding your cloud costs, maybe reducing the rate of increase, getting a handle on it.
Yes. Well, and you need to make sure that, with developers, they're going to not set limits. They're not going to set the right necessarily configuration because they just want the app to get there and be reliable. So they'll over provision.
Well, yeah, they turn every dial all the way to the right.
All the way on. And so, sometimes that over provisioning is needed, but maybe not all
early
the time.
On, right.
And so you need to be able to adjust and look at it. And as you said, it might not be that the costs come down, but maybe if you can just set the limits a little bit better, you're going to slow it down. But also, sometimes we have one example where a customer went out and configured something and, a week later they had a $50,000 cloud bill because it wasn't configured right. So it's real money on the table.
We're not talking nickels and pennies. It is real money. Fairwinds.com?
Yes. You can,
we could go on there. We can get a free trial, you said. And
yes.
Soon to come. Soon.
Soon
Emphasize
to
on
come.
soon.
Yes.
A free tier.
A free tier. Yes. Soon to come.
All right.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Danielle. I'm serious. You guys do a great job. If you get a chance, check out any of the Fairwinds webinars. They're available on demand on our site as well. But I think the next one's coming up November 10th.
Yes, we're going to be talking about security strategies for 2023. So
excellent. Love it.
The new year.
Fairwinds.com. It's a great company. Check them out. We're live here in Detroit at KubeCon. We'll be right back.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in Detroit for KubeCon, day 2 of our show floor coverage. Hope you're enjoying it. This next guest here is, you might have seen him on some of our video shows, video series. He's going to talk about that in a second. But and by the way, we will be doing a video show here in about an hour and 20 minutes or so. But let me introduce you to Austin Parker. Austin, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's
my pleasure. So Austin, I'm going to kind of let you tell your story, where you're working, how you got here, and all of that.
So, long story short, for a long time I was a developer. I worked as a DevOps engineer. I was responsible for making sure we had all these really complex integration testing environments and deployments for releases that had to go out. And I kept getting woken up at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning because something failed. And the first thing I had to do was go figure out what was wrong, right? And so I spent hours in PowerShell. Thank you. I spent hours in PowerShell and in grep, going through logs on servers, trying to correlate things. And I really hated it because that's a bad way to spend an evening, right?
Or an early morning.
Or when you're trying to do anything else, the last thing you want to do is be trying to figure out why the computer broke, right? So I joined Lightstep about 4 years ago, and Lightstep's goal is to really build unified observability for application developers and SRE teams and DevOps engineers so that people don't have to spend hours at night grepping through logs or trying to figure out, like, why is the server broken, right? Why is my Kubernetes cluster not working correctly? Why are my applications not deploying? But also to answer really important sort of reliability and sustaining engineering questions, because it's really easy to get caught up and think like, oh, we only care about that harsh edge, right, when the things are crashing. Sure. But you look around here, right? Look at how many businesses there are that are all vying for the same people. And what makes the difference between your business and another business? It's like end user experience. So if you're trying to build a better application and you're trying to understand how people understand what the performance of your application is like for users, then you also need that sort of observability data and the ability to kind of see and understand your system and model it and ask questions like, where are transactions slow? What group of users are they slow for? What's the performance on like a mobile device versus the desktop versus whatever, but then also subdivided by the type of mobile device, and where are we losing people and all this, and taking all that data, putting it together, and getting answers to the questions that really matter for you as developers and as businesses.
Absolutely. So, look, this is Cloud Native Con in addition to KubeCon. Let's talk about the connection.
Yeah. So today, what we're really excited to talk about at KubeCon is 2 things. One, OpenTelemetry, which is a CNCF project. It's had
one of the bigger ones.
It's the second biggest behind
Prometheus?
Behind Kubernetes.
Okay, so it's bigger than you think than Prometheus.
In terms of like activity and sort of active development, but a lot of that's because it's a big project and there's a lot of contributors, right? There's a lot of surface area, so you get a lot of contributions. But OpenTelemetry has actually had 2 big announcements this week. One of them is that there's an OpenTelemetry demo application, so if people hear about OpenTelemetry, they say, I want to get started with it, we now have a demo for you to go into. The second is that OpenTelemetry metrics are becoming generally available. And that's really important to us on the Lightstep side, because we've been a big part of OpenTelemetry from the jump. We were kind of part of the initial efforts to form that. We worked with our really great people at Microsoft and Google and other companies to kind of bring this project together. And because we're so involved, we really buy into the philosophy of like, hey, you use OpenTelemetry and you unify all this data together. And to that end, we've announced our unified query language, which is the first query language for telemetry that lets you use the same language for like querying any type of telemetry. So instead of just having like my log search query and that's written one way, or my metrics query, which is written in PromQL, or my trace query, which is just like clicking some stuff in a UI, now you have one language that you can build into your Terraform, you can build into your operators, and you can do all this stuff in code rather than having to click through a UI in order to build your dashboards and build your alerts and things like that.
Love it. Excellent stuff. You know what I wanted to, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
A little guinea pig here with you a bit.
Okay.
But explain to our audience kind of you work for a commercial entity. It's a large public company. OpenTelemetry is this killer open source project, part of CNCF.
Mm-hmm.
How do you wear both hats? How do you balance that?
That's a good question. So I think a lot of it is that I got into software, or I got into observability to solve a problem I had, right, as a person. And I think it can be challenging, and I think people in all parts of, everyone that's a commercial contributor, right? There is that tension between what does the company want and what is the end user of the open source stuff want. But I think in terms of OpenTelemetry, it actually really is a situation where you don't have to make that trade-off, because what's good for OpenTelemetry is good for every observability company in this room. Because what we are doing is, right now, if you think about it from a commercial standpoint, right? If you are a large monitoring company and you want to get users, you have to spend millions of dollars a year on building custom integrations with all this different software. Whereas OpenTelemetry kind of puts all that into a standard. So, the money makes sense, because if everyone will just agree, we're going to use the standard rather than having to build our own agent or our own integration and this and that and the other, then that gives you a lot more freedom as a vendor or as an open source project that wants to do observability stuff. That gives you the freedom to not have to worry about, how am I going to collect this data? How am I going to instrument all these third-party libraries? It just says, hey, here's the data. Let's go build ways to make people's lives better with it.
Love it. I didn't have you give them websites. Can you give us the websites?
Websites, right, more? Sorry. So if you want to learn about OpenTelemetry, that's opentelemetry.io. If you want to learn about Lightstep, that's lightstep.com. If you go to our special KubeCon page, it's /KubeCon, lightstep.com/KubeCon. And that has a lot of links to demos and resources about what we're showing with UQL for Kubernetes applications. It's pretty exciting stuff.
Excellent. Austin, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. It was great to be here.
Austin Parker, Lightstep, OpenTelemetry, both here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
Hey everyone, happy Monday. Cody J. Brown here with some programs coming up this week at Techstrong Learning. Join us tomorrow, Tuesday morning at 11 a.m. Eastern for our final Insights Forum of 2022. Brought to you by Sumo Logic and AWS, we've got a stacked panel discussion on DevOps trends, predictions, and New Year's resolutions. This year in review will touch on DevOps innovations and challenges, the driving factors behind DevOps, and what will drive DevOps moving forward into the new year. Now, right after at 1 p.m. Eastern, Fairwinds is hosting Best Open Source Policy Engines for Kubernetes. Kubernetes guardrails have become essential to organizations when it comes to scaling your applications. The looming question is, how does one get started? Our panel will address why a policy engine is needed, what to look for when choosing an open source policy engine, and what policies should be implemented right now. So that's all I've got for you, but we do have a couple more programs coming up this week, and of course, we have a catalog of on-demand programs for you at devops.com/webinars, so check them out and stay tuned.
Previously on Engineering the Change.
The program at Boca Code was amazing.
My career has completely changed from barely being able to, hold down a job to now being sought after by some of the biggest tech companies in the world.
Boca Code has built me up.
If you grant me the scholarship, like I said, I will share my knowledge with people, with women or immigrants.
Dreamed of having the opportunity to show the world, how great, I can be.
I feel that anything I do my best in, so wherever I end up, I'm going to do the best I can to make sure I'm making a positive impact. So this scholarship would definitely assist me in changing the trajectory of my life.
Excited to tell Carly about her winning. She is so pumped to really embark on her career as a software engineer. All right, Carly, we got the whole camera crew with us. All right, come on in, guys. We're coming in. Carly, I'm sorry, your name?
Harold.
Harold?
Yes.
So we're making this presentation of $10,000.
You got it?
Puppies. This go right in.
Is this?
For sure? Oh, yeah, the camera.
Huh? What?
Puppies coming over here. Hey, how you doing? Donald, we're here. Hey, man. How are you? I want to present you with this.
Oh, my gosh.
We had a tough time. We couldn't pick the finalists. You guys are all great. You're really great engineers. So you're in.
Oh, my gosh. Awesome. Thank you so much. This is a very awesome opportunity, and I look forward to strive for the best. Awesome. Thank you.
You're going to be a great engineer, man. Thank you so much, Donald. This was by far the strongest class of people we had who applied for the scholarship. We were able to get it down to 3 finalists, but then in meeting with the judges, we couldn't pick a winner. So what we decided to do is just pick all 3 finalists as winners, and so we want to make this contribution to your life. And we're going to award Stephanie Sanchez as one of our 3 Spring 2022 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship. Stephanie, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel, CEO of Techstrong Group. We are a tech media company based here in Boca Raton, Florida, and we have been for 8 years. I've been a resident of Boca Raton for 20 years now, and it's always been one of my hopes, aspirations, is that South Florida would become a tech hub. So we opened this program, it's called Engineering the Change, to underserved communities including women, people of color, but any underserved community in the tech space, right? When I look back, and we have some of the past winners here with us, and I look at the difference it's made in the community, in their lives, it's something to be really proud of.
So, one of the things that Boca Code really takes is partnerships with companies like Techstrong and other local companies, because we need them to, to help support the school, and we need them to, to hire and interview our students as well.
I'm going to introduce some of our past winners and just have them briefly talk a little bit about how their life has gone since taking this class.
When I received the scholarship, I had a lot of mixed emotions. I was scared but excited for this new chapter. I had worked in the tech industry, but I had never been in an engineering role. The people at Boca Code, Todd, who I affectionately call Coach, because I kind of think of him as the coach in a game, they guide me step by step the whole process. When I graduated from the cohort, I had over 10 offers from tier 2 and tier 1 tech companies, and I had my pick, which was the first time in my life I really had to make a choice where it was completely my decision.
The scholarship changed my life, really from 0 to 100. As I said before, I was in a state that I was really lost in terms of my career. I had a neuroscience degree from FAU, but I couldn't get a job. Once I got the scholarship and I did the 10 weeks at Boca Code, it completely changed my life to better, because now I have found actually my passion, which is not just tech, but being able to help women get into this field.
Winning the scholarship was once in a lifetime opportunity to change my career. The program at Boca Code was amazing. I studied a lot of fundamentals of software engineering, and I proved myself that I'm capable of being a successful developer. At that time, I couldn't even imagine how I would need this job in 3 months when the war hit my homeland, Ukraine, and this salary of software developer gave me opportunity to help Ukrainian people in this hard time.
So this year, we wound up with 3 finalists for the scholarship, and we brought them into our panel of judges, and each of the finalists were interviewed. And then the judges got together and we had to pick just one. We tried to pick just one, and we really couldn't pick just one. And they were 3 outstanding candidates. And so what we've decided is to give all 3 of them scholarships. First person is Carly Dorless.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So
I'll hold the check for you.
I will do my best to be successful and to help other women and other people.
Our next winner of the Engineering the Change Scholarship for 2022 is a gentleman named Donald Vizio, and Donald will tell you his story. Donald, come on up.
First of all, I want to thank Techstrong, Todd, for introducing me to the scholarship. And, this is an amazing opportunity coming from Haiti. And I hope with this opportunity that Techstrong and Todd introduced me to, I hope to introduce it to others just like myself and give back to my community and show them that, software engineering is cool. It's not just for nerds.
Our third winner for this year's Engineering the Change Scholarship is Stephanie Sanchez.
First of all, thank you both for this opportunity, and congratulations to my fellow recipients. I know we're going to make a significant change in the world. I come from a background of social work, and so I hope to be able to continue to put the people aspect in technology as we help others around us. I'm so grateful to be able to be a part of this. Thank you.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Tim Jones, who's Managing Director for App Modernization at Advanced, and we're talking about what's going on with mainframes. They have a new barometer report out, so we're going to dive into that in a second. Tim, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks for inviting me.
I think we've been talking about modernization on mainframes for the better part of 2 decades now. So what is the current state of the art? Where are we? Are people still staying on the mainframe? Are they migrating from the mainframe? And for that matter, it seems like modernization means different things to everybody who looks at it. So what are we seeing right now?
It does indeed. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of organizations still running big mainframe systems. We've seen lots of people move away slowly over time. But of course, in the financial services industry, in healthcare, we still see huge mainframe installations. And I think in general, people would like to move. But of course, it's seen as complex. Those applications were probably written 20, 30, even 40 years ago. And of course, we do know that the mainframe just keeps on running, and it's not a problem today. So it's something to push out to next year, the year after maybe. But what we saw through the pandemic, of course, with a lack of resources, we saw that situation change. And I'm sure we can get into some of those stats as we go through this discussion today.
So what leapt out at you, or what surprised you most, since, it seems like both of us have been around the block a couple of times. So, as you look at all this stuff, what exactly is making you go, wow, I didn't think that would be the case?
Yeah, there's a couple of things, actually. I mean, we've been in the business of modernizing applications for about 35 years. So there's always a steady stream of people who are looking to move from one legacy platform or application to something more modern. But what we've seen is that situation accelerate. So if we look at before the pandemic, then we saw 11% of organizations had undertaken some form of modernization initiative on their mainframe estates. If we look at that post-pandemic, that's risen to 90%. So 90% of organizations that we talk to, and these are enterprise organizations, banks and insurance companies, government bodies, have started to modernize because I think it's a case of we can't wait until next year. We need to address it now. I think there are some other interesting stats that came out of our survey and report. And when you look at the top reasons for modernizing mainframe, of course, historically, it's a very stable platform, but it's very expensive to run. Of course, there's the shrinking talent pool. So many of these applications are written in COBOL. And we also see lots of other languages like assembler even. And my father's 82 years old, and he started his career writing in assembler. But we still see lots of that code today. So those are the typical responses. It's cost, or we want platform consolidation. Of course, in the last couple of years, we've seen cloud move to the top of that list. But the thing that really surprised us in the latest survey is that people see security as the biggest risk to the organization. And we did go, wow, why can that be? Because, of course, a mainframe system is typically a very secure platform. But of course, in order to really utilize the data that sits on those mainframe systems, you need to be able to extract that out. And so when you get all these different integration points into the mainframe and you need to get data out, then, of course, you've got another type of skill set and a whole new set of processes. And, of course, in that, it creates risk, and organizations are looking to implement single policies to manage that risk. So we were really surprised that that jumped to the top of the list. So security came out first. Second was the strategic shift to the cloud. And then third was the high cost of licenses and so on. And then, of course, we got things like the shrinking talent pool, as I talked about.
So what is your sense of how many people are kind of rehosting applications as part of their modernization effort and shifting to the cloud versus, say, going in and turning an existing application into maybe something that's written in Java using microservices? What's the mix of that look like?
Well, it's interesting. That's one of the questions that we ask. So when you embark on your strategy for modernization, what approach do you take? And I'm sure, Mike, that you've heard of the 5 R's, sometimes called the 7 R's, depending on how you look at it. But in the 5 R's, we get refactor, we get rehost or replatform, we get replace, rewrite or retire. And top of that list is to refactor. So that's to take your application, which is written in COBOL or software AG's natural, and then to convert it to something like C# or Java. So you can, there's a couple of different approaches for that. One is that you can use an automated conversion technique. Another is that you could do that incrementally and replace some of your services with services written in new language types. And that's, I think it comes out top of the list because it's seen as the lowest risk, most predictable way to undertake that modernization. But second is rehost, replatform, and that's what we used to call, if you like, the lift and shift. So you take your COBOL application, you take it off of the mainframe, and you move it across and you drop it onto your target platform. And sometimes that can be the right approach to take. If you're looking to reduce your run costs, then that's often the quickest way to get there. Of course, the challenge there is that you're left potentially with the same language that you had before and some of the technical debt that you had in the application that you wanted to move. Third, of course, is to replace. So replace with some form of COTS package, a commercial off-the-shelf package, and that's suitable for some applications. If you're talking about a finance application, which doesn't change particularly often, then that could be a good solution. Fourth on the list is to rewrite. And of course, if you were to speak to the development community, that would be their preference, I suspect, because you take your old application, understand what functionality was in there, build your list of requirements, go and rewrite your new application. But of course, we also know that's probably the longest time to value and, of course, the highest risk. And we've seen lots of projects that start off as, you know, a 3-year timeline that turned out to be 6 years because it was just more complex than everybody thought it would be. But of course, you can then end up with an application that is, if you like, cloud enabled, cloud optimized with macro and microservices out of the gate. And then the final R is to retire that application. So occasionally an application can be consumed within some other program that's going on elsewhere in the organization. So top of the list, as I said, is refactor. But when you look at any mainframe, there's not normally a single application that runs on it. It's normally a collection of applications. So it's probably fair to say that in this case, one size does not fit all. So often people will take on a different disposition strategy for different collections of their applications. And one application that you want to refactor might be the right course of action to take, whereas another one you may replace with a COTS package, and another one you may choose to rehost. So it depends. It's a matter of understanding what you've got, where you want to get to, and taking a balanced view on it.
If I refactor, are you starting to see people adopt more DevOps processes and practices as they go to rebuild or rewrite those applications versus the more traditional waterfall kind of approaches that have been historically used in mainframe organizations?
We have, and I guess that's tied into people's view that they want to get to the cloud. Of course, when we look at our survey results, I think 68% of people want to go directly to the cloud to deliver some of those benefits. But of course, attached to that is that whole DevOps pipeline. And certainly one of our customers, interestingly, most of our projects are undertaken in the US, about 70%, but one of our customers in the UK saw the turnaround time on implementation of changes on the mainframe. It was 2 weeks. And when they moved to their standard DevOps process, then they could deliver 2 releases a day. So to move to that high level of agility and to conform with the DevOps process in the rest of the organization, I think that is a key driver. I don't think that people are prepared to wait for change now. I think if we go back 20 years, then we talked about software changes and we said, yes, well, that release will be on a cycle of 1 a month, and that was okay. I think organizations drive change far more quickly than they used to, and that level of expectation is there. So yeah, absolutely, it plays into the DevOps pipeline.
What's been the impact of digital transformation? We hear a lot about it, and I guess a lot of applications may be calling on data that resides in a mainframe, but is that a factor in the decision-making process for modernizing applications?
I think it is. I think over the years, people, if you like, have stretched those mainframe applications, and you can see that people have written integration points that allow you to, for instance, put a web application on the front of your mainframe data, if you like. One of our customers has developed a mobile application that looks like every other mobile application, but actually the data being served up is coming from the mainframe. And that can take you so far, but then I think you start to get challenged by the limits of how you can process that data. So I think that situation has changed. I think for people to be able to move, if you like, to the next level and Internet of Things and really modern technologies and be able to support and move that mainframe application forward, then, of course, the time, I think, has come for change and come out of those environments.
Are you seeing a lot more Linux running on mainframes these days? Because it seems like that's one of the big pushes that IBM has underway, but it's not clear to me if the customers are on board or not.
Yeah, I think that some of the customers are on board. And actually, inside our business, most of our projects are to come off the mainframe. And that could be to go to a Linux platform, Microsoft Windows platform. It could be to go into cloud. So people may go into AWS or into Azure or Google Cloud, Oracle Cloud, IBM's cloud. But then there are some customers who are actually quite happy with the mainframe, but there are some cost benefits. From moving from the, if you like, the traditional ZOS processors onto Linux running on mainframe. And some of the projects that we've undertaken are to take those COBOL applications and convert them to Java, but leave them running inside Linux on the mainframe. So, of course, you can get some cost benefits, and you get an application that's written in, if you like, a modern language that's easy to support. And then that gives you the option over the longer term to then take that Java application and move it off the mainframe at some future point. So it kind of depends, really. We see some organizations who want to take the leap and go directly from mainframe straight into the cloud. Some people want to come off the mainframe onto Linux, but maybe keep it on-premise or in a private cloud with the option to move to cloud later. And some want to take that first step where they just want to take those COBOL applications, convert it to Java, and continue to run it on the mainframe. Mm-hmm. So there's different flavors of modernization that you can implement.
For a long time, we considered the mainframe to be the realm of a particular set of high priests, but do you think it's becoming just another node on the distributed computing system environment, and we're starting to be able to use similar tools to manage it, and this whole notion of the mainframe as being something separate and distinct from everything else is starting to fade away as the walls start to crumble a little bit between the mainframe and all these other platforms.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent it is. I mean, the mainframe, as you said, can now run Linux, and that's absolutely a step forward. I think the challenge that we see in organizations, though, is that these applications are written in pretty old languages like COBOL. And in fairness, there's lots of COBOL developers still out there. I remember back in the 1990s, advertisements in one of the British publications, Computer Weekly, saying, if you don't get on board and learn Java, then you'll be working at your local burger place, flipping burgers. And of course, clearly that's not changed. We're 30 years on from that point. But it is a reality that those COBOL developers are starting to retire, and they're moving out of the market. We know that there's not new people coming into this market. You don't come out of college or university having learned COBOL. So I think the pressure is on that shrinking talent pool to a certain extent. So yes, mainframe is absolutely more open than it used to be, but it's still not as easy to move those workloads to the cloud as it would be if you had applications running on x86 processors somewhere in your business. And we've seen customers of ours that have taken, if you like, the low-hanging fruit, taken those environments that sit on x86, they've moved into cloud, and then they've got the monolithic mainframe application still running in the corner that is now present a challenge for their business or organization.
So what's that one thing you see people do when they start out to modernize mainframe applications that just makes you shake your head? Or the converse of that is, what's your best advice to folks before they get started?
Yeah, well, I've been in this business for some years, and if I go back in my career, maybe 10 to 15 years ago, probably half of the projects that we took on with customers was off the back of a customer failing to complete a rewrite of that application. It was taking too long. They needed to get off the platform, and so they came to us to accelerate that process. My advice would be to complete an assessment first. So really understand what it is that you've got on the mainframe. Consider those different disposition strategies, whether it be refactor, rehost, rewrite, retire, replace, and come up with a clear plan ahead of actually starting that program. I think it's very easy to go, we need to replace this mainframe application. Our preference is to go and rewrite it, and you kind of carry on headlong into that, and it takes you a lot longer. So I think complete a thorough assessment, understand what your strategy is. It should be aligned to the rest of your organization, and make sure that you've got a clear plan with a very clear approach that focuses on the mitigation of the risk to ensure the most predictable outcome.
All right, folks, once again, failing to plan is planning to fail. Hey, Tim, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much indeed, Mike. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Raghu Bangula, who's the newly appointed CTO for ConnectWise. And we're going to be talking about the relationship between internal IT organizations and managed service providers. ConnectWise kind of serves them both and kind of almost acts as a diplomatic intermediary in many ways. Raghu, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for having me.
For a long time, there was a lot of tension between internal IT teams and external IT services providers and managed service providers. And as the world gets more complex and we see more security challenges, is that relationship finally starting to change, maybe for the better?
Absolutely. I would say I think it's never one size fits all, Mike. I think there are always organizations which are more technically savvy, who can do it all themselves, whereas there are organizations which need some external help. We as a ConnectWise, instead of dictating one way or the other, we provide tools for everyone, and so that they can pick the tools and solution which help them as a company, okay, and as a managed service provider, so they can succeed to help their customers and their clients, which in terms helps ConnectWise. Okay, so we have always tried to maintain an open ecosystem where there are tools provided by us. In some cases, there are tools provided by some of our partners. So we provide open ecosystem so that everyone can play a fair game and provide the most value for the small businesses.
Are you seeing more organizations rely entirely on external IT services providers, or is it still a mix of both? I mean, historically, I think maybe 20% of IT was consumed through an external service. Is that starting to change as well?
So my observation so far has been it is increasing. It is increasing, but again, it also depends upon the economic trends, depends upon what kind of firms they are or what kind of small business they are. But all in all, we do believe that at ConnectWise, it's going to keep increasing over the next many years. And that's going to help ConnectWise a lot for us to kind of bring in solutions to solve the problems for the small businesses.
Do you think that as IT goes along, things are getting a little more complex, and have we reached a point where it's just not possible for a smaller organization to kind of keep pace with what's required, the level of security, the rate of change? Is that all conspiring to push people to rely more on a third-party provider?
I think we're already there. To be honest with you, at this point, there's not a one small business who can do it all by themselves, even though how technology savvy they are. So there are definitely tools which they need to rely on third-party providers, especially as you mentioned, security. For example, security gets complex over the years. And there are always new security threats. There are always new ways of security risks to keep up with that. I think they always have to rely on third-party service providers. Now, even when they rely on third-party service providers, it's all the way I look at it is like Lego pieces. Like you can build your own Lego pieces all the way from scratch, or you can buy a pre-built a toy which you can directly deploy it and use it. So it all depends upon the maturity of the organization. But all in all, I don't think there's a single small business now which can do all by themselves anymore. I think we're already there, and it's going to get further complex. Now, but the approach to the solutioning, definitely there are many ways to kind of how you solution the problem. I think that's where we come in. We provide an open ecosystem for everyone to participate and provide the small business what makes sense for them as a company.
It also seems that the skill shortage out there is a perennial issue. I don't think we're ever going to get to the point where we have enough people with the right set of skills. So is this also something of a labor arbitrage game now, where we need to figure out a way to, what is the most efficient use of IT skills, and how do we kind of distribute that across a large base of organizations?
Absolutely. See, unemployment rate in IT always has been super low. In some cases, it's also called negative, because you hardly cannot find enough software or IT folks to do the jobs. So automation always has been the key. I think it's going to further increase over the years because you want things faster and better. So for that reason, I think always there will be demand for solutions which provide automation. That's when I think we come in. So skill shortage always has been a challenge. It has further increased after the COVID slowdowns and COVID lockdowns. But it was always been a problem. It has just, we have seen that challenge increase much more in 2021 and 2022. And I believe, and we as a company believe that that's going to keep occurring as more and more solutions become mature.
To what degree is security also further exacerbating that equation? Because it seems like, we have a huge shortage in the cybersecurity space, and yet Absolutely. The bad guys are adding more capabilities. So is this equation also pushing us towards a different way of thinking about how we consume IT?
Absolutely. So security is one area where there has been a constant innovation, and at the same time, constant threats. There are new threats evolving every day. So you need a focused effort for cybersecurity. So you need teams who are just day in, day out figuring out what's coming out there and how to kind of solve them. So I don't think any company of any size today can do it all by themselves for cybersecurity. They have to rely on third-party providers. They have to rely on ecosystem providers who can solve that. And security is also a layered problem. There's multiple layers of threats, everything from network to storage to application to the user machines. So there are different layers of security challenges too. And there's no one security solution provider which solves all two. So it always has been a combination of, there are experts in each of these layers. So I think it's all about like figuring out what those are and assembling them. Security, I don't think we are already there. I don't think can be first thing solved completely internally or can be solved with one provider. Okay, so you definitely have to pick an ecosystem which multiple providers can play in to solve different layers. I think if you have had an opportunity to come to IT Nation Connect or watch the videos, I think you would see that our GM Rafi has gone through kind of different. He has almost did a matrix. What are the different layers of security? Where are the challenges, and how we can help to solve each of those layers? So I would say I think we are already there, and security is much more complicated than it was like a couple of years ago, and it's going to get further complicated just because of the various ways how users are using the devices, how the systems are accessed, providing more threat vectors. And we need a proactive stance for any company. And at ConnectWise, I think one of the big things I've seen is we are a security first company. We have a general manager completely focused on security. We also have a CISO, whose 100% job is just focused on security, trying to kind of protect both our internal systems and also the systems which we are providing to our customers and partners. So pretty much all engineering teams are security first minded. So now definitely that is needed to kind of build the protections, build the security, shifting left as much as possible. The shift left strategy is very important so that you try to protect as much as possible proactively. But even things as they slip for any reason, you also have a reactive strategy where you can come back quickly and identify that and address it right away. So definitely both are needed, both proactive and reactive controls are needed for security. And you need a solid solutions for each of the layers. I think at ConnectWise, with our own internal solutions, plus also what we are partnering and what the partnerships we have announced at IT Nation Connect, I think we'll be able to solve pretty much all the vectors of the threats.
What do you think is the biggest challenge that managed service providers face today? And what is it maybe that their customers don't really appreciate about those challenges that kind of needs to be better understood by all concerned?
Yeah, I think definitely, I think it's all about efficiency. I think in my opinion, what small business care about is efficiency and how well as a managed services provider can provide that efficiencies, okay, whether through an automation. And in many cases, I think there are a lot of things managed service providers do which small businesses are not even aware because they happen behind the scenes and they're always, they always work. Let me put it that way. So those are some things I think, which might not be appreciated in some cases. But that aside, I think, I would say, I think if managed services providers keep providing the value, I think they're going to be noticed one way or the other. They're going to be noticed over the time because that's amount of work which a small business is not having to focus. Those are the parts of the equation which they don't have to worry about because that always works. I think so that's going to be the key. And to get to the efficiency, I think automation is going to be the key. Automation workflows are going to be the key. So how can you kind of automate, or there are pieces of work which a small business never have to think about. I think if they solve from the customer perspective, if they think about from a customer, what is that they're doing today, which they don't have to do. I think if managed service providers start thinking that way, including, us, that's what we think about. What do we do today so that, our customers or managed service providers, they don't have to do that anymore. So that kind of yields to a solutions, which I think it becomes lesser and lesser challenge for the small business to manage their IT.
As you think that through, of course, everybody wants a good deal, but do you think there's too much pressure on pricing? And a lot of times the end customer doesn't really understand that, what the trade-off is for something that they perceive to be a really good deal, but then they may realize that they have some sort of substandard level of service. So do we need a better conversation about pricing in general?
I mean, I agree. I mean, pricing always in any industry has been a challenge always, right? Always customers want, the cheapest possible price so that obviously they can increase their margins. Now, I think we at ConnectWise, I think we have been super focused on bringing in the value and not necessarily thinking about, trying to kind of be the cheapest or trying to kind of get it done at the lowest price. We have been focused on saying that what can we do which adds value to the small business. Okay, what can we do so that I think we can provide more and more options We look at their workflow, we look at their user journeys and say, okay, these are the 10 things a customer does today. What can we do to kind of reduce it to 5? What can we do to reduce it to 3? So what we eventually feel is this value addition is going to be more important than actually what price they are paying, because end of the day, the user experience and the customer experience and the partner experience, what they get is going to definitely win in the long term.
It almost seems also that we reinvent the same wheel over and over again, and maybe we don't have a good sense of what's differentiated value versus what's a commodity IT service. And there's just certain things that are better consumed as a service delivered by somebody else, whether I'm the MSP or the end customer or not. So do we need to have a better understanding of exactly what it is that we need to focus on as the customer versus something that is just delivered as a commodity by somebody like you guys?
Yeah, I think that always happens. So me being in the software industry for 20 years, I've seen this journey where when there are new problems occur or when there are new solutions which are not as mature, there's a lot of reinvention. Like everyone tries to reinvent, including customers, including service providers, including managed service providers. Everyone tries to reinvent. As the maturity improves, it becomes a table stakes. When it becomes a table stakes, it becomes a commodity. At that point, what would happen is now it reaches an inflection point. It makes it cheaper and efficient to actually go and use a third-party service provider to do that instead of doing it ourselves. But when things are in early stages, there's always a question of what makes the most sense. That's where you see a lot of wheels spinning on, like everyone trying to solve the same problem. So that occurs. But what I feel is, in this industry also, as solutions become more and more mature, across the board, like we have already seen with RMMs and things of that sort, where they become mature, I think most of them rely on third parties to kind of solve that problem instead of solving it by themselves.
So what's your best advice to folks? What kind of, after all these years, makes you shake your head and go, geez, I can't believe that we're still having this conversation? And what is it you wish that everybody would just kind of wake up and move beyond?
Yeah, I think, so to me, I think software, like compared to last 20 years, it's been extremely, extremely mature. Take advantage of the tools. As you said, don't reinvent the wheel. Get the components, get the Lego pieces and put them together. Don't try to build the Lego pieces by yourself because there are a lot of Lego pieces available. Okay. And pick an ecosystem which is open, like, ConnectWise ecosystem, like with where we are going with our Azure platform. So that way you can come up with a combination which works best for you. So that's what we would say. That's no different than what AWS has done for the cloud, or AWS or Azure or Google have done for the cloud. A similar thing, I think Azure is trying to do that for the MSP space. So that's my advice. Pick an open ecosystem. Don't build the Legos. Assemble the Legos, which makes most sense for you.
All right, folks, you heard it here. Don't reinvent the same wheel over and over again. If you want to get the most out of IT, do something unique with it, because somebody else can probably do all the other bits better than you can. Hey, Raghu, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for having me.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. We're back live in Vegas for Qualys' QSC 2022. One of our favorite events to cover. We get to meet some really interesting people, and the security conversations are top notch. I hope we're going to have one here, because Qualys recently announced a new cloud security solution that I want to talk about regarding. It has some cloud native functionality. We're going to get into it. I want to introduce you to Parag. Help me with your last name, Parag.
Bajaria.
Parag Bajaria. And Parag, welcome and thank you. Thanks for your help on your name, but thank you for sitting here with us today.
Love to do that.
So Parag, introduce yourself if you don't mind to our audience.
Definitely. Hi, name is Parag Bajaria. I am VP of Product Management at Qualys. Been at Qualys for around 2 years now. Interestingly, Sumedh and I, when we connected, when I was joining, right, this was the vision that we laid out, so it's kind of realization of that vision. Previous to joining Qualys, have worked in various startups, one being CloudKnox, which was just recently acquired by Microsoft, and a bunch of other cybersecurity startups. I just feel like I love security, and there's always exciting things happening.
You know, it's interesting. I tell people all the time, if you're passionate about what you do, it comes through to people and they get passionate, right? If your job or what you do for a living is like pushing rope uphill, A, you're not a happy person, but B, people see that too and they sense it sort of. So I'm happy to see your passion about working on security. So let's jump right into it. Qualys made an announcement. I believe you were making the announcement here at the QSC show today. I don't want to steal the story. You tell them.
Look, I think while we made this big announcement, right, but the announcement is not about one more thing that you want to do for cloud security. Actually, what we are going the opposite of let's simplify cloud security, because with cloud native security, we have done this acronym jargon, CWPP, CIEM, CSPM, IAC, and what we are losing is that by having these kinds of acronym-driven conversations, right, we're forgetting what customer use cases we are solving, because we need to solve that security problem. These acronyms don't matter at the end of the day, right? So with Total Cloud, what we are trying to do is how can we simplify your journey into cloud security by focusing on what are the important use cases that you need to solve, right? And let's look at those important use cases. Let us provide you cloud native solutions. When we say cloud native, right, there's no magic that we are doing here. Cloud native, all that means is that we are utilizing the cloud service provider APIs to do some orchestration, right? So let's take an example of agent. Today, when you use Qualys agent, right, and you deploy, you have to make sure that it's installed on the virtual machine that you're going to deploy. But in the cloud, we can completely automate that by inserting the agent automatically, right? So that's all it is. Being cloud native is nothing new per se. Yes, we are doing some few new things, but let's simplify. We want you to not focus on orchestration of security. We want to focus on what are the results of the security.
Right.
Hopefully that gives you a context.
No, it does. Look, I think you almost have to go up another couple thousand feet. I think one of the things that's developed around cloud security look, I remember when cloud security became a very big thing at RSA conference in maybe 2005. All of a sudden, everyone wanted to know, well, what's your cloud security strategy? What are you doing around cloud security? Some people had a strategy, some didn't. But what evolved is, it was almost like, I have one security here for on-premise. I'm going to scan for vulnerabilities on my infrastructure and so forth. But that strategy, those tools, I had a different thing for cloud because, well, the cloud provider did some of it for me. I didn't have to worry about the infrastructure and all of this. I had SaaS-based third-party apps. And then this whole so-called cloud native stack came, right? So the cloud, when I first recognized it, it was a hypervisor situation, right? The cloud provider had the hardware. They gave you, it was a hypervisor, and then you built on top of the hypervisor.
Yep.
Well, now this new stack sometimes has the hypervisor, sometimes not. It's container-based. It's Kubernetes. You talk about orchestration. And Kubernetes has some interesting security built into it.
Correct.
Yeah. And you know, the whole idea of scanning containers, while it's not totally foreign to the kind of scanning we've been doing for 20 years, it's a little different. You got to scan the payload, you got to scan the container configuration and so forth. But but there's a whole stack. There's the service mesh and all of the other things that are going into this. The one thing I know companies don't need right now is yet more solutions. I got a solution for this, a solution for that, another solution for this, and whatever's coming next, right? No one wants, I think people want a unified security solution. And that's what this kind of total cloud, this is kind of what I see with it.
I agree with you, right? This is about seeing your picture, right, in one place, right? So you talked about container, and there are so many components, and then Kubernetes security. It's fine. I mean, all those primitives need to exist to ensure security, but you need an overlay layer, right, that can simplify some of this, right? And one of the things that with Container World has been very, very good from a security vendor's perspective, right? In the Container World, we have started to do a lot of things shift left.
Yeah.
Right? So before we kind of get into the mess, once you deploy stuff, it's messy.
Like operating
because
on
now
a live
you need to
patient.
clean up, right? You need to mop up.
Yeah.
Right? And change tracking and all the hassles. Somebody needs to now report on it. Why do all of that? Right? So runtime security is like your backup security, right? Clean it up early on, right? And that's where, again, this total cloud vision is, let's simplify security, right? Let's not introduce more things that, hey, let's do this one more piece, right? Let's get it right up front. And then wherever, our runtime security is only backup, right? And same goes like now Kubernetes, right? Even Kubernetes can be misconfigured.
Easily.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Kubernetes is not easy. Let's be clear.
So you must have seen the news of Kubernetes API server being public.
Right.
I mean, really, if you want to get on news for being hacked, do you want to get on news for being hacked on some simple configuration? No. Or rather, you rather not get on the news, but if you do,
let it be the best hacker in the world got in, right? James Bond or someone.
Exactly. Something that I can write a book about. Maybe it will be produced into Mr. Robot 2.
Yeah, that would be nice. But yeah, you're 100% right. It's true about that. I think one of the other things about this is the whole kind of infrastructure as code, ephemeral nature of this infrastructure where, look, I don't even want to patch my containers. I just destroy them and put out new containers, right? We just redeploy stuff. It takes place here left, not at the not when it's already deployed and out there live. I'm just going to fix it here, push this out, and get rid of the old, right? It's a different mindset.
The good news here is containers were made with the mindset of immutability.
Right, that's what I was saying. I said ephemeral. It's immutable infrastructure.
All right, so which is a great thought. Unfortunately, there's some shift and lift going on even in container world, which means like some of our customers are still going through that journey of immutability. All right, they're still installing Puppet agents in containers and downloading software, which is like it defeats the purpose. But that's fine. We want to support them in their journey. Right? But the immutability concept is a great concept, and it's actually percolating back even in the virtual machine world, right? Now more and more of our customers are saying that we don't want to patch, right? Even our virtual machines. We want to rehydrate them, right? Which means if I detect something, I bring it down, I push the new image in, right? And that's the thinking around that shift left facilitation, right? That now, if I look at your Terraform template, right, and I can see that you're referring to an AMI, which I know has vulnerabilities, I can tell you.
Fix it right here.
Stop it, fix it,
and then redeploy.
Exactly.
So look, it's easy for you and I to sit here and say, why didn't they think of this before, right? What, but it's a rather simple concept, but we just didn't have that capability. But this is a game-changing, I think, capability of don't fix it, replace it. And I again, easy to say, but it's not that hard to do with today's technology too. And I think it's the way we have to go.
We have to, and the benefits outweigh any of the, what I would say, not even operational, mindset change, right? Right. Once you get to that mindset, the benefits far outweigh any of the mindset.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt about it. Because the other nice, what's the reason we don't see more automated patching or remediation? Well, because it's liable to break something. I have to test it first. You know what? It's easy to test it in your dev environment when you're not in production. And so when you push it, it's already been tested. And with automated testing back here, it could be done as it's being developed and done. It really is a
I think it's a mindset change, right? Remediation, you still require remediation. Let's say that a new vulnerability has been released. There is you are exposed to that vulnerability, right? And you want to prevent that exposure while fixes are built.
Right, you want to mitigate that risk until you can.
Right, so there is a need for runtime mitigation, not runtime patching per se, but mitigation, right?
Agreed.
And that is to give you that buffer while you are rebuilding, fixing those issues, and redeploying, right? So in today's world, right, you need to have both the view set. Sometimes I have conversations where customers think they buy into the whole mantra, right? That everything shift left, I'm all secure. Well, not really.
So that is it. So look, in addition to Techstrong TV, right, we operate DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, and Container Journal. So we play. This is our sweet spot. This is our farm, and I think one of the things we've been not me personally, but the industry has been guilty of is we put so much attention and focus and resources into shift left. You can't ignore what's called shift right, right? You can't ignore shift right either, because that's your production environment. If you got a problem there, you could fix it by shifting left, but until you do, it's your neck on the line. And so we can't ignore the right side as we, move this emphasis to shift left.
We can simplify the shift right.
Yes.
That is
because it's mitigation, not necessarily remediation. Agreed. Parag, is the solution available now, or when will it be available? How does one?
So it's easy. We have a sign-up page. The solution is going to be, quote unquote, in beta, end of November.
Okay.
And just like usual, right? I mean, when we release new functionality, right, we have the usual mentality of we're going to start signing our customers in. We build up a pipeline, we get feature feedback and everything, and then we will GA sometime in Q1. So,
Love it. So that's the end of November, about two and a half weeks.
So yeah, I mean, it's a very easy sign-up form. We have our sales guys who will be following up. Rather, I'm collecting all the data, right?
Mhm.
And we are building. We already have actually a set of customers whom we did this early preview with, and now we are kind of moving to let's start bringing other set of customers, and then GA is planned in Q1. So
I love it, and in Q1 we'll have it available. Look, I think it's a great thing. As I said, it's a shifting mindset, but it's if we can make that shift, I think we'll all be better off for it.
let's simplify security, right? Not driven by acronyms, but by use cases.
Yep, I agree. It's one of the reasons I started DevOps.com is I thought it would be a better way of doing security. This whole shift left thing. Anyway, hey, we're live at Qualys QSC. We're in Las Vegas. We've got a few more interviews today, so stick around.
This is Techstrong TV.
All right. Hey, we're back here in Vegas. Welcome. We're at the Qualys QSC show 2022. If you've never been to a Qualys QSC and you're into security and remediation and risk management, I highly, highly recommend it. The great thing about this show is it actually, Qualys doesn't charge attendees. Where are you going to get for the meals alone? It's probably worth it. But if you can't make it to Vegas for their QSC, though, they usually do a road show and around. Maybe you can help me. I know they were in San Francisco and Atlanta,
Dallas,
New York. So New York, and that's just in North America. So if you get a chance, and I highly, highly recommend checking out a Qualys QSC. Not only is it great to learn about what Qualys is doing, but you're going to learn about what the state of the industry is, and it's a great opportunity to meet with your peers and exchange ideas. Anyway, let me introduce you to my next guest. He was actually with us at last year's Qualys QSC here in Vegas, and his name is Eran Livnei, right? And Eran, I gave them your name, but tell them a little about yourself.
So yes, so I'm Eran. I'm basically managing Qualys's ability to respond to all the vulnerability that we find. Part of what we're trying to do in Qualys is help you take all the large number of vulnerability that you can prioritize with us, but actually find a solution. How can you solve it? How can you remediate? Is it patch? Is it a configuration change? Whatever you need to do in whatever process that you need to get them safe to do the change safely, so the vulnerability will not be there anymore, but nothing will break.
Right. So Eran, as you know, I've been in security a long time. One of my personal aggravations is that we have talked about prioritizing vulnerabilities, most bang for the buck on remediation. We've talked a good game around remediation for 15, 20 years. Mm-hmm. But as you and I sit here today, a lot hasn't changed in terms of utilizing some of the great technology that's been developed, right? Automated patching is probably one of my, and when I say patching, I don't mean just applying a patch. I mean maybe changing a misconfiguration or a bad configuration. Yeah. It's not that doing it is hard, but for whatever reason, I used to think it was a security industry problem. It's not just the security folk. It's the IT people too. They're afraid to let something be done automatically.
Mm-hmm. And that's something we see, and I think I agree with you. That's the biggest challenge, that we see so many vulnerability discovered and nothing is done with it, right?
Absolutely.
And the story that always I heard from customers, they always tell me, I had an accident 5 years ago that I patched Java and it doesn't work anymore. My Chrome, which always worked, there was one case with something didn't work, we cannot patch Chrome anymore.
Right.
The challenge there is that those IT guys, and they live in their own side of the organization, and they use their own tools, and they don't understand the impact, the security impact, the risk that this fear.
That is a risk. It's a risk management.
Exactly. So there's an open risk, and because of something that happened a long time ago, they're not exposed to the risk. They're not exposed to basically this decision, what it costs the organization from a risk perspective.
Two things on that point. Number one, I always thought it was a little bit lunacy, right? It was a lunatic kind of idea of saying, you know what? I'm afraid that fixing this vulnerability, which is probably a serious vulnerability with exploits in the wild and everything else, I'm afraid if I apply this patch without fixing it, I'm going to break something. So I don't want to break anything, so I'm just going to leave this vulnerability there and hope for the best.
Mm-hmm.
And then no one ever gets fired, right? You were using an old open source. You were using Struts 2 instead of updating to the latest version. You didn't apply this patch that came out 30 days ago. And they said, well, because we had to fully test it first, right?
Mm-hmm.
It takes 45 days.
Mm-hmm.
But it's okay. That risk they're willing to live with. The one in I don't know how many chance that it breaks Chrome and then you have to undo it, that they won't live with.
Yeah, and you're right. That's something that repeats itself. That's the reason where, when I'm talking from a qualist perspective, from what we are doing, we know how to discover those vulnerabilities and prioritize them.
Sure.
But that's one thing. As you said, there is also this IT guy that has this experience. What we're trying to do, we're trying to bridge this gap. We're trying to show IT, here is what it means not to take this action. Here's what it means not to deploy the Chrome patch or not to deploy this Java. This is how much risk you're exposed to. So we're trying to bridge the gap and show those two different people what's going on in each one of each one of their roles. And yes, there are cases where you may you don't want to patch a production environment immediately because if the production breaks, you may lose more money. A great example: ICU devices.
Yeah.
Those things, if they break, somebody will die.
Somebody dies.
Right?
You're
so
right.
we cannot take the chances. But because we can understand the risk and we can understand the operational risk, what happens if it breaks, but what happens if I don't patch it, and everything is in one location, you can much better communicate with each other and decide, here's something I can do easily, here's something I can't do easily, and I know how much risk I'm exposed to because I'm not doing it easily.
Yeah. You know what, I want to emphasize what you said, though. When it comes to medical, life and death, critical infrastructure, I think anyone could understand why you want to, test and not just maybe just automate the heck out of it. But then there's another element, and you hit on it when you spoke, not before, and that is, well, it broke Chrome once.
Yes.
The chances, usually what happens is because it broke Chrome once, that's the first thing people are going to test in a patch. Let's make sure it doesn't break Chrome again.
Exactly.
Right? So there's probably less of a chance of it breaking Chrome than something that we haven't seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But they don't care. The people who say no, don't do it, they don't think about it that way. It broke Chrome once, it could break Chrome again. Again, it defies logic.
Exactly. And we also talked a little bit before about automation, right?
Yeah.
Chrome is a great example, but I always, the reason I talk about Chrome, because customers do have experience with Chrome. The problem with browsers is that some old web applications can break when you upgrade the browser itself. So the Chrome is broken, basically the application that uses Chrome is broken.
Right.
And the thing is, it happened long ago because JavaScript and all those things are, 5-10 years old application may cause the problem, but it's 99% is not the case. But let's take another example. iTunes, VLC.
Oh.
You won't believe how many customers we run. We have all those reports, anonymous report, but how many customers are using those? What can happen if iTunes breaks? How many company needs iTunes as a mission critical application? Everybody's using it to stream.
Yeah, of course.
If that doesn't work, somebody will not be able to stream music. I bet the business will survive. Now, when you look at the risk, how much
unless you're a music streaming business,
exactly.
Then I can understand.
I totally agree.
Right?
But when you look at the risk that Chrome provides, and we have those reports, you can see how much risk your specific Chrome in your specific environment, how much risk it introduces. You can see the risk is so high, and the fact that you're not automating and making sure it's always up to date, it's just extra work that you need to do. When you have to go through all these reports and you have to manually patch Chrome, it doesn't make sense. So there's so many candidates to automate patching, or we don't call it patching anymore, we call it remediation, because we don't care about the patch itself, we care about let's fix the vulnerability.
Yeah.
So much automation you can do there without breaking things, or with very low risk of breaking things.
Right. I think in some organizations, just all remediation is equal, right? They don't quantify how hard the remediation is or what the possible effects of the remediation is. They don't even necessarily apply it to the risk of not remediating, right? Is it a major risk? Is it exposable? And all of these things. Iran, I want to talk to you a little bit. The economy, it's no secret, right? We've seen layoffs in tech. We haven't seen layoffs in tech in I don't know how long. And everybody's budgets are shrinking. Though, to be fair, security is more important than it's ever been before. And it's a bit of a sacred cow, right, the security budget. But nevertheless, we're going to have to make do with less, right? Less headcount, less people, less hands. And, my theory, and I spoke to you about it off camera, is that this may in fact help, kind of not force, but encourage companies to use more automation for remediation. What do you think?
I totally agree with that. Because when you think about automation, it's not only if somebody's get fired, or we will fire somebody because we're automating things. It's actually the thing that we see with automation the most is you get more efficient. So the same, if our people, there's less people in the company, less people can achieve more with automation. And the key with automation, always when I say automation, I like to say smart automation. And not just call it automation, because people are worried about automation. As you say, we don't want to automate patching for ICU devices, right? But smart automation means let's understand where most of the risk is. Let's understand the operational risk. So what can happen if if iTunes break, if Chrome break, on the workstation compared to production environment, right? Those are different questions that we need to ask. Once we understand the operational risk, what can go wrong, and what is the risk itself, the security risk that I'm exposed to because I'm not patching, automation can play a huge role, because there's so many places you can apply automation, and basically we call it in quality zero-touch automation. You define it once, and it takes care of itself. It basically takes care of making sure that there's no zero-day. Chrome just released 2 weeks ago, over the weekend or before the weekend, they released a critical zero-day patch. What most organizations need to do, they need a person to go spend the time over the weekend, test everything, package everything, and deploy everything. If they have automation running, they don't need this person. The person doesn't need to spend the weekend.
Absolutely. You say that. A lesson I learned early on in my security career is I was talking to a CIO at I forgot what it was, at a bank or a company, and I made that argument. You know what? If you would use vulnerability prioritization, you do your scan, you know which ones are the ones you must do first, your people wouldn't have to work on weekends. You know what he told me? He said, I pay them by the week. I don't care if they work weekends. And that was, that's a bad attitude. Let's face it, right? You burn through your people like that. But I hope, if there's a silver lining in this economic malaise and stuff, that we will see more automation, smart automation, like you're talking about, because that's the key, right? And the more people use it, the more confidence, the more they'll use it more.
Exactly. And I have actually a great customer story that tells the story that they start with automation, they start to trust the system, they see that the demand is not so bad, it's not really as frightening as it sounds, and they try to trust it more and more. So there's less change control. You just trust the system. And there's one more important thing. When we talk about automation, there's what I call proactive automation. Those are the patching of Chrome. So once you automate the patching of those low-hanging fruit, the things that you can automate easily, you don't have to mess with all those large detection reports, because you're taking care of those before we even detect the vulnerability. Again, save you time, save your people the need to do those work on a regular basis.
Absolutely. And I hope you have more stories like that to tell us next year. Right? Because that'll be a key thing. Eran, thank you for coming in again. I hope it won't be a whole year till we talk to you. But, we do this 3 days a week. You can always come on and say hello.
I will.
Keep
Thank
us
you very
posted.
much.
All right. We're live in Las Vegas at Qualis QSC 2022. We'll be back in just a little bit with some more interesting guests and insights into the state of security.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. We're back here live at the Venetian. We're at the Qualis QSC 2022 event. We're live in person. It's good to be at in-person events. I don't know what you guys see behind us, but there's real life people talking here. And that's the kind of stuff that happens at events that you don't get on the virtual stuff. Let me introduce you to my next guest. His name is Mike Oros. He's the VP of Information Security, at Vertiv. Is that how you pronounce it? Vertiv.
You bet.
Okay. And hey, Mike. Well, we were talking. I got a little bit of your life story, but share some with your background, professional background with our audience.
Absolutely. I started out in the military a long time ago. That's about 20-something years ago, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and I ended up kind of migrating towards threat intelligence and higher level cybersecurity stuff at the national level. Then I transitioned out of the government into Citigroup, which I called city government because it's as bureaucratic as the government.
Maybe even more, but go ahead.
It's just an interesting transition because people are like, well, how did you transition out of the military and the government into the private sector? And I was like, it was so easy to do because Citigroup was just like the government and the military. So from there, I got a phone call from Citrix. He said, we don't know why exactly we need you, but we need you to come here and do some stuff. So I ended up leading some security functions there. And then I ended up, coming over to Vertiv, where I work right now. And Vertiv is a company that produces data center and other critical infrastructure.
I was going to ask that next. So that was my next question.
There you go.
So when you say it produces critical infrastructure for data centers, not servers, but other equipment?
Everything those servers are bolted to, including the power distribution.
Oh, okay.
And the remote control
real racks
of it.
And everything.
Yeah,
else
remote switching, like switch from one device to another so you can control it and configure it remotely.
We used to call it power ping and pipe.
Yeah.
Back in my
PDUs, right? Yep. That sort of stuff. That's what we do.
During the .com, I had helped the company. We were what they called an ASP, application service provider.
Okay.
This was before there was cloud.
Oh, it was client-server architecture, right?
Yeah,
You're just doing it at scale.
Well, we were trying to.
You're trying.
We were trying.
You're the pre-cloud.
Yeah. We were doing Lotus. That shows you, I don't want to date myself.
Lotus Notes.
Lotus Notes, PeopleSoft, Oracle, a little bit of that, Lawson. It was.
I read a book about that where they talked about that. It was called Crossing the Chasm.
Yeah.
Everybody's read that one. They talk about that. I'm like, oh my God, this is like a history lesson. I'm mowing my lawn. It's just a good refresher.
It was an experience.
Right.
But we also operated data centers, right, in Atlanta and Virginia, and we had one in London.
Not France. Ashburn, where, another big three-letter.
No, not Ashburn, because in the later life, I actually sold over there. But no, we had taken over an old AOL data center in Tyson's Corner.
Oh, wow, okay. Tyson's Corner.
We were Dell hosts at the time, too. We were an OEM of Dell, but we were also a Sun provider and an IBM Lotus Notes.
Yeah.
So depending which company's executive was in town, we would move the servers around. To make sure they were front and center.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
But
you're trying to scale. Hey, you had to meet demand.
And when you had to,
there was no concept of uptime at the moment.
No.
Yeah.
Well, we did. We had we didn't have 5 nines. It was a very different world.
It was solid. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, wanted to talk to you a little bit. Actually, before we get into it, is this your first QSC? Have you been here before?
I've never been to a QSC before. But I've been a Qualis customer probably dating back, 6 years now. I had 2 different roles. 7.
So after I left that ASP, I started a security company in Colorado, and we were an early Qualis competitor.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And back then, I thought they were crazy because they were scanning and keeping stuff. It wasn't the cloud, but externally. excuse me. But one of the things that Qualys was always known for was sort of that attacker's eye view of your network.
That's right.
Right? What do you look like to an outsider, to an attacker? Now, today, that's kind of, that's bread and butter. You need to know that. But I wanted to ask you, is it still like that? Is it still relevant and important? What's new in that kind of view of things? Tell us, man, if you don't mind, share with the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's really interesting about like the external attacker or bird's eye view is the fact that many people should be conducting pen tests anyways, right? If you're a large enterprise, you need to conduct a pen test annually, at least externally, internally. You need to have that attacker's point of view, and the first step of attack is the enumeration scan to enumerate what assets are facing externally, and then you do a vulnerability scan, then you detect what is there to exploit, and then you go from there. So it's moving kind of from like a once a year thing now into like a phase where people now have the tools, even the entry level people in cybersecurity. It's a little more, I guess, democratized, so to speak.
Yeah.
From a perspective of being able to, if I can pick up the tool and have no training, they try to say, Mike, you need training first before you use Qualys. I'm like, no, I don't. Just give me access to it, make me an admin, and let me go. And I'll see what I can do.
I don't want to use it.
It's intuitive. It's easy to use.
Well, Qualys has always been
that's
known,
it.
right? They did have a great intuitive thing. I think one of the problems, though, with this attacker's eye view that we didn't have when I was more involved in the, at that level, is today our networks, our attack surface, if you will, is so much greater. I mean, back then, I just worried what was in my data center.
That's right.
Right? That was all. I had 2 data centers, and they were big machines.
Yeah, hub and spoke
racks,
network, right?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
They weren't these little, dense things. And today, I think organizations struggle with an accurate picture of their assets, and you can't protect what you don't know is there.
They do. And that's a really great point you're making. And it's largely because people have many different levels and abstractions of cloud services. You have IaaS, you have PaaS, you got SaaS products. You can't go scanning all those things because you have to look at your terms of service and what you get from your provider and what you don't get, and you have to acutely know the difference, because you could be in a situation where you configure a server in a public cloud environment that you're going to expose to the internet. Certain circumstances, you would hairpin that back to a data center that you control and egress through your own firewall. That's again that back like an extension of your corporate network. So if you have an extension of your corporate network where you're hairpinning back through your hub, you can treat it as like an extension of your on-premise environment. Now, if you have devices hosted in the internet, servers exposed to the internet where an attacker can see it, and the cloud service provider isn't providing that security or patching it, you're accountable to do that. Now, if you move up the abstraction layers to the point where you're at, ephemeral containers or something like that, or you're dealing with SaaS applications, that's the beauty of SaaS. You're not accountable to that because you're transferring that responsibility off to a third party, and they're handling that old client-server application. Now they're serving it to you as a service.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the benefit.
Well, as much as things change, some things don't.
Some things don't.
Yeah, that's the benefit.
You're not off the hook just because you're in the cloud.
Absolutely. And in some ways it's more complicated because it's not right in your face the way it is in a data center, right? Let's talk a little bit about how you use Qualys for this.
Qualys, you know what? We started with VMDR, which is vulnerability management.
Sure.
And when I began talking with Qualys, I'm like, wait, you make an asset, like cybersecurity asset management tool? That's great. Bring it all together. So then I was like, you make a web application scanner? I can use one of those.
Absolutely.
I'll give it a try. You know what? We have multiple different types of applications, and I do buy some other vulnerability scanning tools, but there's no greater value than having one pane of glass where you can optimize the resource utilization. And I'm going to kind of be talking about that a little later today. in my session. But the bottom line is we use Qualys to scan all those environments and scan all those hosts. We use it to scan virtual machines. I use it to scan and detect like the versioning of the security tools I've deployed, like Zscaler. We have clients that we run, and we want to make sure those are in support. We have our VPN clients. I want to make sure those are the correct version. They're not end of life, end of support. So who would have thought you can use a vulnerability management tool, what everybody thought was vulnerability management, I can use it to patch. So I can scan, I can find issues with components within apps, I can use it to detect vulnerable apps, end of life, end of support apps, and now I can push a button and patch it. Last week I was patching.
Really?
I thought I broke something, but it turns out it was 2 other applications fighting for control with one another. Security apps, no less, right?
I'm glad you brought that up, though, because my own private little survey, right? Look, this whole issue of automation, as the economy gets crappy, right? Companies want to do more with less.
Do more, you're right.
Less people, less headcount. People are expensive. And so maybe because we've had automation available for patching for a long time. Granted, it wasn't perfect. There were issues, but we've had automation around, and it hasn't gone mainstream as much as we would like. Maybe this is the kind, this economic situation is what we need to give it that push.
You're right.
And say,
there's some secret sauce to it, though. So I'm happy to share that. It's because
it's not just with me, though.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Just a couple of thousand.
Yeah, exactly.
People, no worry.
I'm
Go
very
ahead.
happy to talk to that right there. So it's the proverbial challenge of asset management and assigning ownership to those applications. So oftentimes you run in a complex hybrid environment. You got some applications that, hey, we bought it 15, 20 years ago. It was working great then. It works great now. But let's face it. Some of the parts of that thing were maybe open source. Maybe they're vulnerable. Maybe something can be exploited. Just because it works great doesn't mean it is in fact secure. So it's like anything. You have to basically have a thorough understanding of your environment. What are the interdependencies for those applications? And let's say browsers, great example. What if you have an application that uses a legacy browser and you go patching everything? You just broke manufacturing. I just affected an order worth $15 million, and I got a plant manager who's angry, who can't, deliver. So, it's really critical to have your assets identified, enumerated, and then broken down into buckets. Because if you do go down that path of automated patching, you want to do it in a responsible way that doesn't break the business.
Absolutely, that's the best definition and advice we've gotten.
I've been thinking about it for a while because I've broken the business a few times.
We all have. You talk about Citi. I remember going to talk to Citi 15 years ago about vulnerability management and patching. They had 3 different CIOs.
Oh yeah.
Right? There was like 3 their average patch, like time to patch, was 90 days.
That doesn't sound bad to me, though. Well, for an organization that size,
well,
300K employees.
If they were lucky, and but they couldn't see where they'd ever get beyond that. That was as good as it got for them. They
limitations of the technology at the time.
Well, at the time too. You're right. Mm-hmm. Anyway, hey, Mike, thanks for joining us. Thanks for speaking at QSC as well, man. That's a pleasure.
It was a pleasure.
Hey, if you want to see people like Mike and get a chance to talk to him, that's what the QSC program here is all about. Maybe you want to check it out when it comes to a town near you. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong TV. We'll be back in just a moment.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget.
Okay.
How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Optic secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah. $1.
What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1?
Yep. Mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep. Everything for just $1.
We're going to order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And, seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some amazing interviews with industry professionals to give you the latest in the tech world. And alongside our extensive conference coverage and episode of Engineering the Change, we had plenty of great content today. We'll be back again tomorrow, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Tech strong. Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Tuesday, December 13th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News Recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we will head over to Allen, where he will meet with Philip Verlooy, EMEA Field CTO at No Name Security, to discuss the launch of No Name Recon, the latest addition to the company's API security platform. Alan will then speak to Howell Carver, founder and CEO at Skiller Whale, to talk about whether or not it is important for CTOs to have a technical background. We will then be airing episode 3 of the CD Pipeline. In this episode, hosts Alan Schimmel and Lori LaRusso are joined by Suhindra Rao of JFrog, Steve Taylor of Deploy Hub, Tracy Reagan of Deploy Hub, and Joel Marcy of Rust Foundation, all of who are maintainers, contributors, and active voices in the Piercia project. We're then joined by our very own Cody J. Brown, who will hop on to tell us more about some of our upcoming webinars. Next up, we are airing episode 1 of our series, Engineering the Change. This series will follow the 3 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship Program as they tackle a 10-week intensive coding bootcamp and prepare themselves for careers in software engineering. We will then be airing episode 9 of Techstrong Research Review. In this episode, Mitch Ashley and Mike Rothman will talk about their week at AWS reInvent and discuss AWS's new services addressing developer and security needs. Then we go to Qualys Security Conference 2022, where Alan met with Sumedh Thakar, CEO of Qualys, to discuss many of the challenges and opportunities in a growing security market. Also at Qualys Security Conference 2022, Alan met with Qualys CMO Suresh Balasubramanian to discuss the significance of the event to Qualys and its customers, as well as the path the company has taken to get to where it is today. We will then wrap up this broadcast with 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike Vizard interviews Blue Cloud COO Corey Oskubuchu, as Corey explains why software engineering as a service is gaining traction at a time when demand for DevOps engineering expertise still far exceeds the available supply. Then, Mike interviews Sune Ensig, Vice President of Product Management for LeapWork, as Sune explains how a crisis is building because of the rate at which applications are being built and patched is exceeding the ability of DevOps teams to test code prior to being deployed. And that's what we have coming up for you here today on Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget. How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Uptick secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah. $1. What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1?
Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1.
We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptix combo of CNAP and XDR delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for December 13th. First up, NASA's Orion capsule splashed down into the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Mexico, successfully completing the Artemis 1 mission. The capsule hit the atmosphere at Mach 32 with a re-entry temperature of 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit before splashing down west of Baja California. Inside the capsule were 3 test dummies rigged with vibration and radiation monitors, with the NASA hailing both the descent and splashdown as being as close to perfect as it could be. This marks a crucial step forward for the space agency, as it needed to have a successful splashdown to remain on their plan for the next Orion flight around the moon in 2024, which will have 4 real astronauts instead of test dummies. Next, Spain, France, and Portugal have agreed to build a major undersea pipeline to move hydrogen from the Iberian Peninsula to France. This project, which aims to be completed by 2030, will aim at making the EU's energy supply more independent. The pipeline will be able to send 2 million metric tons of hydrogen to France annually, which amounts to 10% of EU's estimated needs. The project will connect 2 plants in Portugal and Spain, and then will create a pipeline under the Mediterranean Sea to Marseille. These countries are touting hydrogen as the technology of the future, and are saying that this will become the benchmark in the field of hydrogen energy. In other news, Microsoft is expected to acquire a 4% stake in the London Stock Exchange Group, the owners of the London Stock Exchange. Additionally, Microsoft's stake is part of a 10-year partnership with the group. The partnership will create a single product spanning data analytics and collaboration, with the far-reaching goal of developing new solutions for financial institutions using machine learning and analytics. The London Stock Exchange Group has said that this partnership creates revenue opportunities for both companies, and in addition, it gives the London Stock Exchange Group the backing of one of the biggest public cloud companies to compete with Bloomberg for being the go-to platform for finance and investment workers. While on the topic of Europe, the EU has set a date for the adoption of a universal phone charger. The EU announced that phone manufacturers must adopt a USB Type-C charger by the end of December 2024, meaning no company can sell phones with old charging cables in the EU after that point. Apple, which is the biggest manufacturer of custom charging cables, has said that it plans on complying with the law. In addition to phones, this law will also cover several small and medium portable electronics, including headphones and tablets. However, this new law brings up questions as to how it will be implemented throughout Brexit, as the law could apply to Northern Ireland, so we have to see how this all plays out. On Digital CXO, we have an article looking at how to build a digital transformation team. In order for digital transformation to be successful, companies need to leverage technology throughout the entire enterprise and build a team that focuses on collaboration. This article gives tips to do just that. To learn more, go to digitalcxo.com. On DevOps.com, we have an article looking at infrastructure automation. While this topic is discussed often, there is still a lot of manual toil in DevOps. More infrastructure automation is key to increasing agility, but how do you start to implement it? This article gives 5 tips to consider when introducing infrastructure automation. To learn more, go to devops.com. Finally, on Container Journal, we have an article looking at how the Technical Oversight Committee for Kubernetes made a 1.26 update available. This update adds 37 enhancements, 16 of which are new capabilities, and will round out the 2022 development efforts. To learn more, go to containerjournal.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, welcome back to Techstrong TV. Our guest today, right now, is Philip Villeroy. I hope I pronounced that right. We do the best we can. Philip Villeroy. Hello, Philip. How are you?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Glad to be here.
Hey, just for the record, why don't you say your name correctly? Because God knows I mangled it.
No worries. So it's Philip Villeroy.
Okay. And then, Philip, I didn't even mention the company name or your title. Why don't you give us that?
Sure. So I'm the field CTO for the EMEA region here at No Name Security. So I typically work with our larger customers and partners, and I sort of talk more broadly about the API security space as an industry rather than directly talking about our technologies.
I love it. Where are you based, by the way?
So I live in Belgium, but I travel all over the world. So today I'm talking to you from New York, but I'm typically either in an airport or on an airplane somewhere.
I know that life. Actually, 2023 is shaping up to be like that again on the road. But you know what? After 3 years of not, or 2.5 years of not traveling, I'm actually looking forward to traveling a little bit. I'm sure I'll be sick of it by June. But anyway, you know, so as long as we're talking about where you are and where you're going, where you've been, what a little bit of your background, maybe.
Sure. So I've been in IT for over 2 decades now. I started on the customer side, so I was an IT administrator for a while. Then I jumped into consultancy, so I worked with a lot of enterprise customers all around Europe, doing mainly networking and security implementations. Kind of got interested into the virtualization space and joined VMware. Was there for a number of years, then joined my first startup, which was a data security startup called Rubrik, where I was the field CTO for about 6 years. And now since about 10 months or so, I'm happily employed at No Name, looking at securing those APIs.
Fantastic. You know, field CTO, our audience is technical. They've heard the term before. It's been around now for a while. But, you know, it is relatively new. At one point, there was just a CTO, right? And in my, you know, I did a bunch of startups in security myself and infrastructure. And, you know, this CTOs back then came in 2 flavors. There was what we used to call the forward-facing CTO. He would talk to a lot of customers, and it was always he back then, unfortunately. It was very few women. But he would talk to a lot of customers. He would talk to analysts, press, you know, a forward-facing kind of CTO, a lot of marketing as part of that role. And then there was the technical CTO, right, who oftentimes was also the VP of engineering or ran product or, you know, was more involved, let's call it, on the back of the house. And now we have this notion of a field CTO, and organizations big and small are using the field CTO. And this is the tip of the arrow. This person is now the tip of the arrow in dealing usually with customers, right? And some of the marquee flagship customers of an organization. Really, you know, holding their hand, understanding what their issues are, what their feedback is, what their wants are. And really, you know, then becoming that translation point back into the vendor to say, hey, this is what our customers are seeing, what they want, what they desire, what we're doing well, what we're not doing well. And so it's kind of a combination, right? There's a back of the house function, but very much so front and center.
Yep. No, that's exactly right. Yep. So I'm definitely more of a customer-facing person, hence the field part, I guess, of the title.
Yes.
But yeah, I do talk indeed to our larger customers and gather their really important feedback, especially since this is a developing market, right? So API security, it's been around for a little while, but the types of solutions that we're developing and how we figure out best serving our customers is sort of a developing and dynamic market still. So their input is extremely important to take back to the engineering side of the house, as you mentioned. Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. So you mentioned a few times API security. That's No Name's business, right? No Name was, I think, one of the first unicorns within API security, probably the first.
Yep.
They've been at it some time. And, you know, API security was a bit of a slow burn at first, but it's really come on gangbusters, really strong in the last year or two as, you know, not as a replacement, but as the new attack surface, as the new battleground in application security. My personal opinion is what's really ignited the API security space is the move to microservices-based architecture. I think we had a lot of APIs from applications talking to external applications and components, but when we went to microservices and containers and this whole cloud native thing, the API to, you know, the internal to internal API, you know, back and forth, you know, exponentially increased the amount of APIs we're using, and with, of course, with it, the amount of attack surface we got to be worried about. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. So as you mentioned, APIs have been around for a long time. I think theoretically you could say since '68 or so, but they were mostly used for let's say, configurational type of approaches where you could use an API to maybe change some things on your networking infrastructure and so on. And then more and more what we're seeing now, of course, is applications talking to applications across APIs, sending data, sometimes sensitive data across those pipelines. And then, as you rightfully mentioned, with sort of the rise of microservices and distributed architectures, everything is now interconnected through APIs. Even if you look at a public cloud and the way that you consume services from a public cloud, you're essentially, as a consumer of public cloud services, talking to an API. There might be a nice web interface in front of it, but essentially you're talking to an API and consuming all of these services via an API. So APIs are really everywhere. Even from an enterprise perspective, based on our own research, we're sort of saw that APIs have grown over 200% year over year compared to last year. People building their own API-based applications. So yeah, it's definitely come to the forefront much more lately.
Absolutely. And with that though, we've also seen a rather rapid evolution of API security solutions. You know, my take on it, and I have a pretty unique seat here, right, Philip, because I get to talk to people like you all day. But my take on it was kind of the initial focus of the API security crowd or market was, hey, you can't defend what you don't know you have. So the first thing we got to do is identify what APIs you have and how they're configured, right? And that proved that's not a trivial thing to do either, you know, because it's kind of hunting in the dark there because you don't really know what you're going to find. But I think not just No Name, but a lot of the API security vendors have kind of reached that level where they do a pretty decent job of discovering your APIs. But now I think we're ready for the next phase of API security, and that brings us to what I wanted to talk to you about today, which is some recent product announcements, new features, functionality coming from No Name.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you're definitely right. So step one is, and I think will be for a long time, building a full inventory of all of your APIs. even before we started talking about dedicated API security vendors or specific solutions, you already had things like web application firewalls and API gateways. To some extent, they can implement some security controls around APIs, but of course, their view is fairly limited. As you mentioned before, you can't protect what you can't see, and they only see a limited amount of APIs. They don't see, when we talk about microservices, for example, all of the east-west traffic typically doesn't pass through your north-south gateway to the outside. So there's a lot of innovation that needed to happen there to make sure that we can capture all of that API traffic. But you're right, we sort of moved beyond that point, and we're now looking into things like how can we use AI and machine learning to really understand the business logic behind those APIs and then tell you interesting things about people potentially trying to manipulate the business logic behind those APIs. And what we've done now is not only have we focused on, let's say, internal APIs sort of initially, what do you have in-house and how can those be consumed externally and potentially misused? We wanted to go a step further with our new solution called Recon and look from the outside in. So what we keep seeing is in the news, there's API breaches happening all of the time. Like Optus was a great example recently in Australia, where people figured out how to manipulate their APIs and get the sensitive PII-related data. So it's really about trying to think like an attacker. So that's what our Recon tool is now focused on is, if I'm an attacker and I'm sort of scoping out a potential victim from the outside in, what are sort of the things that I'm looking for to take that next step in my attack? So how, as an organization, am I exposing myself externally? So this is about, maybe you have documentation exposed externally that you don't want people to know about. Maybe you have credentials lying around, maybe in like GitHub repositories or Postman workspaces, or even your API externally is leaking some of that information. That's what the attacker will use during the reconnaissance phase to then figure out, okay, how can I take all of this now and perform the next level of my attack and gain entry into your organization. So that really gives then the customer a good understanding of what is the external attack surface look like in terms of APIs, and what do I really need to focus on. So I think security, having been in security a long time as yourself, like there's a lot of noise, and we have to sort of figure out the signal to noise ratio a little bit better. So what do you focus on first? What's super important? And I think if you look at that outside in view, that is high priority. That's maybe even priority one, because that's how the attacker will gain entry into your environment potentially. So if you can fix those vulnerabilities, that's a good first step, I think. So that's why we launched this new tool just last month.
Excellent, and thank you for that. So the tool was launched last month. What you're out here talking to customers. What are you hearing from them on it?
Yeah, they're really impressed. So we got a lot of extremely positive feedback. So if you compared it with the solution that we already have in market for a little while, it's really good at, as you say, getting that inventory, showing people what they have. Of course, it also tells them about what potential vulnerabilities they have in terms of misconfigurations and so on. But this really brings to light another level of sort of, let's say, emergency sort of vulnerabilities that they need to respond to really, really quickly. And usually it's completely unknown to the customer. So in terms of showing them, this is what the attacker would see from the outside in. So this is how you're exposed. Plus, you don't need to do any installation, any implementation, any integration. You just give us your domain name as an input, and we'll give you this view from the attacker. So that's really, really powerful, because it's a low path to entry for the customer, and they get a really big amount of value really, really quickly in terms of a report or an overview of their exposure.
Excellent. You know what? Not no-name customers, new people are saying, hey, this sounds something I'm interested in. Can we, I'm not going to make you the sales guy, but Philip, how's it priced? How's it offered? How do people get on the on-ramp for this?
Yeah, so for existing customers, it's an add-on to the existing platform because, of course, we also want to then do something about it, right? So showing them what the problem is a nice first step, but then you actually also have to do something about it. So that's why it ties into our existing platform there. But yeah, we are open to having non-current customers, of course, work with this. So if you reach out to a no-name sales rep, we can definitely make that work. The reason why we are doing it through sort of no-name and the no-name partner network is this is something we can't just publicly give to anybody because there's potential for misuse there, right? So you don't want to have your competitors scan your domains and see how vulnerable you are. So that's why we sort of do it this way. But it's as I mentioned, because there's no installation or integration or anything required, we can fairly quickly spin this up for a new prospect and give them that visibility into their external attack surface.
Listen to say that so back in 2003 or 3, the company I had helped co-found in Boulder, we came out with a vulnerability scanner. And back then, you had things like Nessus and Nmap and Qualys and Foundstone, stuff like that. And that was like a pretty popular thing. Qualys was one of the first. They didn't call it cloud. We didn't have a cloud. But Qualys was an external-based scanner. And that was something a lot of companies did. They would try to, scan their competitors' networks for vulnerabilities. And, it's still out there, right? And this is why you got to do stuff like that.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Exactly it. Hey, we're about out of time. But you know what? I don't even think, did we mention the website? Is it nonamesecurity.com?
Yep. So nonamesecurity.com. You can find like the launch information of the Recon product on there. Of course, also our existing platform is mentioned there. And then I want to give a quick shout out to, we try to do a lot of education around API security as well. I think that's still really needed. So we do have something called No Name Security Academy, which is a free resource that you can use to learn about all of these issues when it comes to APIs and how you can think about protecting yourself. So that's completely no-name specific. It's more about educating the broader market, which I think is also super important.
Cool, man. That's great. Philip, thank you so much for coming on Techstrong TV. We're going to let you get off here and hopefully make your way home to Belgium soon.
Thanks a lot, Aaron.
All right. Maybe we'll see you on the road. Take care now.
Cheers. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right. We'll be back here in a minute on Techstrong with our next guest. Stay tuned.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. Our next guest is a new guest with a first-time company on our show to tell you about. We're going to have a good conversation, I think. I want to introduce you to Howell Carver. Hal, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Hi, Alan. I'm really glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. So the first thing I want to get out of the way is, our audience is watching. They see the little third on the bottom of the screen that has your name and title and company name. And, we have an unusual spelling of the first name Howell. And, why don't we share with the audience what's behind that?
Yeah, definitely. So I am half Welsh, and I have a Welsh name, and that's where Howell comes from, which is why it's spelt in such an unusual way. I guess I'm lucky not to have a double D in there as well, which is also another common weird thing or an unusual thing about the Welsh language. So while I'm not Welsh myself, I have this Welsh name that no one can pronounce, but you got it right with Howell. So you are the one person I'll speak to today who gets it right.
All right. Thank you, Howell. And you know what? Half Welsh is better than not Welsh at all, right? So welcome. So Howell, let's hear a little bit of your story, of your background.
Sure. So I've been writing code since I was 9 years old, self-taught from a book. So I had the SAMS Teach Yourself C in 21 days book, and I learned C from that, wrote websites from the age of 14, studied engineering, and then I've been a CTO for the last 10 years or so of my life, either leading, founding companies or mentoring and coaching other CTOs, as well as running dinner events for CTOs. And all of that led me to start Skill a Whale, the company I lead now, where my title is the CEO.
Excellent. You mentioned the company. Why don't you mention it again?
Skill a Whale.
So tell us, where does that name come from?
So my founders and I all have a love of terrible puns. And one of the things that we thought early on is that we wanted to do a very different kind of learning. I think the majority of learning is focused on knowledge transfer and isn't really focused on outcomes of people's ability changing. And so we wanted to focus very hard on skills, on making people genuinely capable, not just giving them the knowledge to go and try something and hopefully become capable over time. And of course, when you're naming a company, one of the key requirements is making sure that you can get the .com domain name for it. And most of the obvious things with the word skill in were taken. And so that, together with our love of bad puns, meant we had a kind of 10-minute session just riffing about puns based on words like skill and capability. And one of us came up with Skill a Whale. And it was one of those kind of like, the first time someone says it, you laugh. And then the second time someone says it, you laugh quite a lot less. And then the third time you're like, it's not funny anymore, but that might work as a company name. And it's stuck since then.
I just want to make sure, I want to spell this for the audience. It's Skiller Whale, SKILLERWHALE.com.
Exactly.
That's the website.
So, like a killer whale, but with an S on the front.
Okay, there you go. That makes it easy to remember. So, how long has the company been around?
So we incorporated in early 2018. It was a side project of mine for a long time. While I was doing consulting work and being an interim CTO and coaching other CTOs. And then it kind of grew. It was always a side project I hoped would grow, but I wasn't able to be full-time on it for a long time. And so it started out 2 days a week, and then I've been full-time, and we've been going full-time with the company since the end of 2019.
Excellent. Love it. And, we know what we want to jump into here about CTOs and stuff. But before we get there, I want to flesh out a little bit more about what the company offers and how people can, find out more and get an on-ramp here, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things I've always found hardest as a CTO is the constant need to achieve more, right? You want to be able to build stuff faster, build stuff better, but you still have a limited resource available to you. You have limited budget and limited people. And so there was this constant problem where I wanted to adopt new technologies that would enable us to do more stuff in the team, to do better work faster, or I wanted to hire more experienced and able people than my budget or the market competition would allow. And I suspect that's a problem that's got a lot worse recently for people as kind of macroeconomic conditions are really hitting hiring and lots of companies are letting people go. But still, we have this need to achieve more and get more done. And it always felt to me like there should be an approach to learning that would make teams more capable, allow you to take a group of people and make them genuinely good at a new technology or genuinely better at technologies that they already use. And looking at all the L&D training, e-learning options that were available to me, none of the ones that I tried made any difference. There was no noticeable impact on team abilities, on velocity or anything. And so Skill a Whale, really, the ideas for that came out of how I was taught as a student at Cambridge, where they have a very kind of unique approach to small group learning. And we worked out that the things that were needed for genuinely effective learning were to be diagnostic, which is to understand exactly what someone does and doesn't know already, each individual on a team, and then only offer learning at the intersection between the kind of top-down leader strategy and the bottom-up individual's skill gaps. For that learning to be experiential and expert-led, so you are solving problems and doing things yourself in the learning, but you can get immediate feedback from someone who's already expert in it. And for all of that to be problem-based. You can't really learn a skill without trial and error and feedback. And so our goal is for everyone to come out of a session having not just learned new information, but put it into practice, solved hard, challenging problems with it, failed, understood why they failed, and then being able to succeed so that when they come out, they're able to put that into practice in their work immediately. And we call this form of learning deep coaching, partly because deep relates to killer whales, and we as a company really embrace ocean puns, and partly because deep stands for diagnostic, experiential, expert-led, and problem-based, which are the core things that mean that learning is not just a perk or a kind of side benefit to reduce churn of your engineers, but it becomes part of your strategy. It becomes how you think about evolving the capabilities of your team and achieving more growth next year without having to grow headcount.
I love it. You know, I think given current macro conditions, economic conditions, this is really a lesson that teams, CTOs, and you know, hiring teams need to understand, right? Because otherwise, it's for too many in the tech world, it's been a churn and burn of a hiring cycles, right? Look, I hire you, you're going to be here 12 to 18 months, and I'm getting someone else. Sometimes you hear less than 12 to 18 months. And then I'm going to start over again, and I get all this tech debt and kind of tribal knowledge. How do I transfer that? And there's you know, gaps, and it's hard. So I love what you're doing.
This is one of the things that comes from tying growth to headcount is if you want to do more next year, you have to keep bringing in more people. And as soon as conditions change, you have to let them go again, or, you know, they leave by themselves on a kind of after a relatively short time, which has a huge human impact. All of the people on visas, you know, which are tied to their work, might have to uproot their lives and move back to a different country. But it's also extremely expensive. Like, hiring is not a fast or easy or cheap process. Whereas if you can invest in your people and gain new capabilities that way, the research we've done suggests that's 61% more efficient as a way of growing the team to the same as growing what the team can do and becoming more productive than if you hire to achieve the same productivity.
Agreed. I want to turn, we probably took more time on this part, but I think it was worth it. But I want to turn to what we wanted to talk about today, which is, you know, look, a lot of times, there's different flavors of CTO. I guess there always have been, right? Back in my day when I was, you know, doing venture-backed startups, some CTOs were very forward-facing, doing a lot of marketing, analyst relations, press, that kind of thing. And then some CTOs were sort of backroom, right? They were running engineering, really. They were VP of engineering CTOs, or product, running product and strategy there. And then, you know, today we have things like field CTOs who are out there talking to customers and so forth. But in many organizations, right, the CTO role is pivotal in picking the kind of team you have, whether that is the developers, sales engineers, support, product, etc. And, you know, a question comes up of how technical should that CTO be, right? Should they be able to code, right? If you've got a CTO who doesn't know how to code, how the heck can he be CTO and be working, you know, maybe managing a development team or what have you? So I'm going to throw it out at you, Hal. Should CTOs have some coding skills?
I see two extremes here, and I don't think either of the extreme answers is right. So one extreme is
rarely right, but go ahead.
Definitely true. So one of the extremes I see is people who say every CTO must be able to code. And the other extreme that I sometimes see is if your job involves coding, then you can't be the CTO. And I think neither is true. So for me, the CTO is the most senior executive who oversees the tech organization, and sometimes product, and sometimes like that includes CIO responsibilities. But the job of that person is to ensure the kind of commercial success of the company through technology. And I think that job title applies when you're a two-person company as well. Of course, at that stage, your CTO is almost certainly having to write code or manage the code writing of an outsourced group of people. I think that broad responsibility stays the same when you talk about a 5,000 person company, but it is almost certainly not an effective use of that person's time to be coding. So I definitely think if you are coding as part of your job, you can still be a CTO. But whether you need to know how to code is a slightly different question, right? Can someone run a 5,000 person tech organization, say, without knowing how to code? And I think it is possible, so long as you have enough understanding that you can be empathetic to the people who are writing code. I think software development is a team sport, ultimately. I think we know this. This is well established now, that it's the human side is the side that ends up holding you back as soon as you have more than, say, 2 people working on a project. And therefore, it's the human skills of empathy to do with coding that we need in our engineering leaders at the top level. So I don't mind if a CTO doesn't know how to code, but if they don't understand concepts like technical debt, or they couldn't talk about what an API is, then I think they would struggle to be an effective leader of that organization, to make sensible trade-offs, to ask the right questions, to know how to do due diligence as part of an acquisition, or indeed to go and talk to customers about how they could integrate with our product. So I think while you might not need to be able to write code, you need to have enough of an understanding that you can still make sensible decisions and make good judgments, which is harder if you can't code, but not impossible.
Got it. Push back on that. Right? I know a lot of CTOs. Where I sit here, I talk to CTOs all day, but I also, even before doing this, I was very involved I've been involved in tech. I know I have a lot of friends who are CTOs. And I think if you are, as I call it, an inward-facing CTO, working with engineers, without having some coding knowledge, skill, it's very hard to empathize and really, I always say you got to be able to talk the talk and walk the walk, right? I could talk the talk, but I can't code, so I don't walk that walk, right? And I think you need that for that sort of internal CTO role. But for other CTO roles, like the field CTO or maybe the forward-facing CTO, I think you really have to have an intimate knowledge of the market and your products. But I don't believe coding is a must-have skill, right? I think, I did a company I helped take public back in the .com days. And basically, we were offering hosted Lotus Notes and PeopleSoft and stuff like that, old stuff. And but we did a study back then about what are companies willing to outsource, right? And they'll outsource things that are non-core and non-critical. If something's core but not critical, they'll outsource it. If something's critical but not core, they'll outsource it. If it's not core, not critical, they'll absolutely outsource it. So, I'll apply the same test here. If coding is not core to what the company mission is and my mission is, and it's not critical that I do coding, it's not, then it's not a must-have. It's just not. It's something, you could outsource in essence. So I think that's sort of the litmus test. Is it core and critical for the CTO to, and I think it changes organization to organization. But that's, to me, the test. Just my 2 cents.
I think that makes sense. That if the company is doing something very software heavy, like if what you sell is sold to other software companies, for example, right? If you're CTO of AWS, I expect you need to have much more understanding of how infrastructure works than if you're the CTO at most other companies. But I think one of the things that can help you with that is the fact that there are so many roles now that you can hire under the CTO that can supplement for that. So your job title might be the CTO, but you might have a VP of engineering or a VP of infrastructure or a VP of information security. And if you as a CTO don't know how to code, you can entirely compensate for that by surrounding yourself with people who do. And I think that's one of the nice things about having an executive level job title is to some extent you define which bits are your role and which responsibilities you can delegate.
And that, you know what, that brings up a whole nother subject, which is, look, today, I'm not saying we're inventing roles, but we are, so I'm the CTO and these are my strengths, but these are the things I need help from staff on. And so we start, chief digital officers, chief data officer, we might have a chief coding officer, right? We kind of make titles up as we go to fulfill these roles that maybe weren't, traditionally roles that we looked at. So, yeah, absolutely right. Anyway, Hal, we're about out of time here. I got to wrap up. I just want to go through again. It's like Killer Whale, except with an S at the top. It's skillerwhale.com. Check it out. An interesting take and a new take, a fresh look at how to build technical teams. Fair?
Exactly, yeah. How to get the capabilities you need with the people you already have so you don't have to hire them in.
And get off of that hamster wheel. Hal, thanks for being our guest. Do come back and keep us posted on this, and best of luck to you.
Thank you so much, Alan. I really enjoyed chatting to you.
All righty. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. We'll be right back.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the State of Pipelines, past, present, and future. This is our monthly show, which is co-produced along with our friends at the CDF, Continuous Delivery Foundation, part of Linux Foundation. And every month we come in here and we talk about topics relevant to CDF. Our most recent series has been focusing each month on one of the 8 fantastic projects that CDF manages, operates. This month's show is on the Project Persia. In past shows, we've touched on projects like Spinnaker and Jenkins, and I'm sure many of you out there have heard of those, and some of you out here may not have heard of Persia, but it's important, and it's a great project, and you're going to find out today. So stay tuned as we give you a real lowdown here on Persia. Let me introduce you to our panel today. First of all, I want to introduce you to Steve Taylor. Steve, welcome. Steve's been on panels before with us. It's great to see you, Steve. Why don't you give folks a little bit of your background?
So I'm Steve Taylor. I'm the CTO of Deploy Hub. I am one of the lead architects and contributors to another open source project under the CD Foundation called Ortelius. I work on the Persia project, and I'm also on the CDF Technical Oversight Committee.
Fantastic. Steve, it's good to have you on. Jumping from the CDF committee to the Rust Foundation, I believe, right? I want to introduce you to Joel Murray. Joel, I mispronounced your name, didn't I?
It's okay. I was going to correct it, as I said.
Please do.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Joel Marcy. I'm the director of technology at the Rust Foundation. The Rust Foundation is an independent nonprofit organization basically dedicated to stewarding the Rust programming language, nurturing the Rust ecosystem, and supporting the awesome maintainers that govern and develop the Rust project. In my former life, I worked at companies like Facebook/Meta, Intel, I consulted at Microsoft. So I've been around the block in this industry, but my work with Rust has started in the last couple of years. So thanks for having me on.
Fantastic. And we're going to hear more about the Rust connection here during the show. But next, let me introduce you to one of our favorite panelists. She's always here for us and appreciate having her here. Interestingly, she's a former member of the board of CDF, but she's now on the Open SSF board, which is the Open Source Security Foundation, also part of Linux Foundation. Tracy Reagan. Hi, Tracy. How are you?
Hello. I am doing great, and thank you, Alan, for having us today and having me on this. This is a great topic. So yes, I'm Tracy Reagan. I am on the board of the Open Source Security Foundation. I also was on the board of the CD Foundation for quite some time, and famous because I helped start the Eclipse Foundation. So open source is not new to me. I am the CEO of DeployHub, and Steve is my partner and co-founder of DeployHub. And what he didn't tell you is prior to DeployHub, we started a company called OpenMake Software, which included a product called Meister, which focused on the build space. So our background for over 20 years was to help large organizations manage and secure builds. And when we heard about Persia, I think we both got pretty excited about it.
Great. Thanks and welcome, Tracy. Our last panel member, guest panel member today, is from the Persia project itself, and it's Sudhindra Rao. Sudhindra, welcome. And if you wouldn't mind telling people a little bit about you.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Sudhindra Rao. I am the development manager on the Persia project. Before Persia, I used to manage other projects, and I have been through 20 years of working on different languages, and now I'm actually working and learning on Persia as I learn Rust as well. So I'm really excited to bring this discussion to you and sort of share why we are doing this.
Absolutely. All right. Last but certainly not least, she's not a panel member. She's my co-host, as well as being on the board of CDF and a whole bunch more stuff she's going to tell you about. It's my friend Lori LaRussa. Lori, welcome. Thanks for being here. Oh, Lori, I think you're on mute.
I mean, in the land of Zoom, you think I would remember to hit unmute before I start talking. It's okay. So anyway, so thank you for hosting again the CD pipeline for the CDF. It is a great partnership, and I'm very happy to be here with our distinguished panelists. So I am the marketing outreach chair for the CDF. I work with some other foundations, and here today, I am very excited to talk about Persia since this is the first open source project I have been a part of from the beginning. And to watch an open source project grow is fascinating. So I'm so glad that we have basically the founding members of the project here with us today, as well as Joel, who represents the Rust Foundation, to kind of talk about how Persia is really going to hopefully help secure the supply chain for technology moving forward.
Absolutely. So I guess the place to start is, what is Persia, right? And Sudhindra, with being the manager here, we got to go to you on that. Explain to our audience, if you will, how would you describe what does Persia do?
So Persia is that tool that we are missing in terms of using and building software. What Persia aims to do is provide builds that can be verified, that can be trusted by downstream CI/CD pipelines. Persia also provides resilience against network failures. And Persia also provides a provenance log where you can find out how actually an open source library came into being and how it was built and what components went into it. And that is meant, all of this together is meant to help improve the confidence in the kind of open source that you are using in your production systems, and improve your release confidence in terms of what can be released, what cannot be released, and what are the possible actions you can take with the open source that you're using.
So as a tool, though, it's a decentralized package manager, right? Like that is exactly what you're creating.
Yes. So as a tool, it's a decentralized system, and it's a decentralized package manager. It builds these packages on independent build nodes, and all these build nodes do multi-node verification. There's a consensus mechanism which drives this verification, and then there is an immutable ledger which stores all this information so that you can go back and look at it and find out whether you are using the right packages in your builds.
Excellent. So, Joel, some people in our audience may be asking themselves, so what's the Rust connection?
Yeah, so Persia is actually written in Rust. For those who may not know what Rust is, it's good to start where Rust is in its 7th year, as Stack Overflow's most loved language. And it's a language that's basically on the rise and developers wanting to use it. I like to tell the story about Rust's kind of, prominence in the world. How Rust has made it as a programming language is that Linus Torvalds is blessing the Linux kernel to have your language as a supported option in it. So Rust is actually really taking off, being used in many projects. And given Rust's prominence for being memory safe with high performance, projects like Persia decided to use Rust as the language for its implementation. Given security, it's fast. It helps you develop quick, and yeah, it's a really good language for these types of programs.
Excellent. So now, thank you both for that. By the way, you know what, Laurie, you mentioned we have some of the originators or people who really helped found and put Persia together. I feel if we didn't mention Steve Chin and some of the work he did, he's not here today. But if we're telling the Persia story, it's hard for me to tell it without him. So I just want to shout that out.
Yes, Stephen is definitely the visionary behind Persia. He is a big thinker, and when he came up with this and shared it around, it was great to see that the leadership at JFrog, I don't want to say jumped in. We use all kinds of frog terminology, but kind of jumped in and gave his support. Yeah, hopped, leaped. It's always about leaping forward. And so I would love to ask Tracy, what made Deploy Hub be one of our, one of the founding members, one of the main contributors to help build Persia before it was adopted into the CDF, and where do you see it going now that it's in?
So let's just think about where our heads are as co-founders of Deploy Hub. We're pretty much, we're really into dependencies and SBOMs, to be quite honest. And I always tell people, a really good way to freak out a developer is to delete their build directory. That will set their hair on fire and they'll go running down the hall screaming. I've done it to prove a point many, many times. Now, the first level of defense, right, in security is knowing what packages you're using and what packages are going into your build. But as we learned in the SolarWinds breach, is that we don't necessarily know what's in your build. One way to do that is, let's say we all wanted to approve something. We would all go through and we'd each ask each of us, is this okay? Yes, 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 yes. And we would have knowledge about that being okay. Well, that's basically what Persia is doing for the build. It's spreading it across multiple nodes, looking at the package it's consuming and saying everybody's exactly the same. So we know one wasn't, one didn't have a particular breach, or somebody snuck into that particular node and dropped a file there that we just collected up and pushed out into our final build. So that's really the kind of that's what got me excited about Persia, is you know what? You could delete as many build directories as you wanted, and you should never be freaked out because it should be 100% repeatable across as many build nodes as you need to use. And by doing so, you're starting the first line of defense for securing your software supply chain.
Absolutely. And you know what? I just look, all of us on here can testify to this and testimonial to it. software supply chain security, this whole SBOM thing. It was a big story in 2022, but it's a big story heading into 2023 as well, right? We've seen some standardization, if you will, but there's still competing formats for SBOM and everything else. But really, to me, here's the big story, right? And we discussed it at a recent DevOps experience. It's going to be big. Some other events that we're working on. Fundamentally, we have entered the age of software factories, right? Software is no longer a bespoke kind of craft that developers who can sit home or in their office kind of do on their own or in very small groups. It has entered the Henry Ford stage of assembly line, if you will, right? And as such, software supply chains and software supply chain security are paramount, right? And Persia, I think, is probably one of the first kind of native, not a tool that was, oh, we're using it here, but it actually will work good over here. We'll adjust it. No, Persia was designed from the ground up for this mission. And as this becomes more important, this mission is really important, becomes paramount. So, for those of you out there, that's why this is important. That's why you need to be on top of this. That was my passion for it. Steve, I know you're really passionate, though. Let's talk a little bit about what it means for you.
So for me, when Stephen Chin came to us and started talking about his idea, I was like, yes, we've been thinking about this for 20 years when we started our build tool. And it was like, all right, but he took it to the next level, bringing in the consensus part of it. And it really does fix a big hole in the supply chain, because there's so many places in the supply chain that you can introduce vulnerabilities. You can hack that process pretty easily. And when Persia came along, it was like, yes, this is one of the tools in the supply chain process that's going to help fix a huge part of the vulnerability access points that can be introduced into software. So that's where I saw that it was a one of these perfect solutions to fit into the tool chain.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the consensus and the idea of trust and verification? I think that that's something that is very interesting that we could kind of dig into a little bit.
Yeah, so I will go. So there's two main pieces to Persia. One is the build consensus, and then also the distributed package management. So on the build consensus side, the idea is that you distribute the builds across multiple nodes, which could be multiple companies. We have companies like FutureWay, Oracle, DeployHub, JFrog, are all interested in being these build nodes. And the idea is to pull the source code from the Git repository, build it on each one of these nodes, and then determine through a consensus algorithm whether we came up with the same result. And if we did come up with the same result, then it's good to go. And we actually store that artifact that we built and record it in the immutable ledger. So downstream consumers can then verify, where this came from, who built it, those type of details, what was the Git commit that created all this information. So it's really important to have this consensus. Otherwise, you're just, back to a developer building on their own laptop, and you never know what happens when you just build once and call it a day.
And I'd like go ahead, Tracy.
I want to mention in what he just said, basically, if you broke down and unpacked what Steve just talked about, we really are talking about meeting SALSA levels. So if you don't know what SALSA is, it is a specification for securing builds. There's 4 levels. One is provenance, basically. One is minimizing tampering, hardening the infrastructure against attacks, and then just being able to track the dependencies. If you were to look at the kind of the features that Persia provides, you could map them directly to SALSA. Now, I want to point out that builds are complex. They are really, really, really complex. And oftentimes you find the worst or the easiest way to attack a system is to find the most complex system and go after that, because it's going to have the most gaps and the most holes. So what Persia is doing is stuffing up those holes so there isn't the complexity part of the builds across these nodes is locked down. And that's kind of the first step of SALSA. So if you're interested in SALSA, it's slsa.dev is where you'd go to read about it. You can read through it and then understand what Persia is doing.
So Tracy, you brought up a good point, and it's something that I think that we completely jumped over, and we should maybe go back for a second, is what is a supply chain attack, right? So here we are talking at a very high level what Persia does, but we haven't even explained what it's trying to solve, which is some supply chain attack. So I will throw this out there to see who would like to answer what exactly is a supply chain attack and why we should be paying attention to it.
Well, let's just call it a, So supply chain covers many aspects of the software development lifecycle. Let's just focus on our pipeline. Where can we introduce hacks? Builds are the first place. Putting something in a package is a place where a hack can be put. And then you add to that package to the build, and now you have SolarWinds, basically. But supply chain, the whole concept of supply chain is creating some really good visibility into what we are consuming. While I was at the CD Foundation in June, somebody stopped and said, I would love to sit down and talk to you. And he wanted to talk to me about peanut butter and how come we could do a recall on peanut butter, but we had no idea what our ingredients were for our software. And why was it so hard when we're supposed to be smart people? And I think that really describes supply chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Lori, I'm sorry, Joel, were you going to say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to kind of echo my thoughts about supply chain attacks. Basically, the way I look at it is, it's anywhere where anyone can introduce a malicious code or vulnerability from the development of a project to the deployment of the project and anywhere in between. And I was going to say something, just given that I'm from the Rust Foundation, just given some, Rust, I think rightly so, has a reputation of being like a language that is secure and that can allow you to create secure software. But even Rust has its place in potentially being vulnerable. So for example, I think back in May, Rust has these things called crates, which are their packages, and there's a crates.io repository where all those are stored. And there was a crate that got introduced that was named just a little bit off of a really popular one. So it's vulnerable to typo squatting, and a bunch of people downloaded this malicious crate. And so even Rust, with its secure reputation, has its issues when it comes to software supply chain. And I think it's great that we're finally finding solutions to try to solve these problems. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
No problem. Lori, your point is not lost. When I talked about entering the age of the software factory and Henry Ford and all that, I guess I wasn't as clear as I wanted to be. There was a time when a developer team wrote product or applications or what have you, and it was entirely made up of that custom code. That code might have had vulnerabilities in it. It happens, right? A lot of vulnerabilities in software. But I think the game changer for today is that so many of our applications are assembled on an assembly line with third-party components. A lot of those components are open source themselves, right? maybe as much as 70, 80%, depending on who you believe, right? These open source third-party components that get assembled together with a little glue, no pun intended, of custom code, right? Putting it together, and there you go. It comes out the other end of the assembly line like a shiny new object. And so when you have that sort of third-party component element, when you add that to it, I think that made software supply chain security just this huge issue that it's become. Right? We're not just responsible for the code we wrote, we're responsible for the code we assembled or used in doing this. And it's a big problem. I'd like to ask another question. Look, it's cool as heck here, right? We got the CDF, we got the Open Source Security Foundation, we got 3 foundations, Rust Foundation, all here with the nexus being supply chain security, right? And I don't think people shouldn't overlook that. I think it talks exactly to why this is so important. I wanted to talk a little bit about, though, the structure of the Persea project, right? And how people get involved and how things move forward.
So you can guess who I'm going to ask about this. But
I'm ready. I'm ready to answer that.
Let us tell us.
So since the time Steve and Chin was sort of evangelizing this idea, we were trying to figure out, how a team should be formed. What is the structure that we need to sort of evolve from kicking it off into a really working project. And from the day one, we believed that this is not a one company, one team project. This has to be, since open source is built by or developed by the community, it should be built by a project that is owned by the community. So we have been practicing all the kinds of open source things that a community like this would expect. Everything that we do is on GitHub. Everything that we do is shared on Slack in an open fashion. We have open meetings every 2 weeks to share about what architecture we are looking at, what are the solutions we are thinking about. We are welcoming new people, answering their questions, helping them understand why we exist and where they can help, actually educating, like Tracy said, educating people about Salsa and what are the number of gates that the CD pipeline has today that can be exploited and where Persea can help. So we have kept that open culture this long, and we continue to do that. We have a very, very lightweight but still personalized onboarding experience for anyone who joins. I take it upon myself as my duty to sort of tell them why we are doing this, how we are doing this, where they can find information, where they can go and find issues that they can work on. It's not only about contributing to code. We have people like Laurie helping us on daily basis to tell us, our documentation is off. Our website doesn't look the way it should look, and all of that, right? So we are encouraging people from all aspects of software to help us build this so that it can be owned by the community and run in a community fashion.
And what I'd like to add to that real quick is one of the things that we've recently introduced is pair programming, because we have new folks coming in that are just learning Rust. We actually pair them up with some of the folks that have been doing it for a while. And that helps really ramp up people to start contributing pretty quick. So even if you're new to the Rust world, we can help you out on that front as a contributor.
And I think one of the things that makes this project really exciting, now for me, fish out of water, being involved in an open source project from the beginning, I went to one of the kickoff meetings and I said, never again, this is insane. I don't know how anybody gets anything done. There's all this discussion, like what is this consensus decision making? Like where's the lead? And then the more that you get immersed in what open source is, the more you realize that this is how you get things done. This is how you make sure your project is working on all cylinders. And I think it's great today to have a project that's built in Rust, that's been adopted and donated to the CDF, that touches all of these different aspects of security, and then to also see it like grow and manifest, like taking a language that is like the most beloved language and getting people that are maybe new to using it to be able to be first-time maintainers, contributors, users of a project. I think like for the CDF and just for someone who's outside looking in at what open source is, this is a really cool like melting pot of what the community can do when it comes together to try and solve a problem. And so, Joel, I'm going to punt to you. Take your Rust Foundation hat off. You have, experience with working for huge corporations. If you were still working with one of those, what would you think if you heard about Project Persia?
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved in starting an open source project from scratch myself. I was the co-founder of a project called Docusaurus, which is like a project that allows people to develop documentation of websites from scratch. And
Fun fact, Persia is using Docusaurus.
Yes,
I did.
Full circle.
Yeah, there we go. Right. And see, I didn't even, maybe I should have known that, but I didn't know that. So this was like really off the cuff stuff. This is great. Yeah. So, I mean, I was there from its design, and now, it's a really mature, well-used project. And I always kind of think like, in open source projects, you have those lock files like yarn.lock and package.lock.json, and everybody in the past was like, God, files are so annoying. Actually, now with software supply chain, those files actually become really important. So, if working on an open source project like Docusaurus and having, understanding the risks that are out there, especially in the NPM world, right? In the node, NPM package world and those sorts of things. Persia is like one of those projects that I wish we would have had back in the day to utilize to ensure that all the packages that Docusaurus, for example, was using was on the up and up and very secure. And so I'm really glad that tools like Persia are coming about to allow current and future open source projects to be able to feel a little bit better about how secure their projects actually are.
And so one of the things I love is that open source projects using open source projects to build open source projects, right? And so let's get a little product pitch on Ortelius, because that's another open source project that is in the mix. So Steve or Tracy, if you want to kind of give us the high level overview.
So Ortelius is a SBOM and microservice catalog tool. So when you are working in a microservices architecture, you have to create builds for every single container that you have out there, which means that every single container has their own SBOM. It has their own version. And sometimes when you deploy a microservice, you might deploy different versions of microservices to different clusters. So you have something called drift. So what Ortelius does is it is a central catalog to track all of that information and to aggregate that data up to a logical application. So if your logical application is consuming 10 or 15 or more microservices, and you need to generate an SBOM, Ortelius does that for you. So you can see the consumption of microservices aggregated up to that logical level and understand what your application looks like and be able to produce the security reporting that you need, as well as track the versions of the services that you're consuming.
And then just to add on to that, the fit between Ortelius and Persia is one match made in heaven, because the Ortelius understands the SBOM and has that package information. Now we can then go over to Persia and say, all right, tell me more information about this package. Where was it created? Who created it? Was there consensus? Give me that information. What was who built it? That type of information is what Ortelius can now consume from Persia. So when we go and start aggregating all these SBOMs and microservices and components, up to a logical application view, we'll be able to go back and get a lot of detail that folks need to answer questions like, where was this built? Was this a secured build, or is this built on somebody's laptop? Those types of questions we'll be able to answer and pull it all together between Ortelius and Persia.
So this is the part of open source that I find absolutely fascinating, and the part that I think is why supply chain security is so important. Is so you're taking an open source project, building on another open source project, and having them work together, right? And then you have this double security feature and then you're building it in a secure, in a secure language. So I think it's just, outsider looking in, it's really cool to see things when they start and how you can take tools that have already been built and have them work together to improve what your desired outcome is. So it's just, it's a really cool way to show from the very beginning how different open source projects work to improve the overall tooling of a project.
So I think something else is really cool too. I want to bring up, Tracy. How did you guys, Ortelius? Where'd that name come from?
So if you think about what Ortelius is doing, is we are pulling all of the information from the pipeline that's left in the build directories, and they've all these different logs running in all these different places, and we're mapping out what a cluster looks like with all this data. So mapping is where that name came from. Abraham Ortelius was the first person to create a world atlas. And he did that in I believe it was the 1500s, which is a long time ago. That's a long time ago. And the way
you're honoring him. Fantastic.
Yes.
But
the way he did it.
This is trivia stuff here. Go ahead.
The way he did it was he went around and he talked to all the cartographers throughout Europe who were already mapping things. And he laid those maps on top of each other and got the best guess of what the truth really was. And he allowed them to put their little logos on the map. So it was, I believe, it was probably one of the first tech open source projects, because he used source from all these different individuals, which they contributed to that world atlas.
I love it. So Hindra, I don't know. Do you know what's behind the name Persia?
Oh yeah. So when we were researching the name, actually through the reading, I think Stephen Chin came up with the Persia reference, and the reference goes as follows: in ancient Greek history, it says that multiple armies used to communicate with each other about impending attacks or dangers that are coming their way. And they used a set of torches to communicate a code saying that, if you receive these many, if you see light at these many torches, that means it's this, and you need to be prepared for that. And it was a distributed communication mechanism. And the messages were about securing each other and keeping each other safe. And we thought that is a good metaphor for today, when we are talking about supply chain security of software. We are trying to keep everyone safe in this world, and we are trying to do it in a decentralized fashion. So that's where the name comes from.
Excellent. Joel, I picked you last to give you a chance to maybe look it up if you don't know, but where's the name Rust come from?
Oh, now you put me on the spot. No, I actually don't know. I just know that it was developed at Mozilla. I don't know why they named it Rust, and that's a really good question. I should look that up, and that should have been the thing I was looking up. I was actually looking up where the name Docusaurus came from to make sure I knew that. If you were going to,
well, I'll defer to that one. Where did you get Docusaurus?
So it was funny. I think this is where a time where the logo actually helped dictate the name. We had someone on the team who was very good at drawing and drew this really cute dinosaur holding a piece of paper that with lines on it that represented words. And this, I think, say, oh, wow, okay, what's a dinosaur, right? What's a good dinosaur? Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh, okay, let's combine the word document with with Tyrannosaurus, and you get Docusaurus. So it was a pretty weird way to get a name, but it was pretty awesome. So.
You know what? It's this kind of trivia that makes the nerd in me crazy. But let me throw it out to the audience for you out there. Go check out, where did the name Rust come from Mozilla? Mozilla, of course, spawned many open source projects. And if anyone knows there, send it in to us. Maybe we'll talk about it on the next show. There might even be an Amazon gift card in there for you. You can send it to editor@devops.com, and we'll figure it out from there. Hey guys, we're running low on time. What we haven't given people is a URL to go to for the Persia project, so that if they can find out more, maybe they want to get involved. So Tehindra, again, I'm going to throw it on you if it's okay.
Yeah, it is really simple. Persia.io. So Pyrsia.io. Or if you don't remember, then the Persia, the old country, and replace that with the Y and IO. And on that website, you will find a link to the GitHub. You'll find a link to the Google groups. You'll find us on Twitter. You'll find videos of us talking about Persia at stand-ups, at our architecture meetings, at events, all on our Persia YouTube channel. So check it all out. We have a Slack channel we meet at and talk about Persia and day-to-day development. All of the links are in the footer of the website. So all you need to remember is Persia.io.
And the other route is to head over to the Linux Foundation or the CDF, and you can find both the Persia and Ortelius through those organizations.
I love it. Hey, Laurie, I'm going to give you last word, and also maybe a quick update on what's new at CDF.
Awesome. Cool. So thank you for that, Alan. And again, thank you to all of our panelists. I think what's really cool is to go over the naming and to start with Ortelius being could potentially have been the first open source project. And now here we are creating Persia, which is hoping to build upon the community of open source to secure the supply chain. New things at the CDF. So we have CDCon coming up that we'll be announcing soon where it is, when it's going to be. We're really excited about that. We've got new versions coming out of CD events. Persia, I believe, has a new version coming out as well. There are other projects that are continuing to make enhancements and move things forward. So as Steve Taylor said, if you go to cd.foundation, you could look at all of the projects on there: Ortelius, Persia, Jenkins, Tecton, Jenkins X, Shipwright. Why can't I ever remember all of them? But they're all on there. And so that's really cool. We're moving things forward. We're really happy to wrap up 2022 talking about Persia, which is the last onboarded project, and looking forward to all the great things in 2023. So again, thanks for having us, Alan, and thanks to all the panelists.
I joined that. Thanks. Hey, you know what? For those out there hunting, Rust evidently is named for a fungus.
That is
all came through.
Distributed parallel. Go figure.
Google saved me.
Google, yeah.
But what's interesting is we went all the way back to the time of dinosaurs, and from there to ancient Greece, then to the 1500s, Renaissance, and now we're here today, software supply chain security in the CDF. We've got it all. Panel, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you have enjoyed this show. Do check out the CDF Linux Foundation. Do check out Project Perseus. And I'm not going to say it right, Tracy.
Not Ortelius.
Ortelius.
With an A.
And CD events too. I really encourage people to really learn about CD events. It should disrupt the way we do pipeline management.
Excellent. We will be back next month. Laurie, you know better than me. What is on deck for next, you know?
I think we're going to do some thought leadership stuff, maybe around interoperability. So definitely the event stuff as well.
Absolutely. And I also want to mention in the beginning of the show, I gave the title of this episode, but the show itself is CD Pipeline by the CDF. So you can find it on Techstrong TV and a bunch of other places under that. Anyway, everyone, this is our last show before the holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Healthy
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, everybody.
See you after the first of the year. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, happy Tuesday! Cody J. Brown here with some programs to close out this week and the year at Techstrong Learning. So we don't have any programs on the docket for tomorrow, so we are going to jump straight to Thursday, December 15th at 11 a.m. Eastern. We have a panel that will take a look back at what 2022 taught us about SRE's future. This packed session will evaluate the progress of SRE over the past year, as the practice has started to take hold in the field of DevOps. They will also make predictions on what's coming next to this ever-evolving topic. And what looks to be our final Techstrong Learning event of 2022 will be taking place right after at 1 p.m. Eastern. We're hosting another live episode of DevOps Unbound titled Quality Engineering, the Future of Software Testing. We all know what the role of quality assurance is, but when do engineers begin to fill that role? How can having quality engineers help to deliver the best customer experience? Our panel will dive into these questions and take a look at why you'll need to know what a quality engineer is moving into this new year. So that is all I've got for you now, but as you now undoubtedly have a couple extra hours on your hands each day without our daily Techstrong learning experiences, please take a look back at what programs we brought you this past year. We do have an extensive catalog of programs across DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, and Container Journal. We'll be back the second week of January with a full slate of Techstrong learning.
The Engineering the Change Scholarship Program offers a life-changing opportunity for a winner from an underrepresented community to change their lives by becoming a full-stack software developer.
The background that you might see that it's a weakness, it's a strength in this field because everyone is constantly looking for people that are going to bring new ideas.
It's an intense 12-week course that is not for the timid.
For real, who's mastering this right now? Because I sure am not.
So you guys are badass. Like as a class, you guys are crushing it.
You've got to be dedicated. You've got to be ready to do it. Your life has to be ready for it. Follow us as we go through this cohort's Engineering the Change winner on their journey to becoming full-stack engineers.
Welcome! Say with great power comes great responsibility.
Take it down to three finalists. Toria, I'm going to ask you, who really kind of stood out for you?
The three people that stood out to me the most was Stephanie and another woman named Carly and a man named Donald.
Mitchell, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree. Actually, I think those are three great candidates, and I mean, you know very well, right, what it takes to go through this process.
Look, I still love good written and oral skills. I like people who can speak well. I like people who really could write well.
All right.
And I'm going to tell you something. To your point about Stephanie, is it Stephanie Sanchez? Yeah, Stephanie Sanchez. Her essay was one of the best essays I've ever read in the 3 or 4 times we've done this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And bring her into
the golden
finals.
buzzer. Right?
Yeah. So,
she's in.
Yeah. The two other people you mentioned, to me, Carly epitomizes why we do this.
Yeah.
She said something like, her brothers could do it, why couldn't she? Mm-hmm. Right? Wasn't that in the essay?
Yeah, that's something that stuck with me, especially as a woman.
Yeah.
Because I think that for her, she was like, if they can do it, and there's not enough women in tech, like she was like, I can do it too, and I love that.
I say send Carly to Hollywood.
Golden buzzer?
Yeah. Donald Bazell, really nice guy. What I liked about his essay is his his genuineness. Is that a word?
Yeah, being genuine.
He's genuine.
Yeah.
Right? You got it from him. My only caveat on this is he really doesn't have any tech experience.
Yeah.
So if it's your vote and Mitchell, you don't object, I say let's give Donald the last ticket to Hollywood. And those are our 3 finalists for Engineering the Change. Let's bring them in for interviews and pick our winner.
Okay.
Sounds fun.
Sounds
All
good.
right. We'll see you on the next show.
Hey, everybody. It's Mike Rothman here, back with another Techstrong research review. We've been a little, things have been busy. Well, first of all, Mitch, how are you? So we should probably introduce ourselves before we kind of dive into our, old guy problems.
Yeah, finish introducing yourself and then I will.
So, Mike Rothman, GM of Techstrong Research, Chief Strategy Officer of Techstrong Group. And this is the Techstrong Research Review with my partner in crime, Mitch Ashley. Mitch, who are you? What do you do? Why are you?
Well, I'm also CTO with Techstrong Group and then principal working with Mike in Techstrong Research. So, and we first know, if you know me, busy. This isn't my normal voice. What happened, right? Obviously, I've got a cold.
I was getting to that.
Okay, well, I'll let you set it up. Go for it.
So, we do try to do the review, every week. And it's been a couple of weeks. I think Thanksgiving episode was the last one we did. And, we've had a lot going on. First, we were at reInvent. So we will talk a little bit about AWS reInvent, some of the announcements that they had there. But it turned out that reInvent also got another nickname, I would say. And, we've spoken to a lot of the folks that we met with there, and obviously a lot of our friends who we know are in Vegas, even if we didn't see them. And it turns out almost everybody got some type of respiratory issue. Didn't seem to be COVID, but folks have started to call the conference AWS reInfect as opposed to reInvent, which I think is apropos. Since we had 6 or 7 people there, I think 5 of them came back with some type of cough and then gave it to their partners. Since it's a family business, right? We have a number of different family members that work and live in the same house. So, Mitch gave it to his wife, Jody. We know that, kind of everybody else that brought it back to their partners as well. It seems that only Alan and I kind of escaped a lot of the reinfect.
Alan seems to always escape. Yeah, he's got a great immune system or so. What's ironic?
Yeah, he must.
We weren't on the show floor. We were we had a suite over at the Wynn where we're doing business meetings and then also recordings for Techstrong TV. And, of course, people were coming in and out of there. It wasn't a gigantic party or anything, but we're out on the show floor. So just in that space, plus us going out and having dinner and being out and about, yes, we're exposed to a lot of people.
Seeing Aerosmith. We got to see Aerosmith. So again, white guys older than us. So it was, that was a lot of fun. They carried on in mid-70s, and these guys are still rocking out. I hope that we're able to continue to do the review when I'm 70. Actually, if I'm still doing the review when I'm 70, I failed at something.
Flashbacks of driving around in my Chevelle Malibu to listen to 8-track tapes of Aerosmith. So yeah, there you go.
That's right. That's right. Same old song and dance.
Exactly. So it was a great conference. Yeah.
It was. It was. And it wasn't that, but one, I can't tell you how many folks, will come up to the suite and we chat, and folks we hadn't seen in a long time. And it really was great, aside from all the, kind of communicable diseases that seem to be exchanged. It was great to see folks, right? It was great to be in the same, and I did that a little bit at Black Hat, right? when I was there in August. But it really was nice to just reconnect and the idea of, kind of human interaction. Would definitely miss that, over the last couple of years. So being able to get back to that has been great. So that's the first,
people you've only met on Zoom. If you just met them in the last couple of years,
that's right.
Probably didn't meet them in person. Right?
That's right.
So it's a combination of
that's right,
as well as new people.
So, yep. So I agree with that as well. It was, kind of folks that, and you see some folks that are a lot taller than they look on Zoom, or, maybe not as tall as they, built a little bit differently because, some folks have good filters on their camera to, make them seem maybe a little bit different. Let's just call it different. I
didn't know you were tall comment a lot. Everybody thinks I'm 5'8" or something. I don't know what.
Yeah, Mitch is tall. No, that's Mike. He's the 5'8" one.
Mike's 5'8".
Well, if you count his hair, he's probably 5'10". But that's the.
So on a good day, I'm 6'.
That's great. So from an announcement standpoint, right? It didn't feel like there was anything groundbreaking, right? There were a number of different things. I'll talk a little bit about the security side. Mitch wants to say a little bit on the, kind of developer and pipeline side. On the security side, the big news was the new security data lake service, where they're allowing you to aggregate data. And again, it's kind of squishy in terms of exactly what kind of data. Obviously, it's going to be security-oriented telemetry and what kind of analytics are going to be there. But first and foremost, you got to aggregate the data, right, and have a place to put it. So I think this is a positive type of announcement from AWS, but I think it's also an acknowledgement by the fact that, Sentinel, Azure Sentinel is a thing, right? And it's really starting to appear, especially at lower end environments, as a legitimate competitor for security monitoring and SIEM. You have Chronicle at the high end that comes out of Google Cloud. Which again, from an effectiveness standpoint, not, really clear that it works all that well, but it does allow you to aggregate a crap ton of data, right? Because that's what Google is really good at. So I think it's an acknowledgement both that, AWS has to be able to compete on that space, that they've got customers, that they don't want to have to use a Splunk Cloud or a Devo or, a CrowdStrike or, any of these with SentinelOne with these, kind of next generation backends that, kind of allow aggregation of significant amounts of data. So again, I think that AWS kind of said, yeah, we're going to get moving. But when you look at the product lines, when you look at the lineups, they're behind, right? They're behind from a security, kind of services standpoint. They got 70 things that you can use, right? Maybe 50 things that you can use. But when you think about kind of the offering, right? Kind of the product family, the product suites, Microsoft is just, kind of leaps and bounds ahead from a packaging standpoint, from an effectiveness standpoint. They make it really easy for you to use their suite of Defender services if you've kind of gone in on Azure, and AWS is nowhere near there. So they really do need to kind of get their act together from the standpoint of what their security product strategy is going to be and deliver on that. So again, security data lake seemed to be the first aspect of that. They started talking about how AWS Inspector, which they recently rebuilt earlier this year, to be kind of more, kind of continuous, as opposed to, having to run scheduled scans, that it's now going to scan Lambdas. So you're going to be able to look for IAM and network issues in the Lambdas that you have. They're talking about more proactive stance on AWS config. So again, with the exception of Data Lake, nothing kind of groundbreaking, but more trying to push forward the ability for builders to protect their environment that they're doing in AWS to a greater degree.
Yeah, there wasn't any groundbreaking boom. Wow, that was a biggie. But you're right. Even in our conversations in our interviews, data was a consistent theme, whether it's data analytics, data management, data security, all of the above, whether it's, in the cloud or in containers or not, was a huge part of it. Another theme that I picked up on is there were a lot of people who are introducing products around Lambda, around serverless. And so one of my questions then is this real? Are people really using this now? Why those kinds of applications would benefit from Lambda? And so it sounds like people are starting to at least experiment with it, maybe doing some production applications with it. I mean, yes, they are, on mass scale, no, but a lot of people using it. The other thing I noticed, Mike, too, is how many folks told me that we now have a SaaS offering of our product, and I kind of just assume that everybody's got a SaaS offering of whatever they do, in multiple categories, whether it's observability or testing or a number of different categories. So it's easy to know the kind of what's happening on the front end of the wave, and you forget that, there's the bigger wave of people catching up.
It would be interesting, and I don't think anybody's going to actually do this research because it would be a huge pain in the butt. But to get an idea about, just cohorts of when companies were founded and to the degree that their main product is, has been SaaSified, right? So if you look at any company that's, 10, 15, 20 years old from a technology standpoint, their base stuff, to really make it work in a SaaS environment, you largely have to rebuild it. Right. It doesn't work. Right. And to the degree that, again, kind of it's handling, whether it's protecting or managing or developing or something for a lot of on-prem resources, you kind of go, do I even really need to do that? Right. I mean, obviously, there's the operational aspect of not having to, stand up servers and kind of deal with, patching and a lot of those operational things. But, to me, so that's a cohort stuff. If it's a 10-year-old product and they're just first, SaaSifying it now, it's like, all right, well, what do you do? What did you do to rebuild it? Was it just replatforming it? Okay, that's one thing, right? Are you building different operational motions around it? Okay, that's another, thing. But ultimately, what's the customer driver, for moving something as a SaaS, besides the fact that they don't want to pay for a perpetual license and they just want to try to, build it into ops, OpEx as opposed to, CapEx. And again, I think that there are accounting ways you can, achieve that as opposed to, having to rebuild the product. So that's always an interesting, kind of decision. Well, but I do want to get back. Yeah, I do want to get back to the data point, right? Because, we're hearing a lot about data, right? And 3-4 years ago, it was, cloud security posture management. Over the last year, it's been SaaS posture management, right? So folks are getting into the, help me manage Workday and Salesforce and ServiceNow and a bunch of these other ones more effectively, right? And now we're starting to hear a lot about data security posture management, right? Or data posture management. And again, so it's just one of these things that posture has become, kind of a huge word. And again, for guys that have been in the space for a long time, it is kind of always, kind of interesting and funny how the industry, kind of does the same stuff that we've always done, call it a new name, and everybody thinks it's like all shiny and stuff. We've been looking at posture. A vulnerability assessment is a posture assessment, right? I mean, none of this stuff is really new. But, we call it something new. We have a couple of startups that get into the space, think they have a novel way to do it, and therefore we have a new thing. So you'll see every, kind of basically every database management and security product rebrand as data security posture management over over the next 6 months. So just wait for it because it's coming.
Yeah, very true. It's interesting. When I was running an IT organization and, it was during the emergence of the cloud and everybody was freaking out about we won't have jobs anymore. I said, don't worry. There's lots of great things that folks can do in the cloud. Eventually they'll need security, data, and applications to talk with. And that's, we'll be here for them when they need those things. And I think this year was software may rule the world, but data is all the fiefdoms, is all the people, is all the population. I think that's what really fuels it. You're not going to do much without data. And it is a big challenge because we keep so much more of it around, Mike. Now you talk about doing data lakes and things like that. But we throw off so much more data now too. And so that volume of data is just getting larger and larger. And the governance of it, the access of it, the control of it, the location of it, it isn't doubling or tripling. I think it's, seems like it's exponentially growing. I don't have data to show that, but it just kind of is growing on itself.
It feels that way.
It does feel that way.
Yeah. So, and so there'll be shades of these different things, whether we call it again, the nuances of what, one company says is data security posture management versus another that says it's cloud security posture management. They're all just shades of gray from that. So I want to get back to the serverless thing because we kind of just glossed over that, because I actually do think that there's a battle brewing. Right. Kind of when you look at, some of the new architectures that you can or new application types and concepts that you can deploy in serverless versus, kind of other, mechanisms and how is that going to, really fit in with, kind of a cloud native or Kubernetes based kind of environment. Obviously, there are lock-in concerns when you really embrace serverless on any specific hyperscaler platform, because you build an application with your entire back end, based on Lambda, right? You ain't going anywhere, right? Maybe not ever. So we talk about the cloud, and don't want to get it to lock in and portability and all that stuff. No, right? No, if you use a lot of these native services, you ain't going anywhere. Right. So I do think that, kind of, and it'll be interesting to see how kind of the cloud native machine, starts to position against a lot of these, kind of serverless, kind of function environments. Because again, when you think about it, there are a couple of different ways to build applications, from a back end infrastructure standpoint, and serverless doesn't allow you to use a lot of the more open types of capabilities that are available there. So that I think is something to watch as we head into 23.
Well, it seems that most of the applications that I was talking to people about were either things at the edge where you needed very, very fast response time. And we talk about containers spinning up fast. Well, serverless is much faster, generally speaking, and also IoT. So lighter weight environments. So things like not K8s, but K3s and K0, lightweight Kubernetes, operating in those environments. So the edge is a big thing. It wasn't a necessarily big theme at the conference, but that seems to be where a lot of serverless is happening right now. I'm just really curious to see what applications can continue to benefit from that. We try things on it, and some things work and some things don't. So you look for trends like that.
Yeah. I mean, I just know my own personal experience, right? We built, the third iteration of Disrupt Ops was serverless, right? 90% serverless on the back end. So, and again, obviously that means our back end is going to be in AWS forever. Right. So, we look at it from that standpoint. Again, there's just a lot of churning. And so, besides everybody getting sick, I think the main theme of AWS is, folks are starting to do stuff, right? So you're starting to see some, kind of new services at the edge, try to fill out the product line. But, kind of the shades of gray that you're going to see, there'll be 15 different flavors of data security posture management. There's 15 flavors of observability. And I talked to 4 or 5 companies and they have a different take on what observability means to them. And they're all using the same word. So, once again, the marketeers, take a term, manipulate it to their own devices and confuse the crap out of the, out of the crowd. So, we'll go back to what we always do, which is focus on your problems, on the use cases and the solutions that'll, kind of solve those problems, and stop worrying about what it's called, right? And what magic quadrant it fits into, when you try to pick vendors.
Yeah, exactly. There was some other really good conversations that I had with some vendors who are putting their technology into the IDEs that developers use. Sorry, I'm babysitting my dogs here. Here, pups. But what was important about it isn't just like scanning code, right? When you're checking in, it's like integrate. If you're working at IDE, it's kind of like autocomplete on steroids for everything, for packages, for code, for functions, for you name it, connectivity to whatever, integration with other apps. And that occurred to me as if you're going to elevate security and writing secure software, it starts there. It isn't when you check it in, it's as you're writing it. I mean, and developers are very used to this, right? Like there's 3 different parameters, or I could call it this way, or I could use this function. And if we can introduce more security, better security for software, for applications at that point, that plus all the other things we do, I think could really make a substantial difference. And there's some really good vendors doing some work I like, particularly around that. So I'm excited to see more of that.
Yeah. So, all told, pretty, kind of worthwhile trip on our part. We will be, going to reInvent in the future. So, and we'll even be, more structured about, setting up meetings and interview slots and, kind of a little bit more effective use of space, right? We had a suite, but everybody was kind of on top of each other. So we'll learn and we'll improve. So that's good. And the other big thing we have going on, Mitch, is Predict, right? So January 12th, right? Predict is burning up a lot of cycles right now. So you're like, Mike, why weren't you when we were away, right? At reInvent, we all flew back last week at the end of last week. And, this week we've been, just consumed with Predict. Right. So the panels are coming together. I'm happy to say we're, filling in panelists. Still have opportunities to sponsor. We are bringing some additional folks on, but it is not too late if you want to be involved in some of the keynote panels where we'll be talking about, kind of the trends, and you get to say your piece from the perspective of where you think technology is going. So happy to have those discussions. But it's going to be, an interesting day for us. Right. We're going to talk about and cover a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to have a whole bunch of, really cool people with very interesting perspectives about, kind of where stuff is going as we move into 2023. And again, we're doing it live, right? We're trying to move heaven and earth, to arrange and get all the panelists, kind of organized where they, need to be when they need to be there. So, that creates another layer of complexity on top of staging the show. So that's been burning up a lot of cycles, but I'm really excited for where we're taking the the agenda and again the panelists that we have involved.
Well, and this is, I think, the 5th or 6th year that Techstrong has done Predict in various forms as media ops as Techstrong. And while it's been very successful, but this is a new format, or very new format. So first, it's research led. It's led by Mike and I. It's built around the four concentration areas of Techstrong and Techstrong research, digital transformation, cloud native, cybersecurity, and DevOps. And what's really cool about it is, you and I'll be presenting some predictions on those topics. And then we're leading, including with some of the sponsors, the roundtables about their predictions around that. So we'll kind of let them call BS on us if they don't like it, or they may have more things to throw on the fire of what their predictions are. But there's other things too, like there's a VC panel. I think Alan's going to be leading one of those. I think Mike Fazard might be involved in some that we have here, but there'll be several of those, and there'll all be those kind of discussions. There's no slideware presentations. Yes, Mike and I'll be covering some predictions, but it's not the talking head kind of thing. So it's very different. It's a research led. It's our kind of coming out party almost in a way. If it was the first conference that we're doing that's led by Techstrong Research. So it's very exciting. It's fun to do it this way.
It is. And we'll see, right? We'll learn, we'll evolve, we'll improve, because that's, kind of how we do things. But yeah, that's burning up a lot of cycles on our end too. And there has been some, other stuff in the news, right? So, and it's more kind of continued high profile breaches, right? So LastPass had to announce some. There are a handful of others, right? Just go over to Security Boulevard and scan. There's, a variety of different news pegs for, folks that have gotten, kind of compromised and have to Rackspace, kind of this week. So, I mean, I think it's not, and as opposed to trying to dig into, each of these specific things, it's another reminder as to, the diligence that's required on the practitioner side to constantly be testing and refining your incident response process. We talked about data before, understanding where your data is, kind of making sure that you understand the security posture of a lot of these service providers that have access to your protected and or confidential and private, data from that standpoint. It's just another reminder that, we count on a lot of these companies, a lot of these services. These services are comprised of code that's built by people. People are imperfect, which means we are going to have issues. We have to be ready for those issues. So we've spent a lot of time on response. We've spent a lot of time on detection. We're trying to, move the cycle back to, something that's a little bit more proactive and preventative on that front. But the answer is not one or the other, right? The answer is all of the above. Yes, we have to try to prevent things more effectively. We've got to detect faster, and we've got to be able to respond, more efficiently, more effectively, and faster on that front. So again, these are just constant reminders, and we're always going to get them.
There's two lessons too, I think, coming out of this, Mike. Well, one is these are high-profile companies operating, very large sets of infrastructure, SaaS applications, hosting, all that kind of stuff. This is hosted Exchange, I think, that happened at Rackspace. If it happened to them, it's going to happen to you, right? And it's ransomware, it's phishing. But the other point, I think, lesson to learn for us is developers are a big attack vector right now. And we see more and more attacks directed at them, phishing attacks, of course, software supply chain, all those kind of things. So security professionals getting into the software creation process and the tooling and how software is built, I think is even more critical than it's ever been. So don't ignore them. It isn't just code coming out the end of the pipeline that you have to wrap some security around.
That's right. So one last thing, Mitch, right? Mm-hmm. We're kind of coming up rapidly to the end of the year. So I think next week we're going to do our kind of year-end wrap up and a little bit of, dangling out a little bit of the taste of the trends that we're going to talk about at Predict. And because I know, I'm on vacation the week before Christmas. I know the office is closed the week after Christmas. So we won't be, posting anything up in that 2-week period. So next week we can plan on doing a little bit of a recap of 22 and what we think is going to, happen in 23. And that'll obviously lead up to Predict on January 12th.
Got to have time to watch all those Hallmark Christmas movies, right?
Yeah, somebody has to. Somebody has to. Good.
I've actually got
with that.
I'm enjoying it. I didn't before, but
you do.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
But the question is, do you watch them in July? That's the question. No. See, some people like to keep in the, holiday spirit all through the year. So they'll bust out, some Christmas Miracle or something, movie or, sappy type thing in the middle of July.
Check with me next year.
I'm not one of them. Clearly, you're not one of them. Maybe. So with that, we will wrap up another episode of Techstrong Research Review. And and again, keep an eye out for our year-end wrap next week. And again, check out all the stuff we have in archives because not a lot of it is newsy, so a lot of it is still very pertinent to whatever your problems are. And we will see you all on January 12th at the Predict virtual conference, where we will be unveiling our trends for 2023. Any other parting shots?
TechstrongResearch.com and info at TechstrongResearch.com. Reach out.
That's right.
We'll see you soon.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here in Las Vegas for Qualys QSC 2022, entering kind of the home stretch, right? Afternoon of the second day. And I'm really happy to have this gentleman with me. I've known him now for a few years. He's Sumedh Thakkar. If I mispronounced it, I apologize. Sumedh, of course, is the CEO of Qualys, and he's the guy putting on this whole event that we've been covering the last few days. Sumedh, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Alan. Always a pleasure to talk to you guys.
Always a pleasure. So we were talking off camera a little bit. I've spent the last day and a half talking to Qualys customers, executive team, practitioners, and
First of all, I want to congratulate you because there are few, on one hand or two hands maybe, you can count the amount of companies that have truly built hyperscale technology, right?
Of course.
And the Qualys platform, from everything I've seen and touched and heard, is true hyperscale, right? And that's a tremendous accomplishment. And the way it was built, right? Re-engineering it with micro services and everything else. So having that platform, though, is a great enabler. And you guys are doing things that quite frankly we only dreamed of in the security industry for a long time. Right?
A lot of dreams in the security industry.
A lot of hopes and wishes, right? We've come a long way since just scanning vulnerabilities. But why don't you, if you don't mind, share with our audience kind of your vision, what you think the message of QSC this year has been?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Look, at security, we get so deeply involved in the feature and my capability and all of that sometimes we forget to step back like 30,000 feet to say, like, look, at the end of the day, the cyber issues are really about a risk to the business, right? And when you have something that is a risk, you have to quantify that in terms of what does it mean to the loss to your company if a potential issue happens. And this is really where we're not doing a great job today. We're focusing a little too much on my tools and my projects. And when in life, whether it's your car, your home, whatever it is, if there is a risk, then you have an insurance and some way to mitigate that risk. And typically, you have a finite amount of money that you look at to say mitigate the risk. Some of that you're going to try to build some defenses, and the rest of it you'll take it with the cyber insurance today, right? And so if you really narrow it down, what that comes down to is for us to be able to do a good job with cyber risk, we need to be able to do a good amount of risk reduction by leveraging tools, but the cost of that tooling needs to come down, and that's where I see the opportunity. And to your point about Qualys having built that hyperscale platform, is because by innovation, and when I talk about innovation, I'm not talking about some crazy feature to find some super hidden malware. The innovation really is about how do we use the investment in the platform to create a mechanism for customers to consolidate their security capabilities, security tools, and with that get much better efficiency, much better speed in detecting and neutralizing security events. And that's why reduce your risk with being cost effective. And that really is the big message that we're hearing from customers is they're just deploying too many tools and they're not even able to go to the board and say, here's my risk, you gave me this much money, now here is my risk. People go in and talk about, oh, we implemented multi-factor authentication, but does that mean my risk is lower or not, right? And so I think that's really the message this time that we heard from customers with our focus on VMDR, true risk, et cetera, has been how do we give a risk-based approach to managing cyber issues.
It's interesting. It's always been about the risk. I'm doing this 30 years. It's always been about risk, but like you said, we get lost in the tools that we buy. We get lost in compliance issues. But the CEO and the chairman of the board still ask the same question. Am I protected? Am I going to get hit here? Am I safe? And it's something we've never really been able to answer in their language. The response has always been, are you protected? Well, we have IDS and IPS.
Exactly.
We're doing daily scans. I got, that last magic bullet that I bought too, and I got this big box. And but that's not the language. They didn't care.
Absolutely not.
They wanted a number.
I can tell you now that I'm a CEO. That's not the language even I want to hear from the security team, right? Because look, you run a business and you look at what's my cost, what am I spending, what am I getting in return. So, you spoke to Dilip. If I was gonna give $1 million to Dilip to develop some platform capability, I'm gonna say like in this amount of time, the output is a new product that we have developed, right? And that the question then comes in security, how do we measure the investment that we're making? What is the outcome of that, right? to be able to do that, we need to be able to quantify risk. And this is something that is very hard to do, and a lot of people are not able to do. So that's why they talk about DLP and other things, but you can't really
They
say.
bag dive.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
call it bag diving.
Yeah.
You mentioned insurance. Look, I'll give you a little story.
Yeah.
18 years ago, we're trying to figure out how to compete with Qualys. And we come up with this idea, why don't we go make a deal with an insurance company?
Yeah.
And anyone who gets breached after using our product, you know, they'll get money from the insurance, $1 million worth of coverage or whatever. I think we spoke to, it might have been Aon Insurance back then, AON. We couldn't make it happen. Cyber insurance was kind of, it was a risky business, no pun intended. It's come a long way. You guys are working with some cyber insurance carriers. Who, how, why? Tell us.
Yeah, you know, I think the why is what I talked about. You know, when you look at risk, there's only two ways to eliminate that risk from a business perspective. One is, you know, being able to use cyber tools, and the other part of that is the insurance part, right? So whatever residual risk, you take it with the insurance. But today, the cyber insurance market is you know, maturing still, and they're trying to figure out how they're gonna do the premiums, etc. So today, when you look at it, that they are sort of both, I don't want to say two sides of the same coin, because then it means that they don't talk to each other, but they are like you can think of it as a slider, right? So I think they're really well related with each other, right? Your tooling and your insurance. And when insurance companies are coming in and they're giving you quotes, they're just asking a high-level questionnaire. They're not giving you the ability to say, if you invest in tools and those tools actually bring down your risk, then I can reduce my premium, because their risk is also reduced, right? And that's not necessarily happening at the larger scale. However, there are some very interesting startups in this area, like Cowbell Insurance that we partner with, where they have this concept of an adaptive insurance, right? Where instead of the traditional way of saying, pay me the premium that I have fixed once every year, they actually have integrated with Qualys, and basically they're able to say, if the customer is using Qualys VMDR with true risk, that true risk score gets sent to the insurance company, and every month you will get a rebate on your premium if you did a good job with your security score. If you didn't do a good job with your security score, you go back to the premium that you had agreed to pay. So now you are actually getting a benefit out of the security tool in terms of your insurance payment reduction, which I think is fascinating, because that's really how it should be.
It's beyond fascinating. It's mitigation. It really is mitigation. You know, I think of it, I don't know, like you, we travel a lot, right? So I build up all these Bonvoy points and Hilton points and everything. And then someone in the family wants to go stay in a hotel. I say, I'll put it on my points. And then you look and it says pay with points or money. I don't know if you've ever done that, right? And you slide the slider, how many points you use is how much more money. It's the same sort of thing. Here's my total premium, but by sliding my slider, by mitigating, I could bring those premiums down.
Exactly,
and that's
the language
missing.
we need to, and it's complicated, and but that's the language we need to be able to speak, not like EDR and zero trust and all of that, because DLP and all of that, because at the end it's like, well, what does all that mean to the business, right? And so a lot of the focus that we have been putting on innovation has been, how do we start to give some measure of risk and continue to learn from our customers and start improving that, so they have something that they can actually take to their board, to the business, to say, look, this is how bad we were. Here's a score. You know, you gave me a certain amount of money last quarter. We invested in doing this, and now because of that, the score has come down to that. That is meaningful. That's measurable. That's the language of a CEO or of the board,
of the
right?
CFO or of
CFO,
business. It's a business language.
Yeah.
It's something they could understand. And the whole concept of risk mitigation. It's another term we've thrown around for years, risk mitigation. But that's really what risk mitigation is. I love it. Here's another concept, though, that I've seen at the show the last day and a half, and that is simplifying security for the people out there. Right? Security was never easy, but it's gotten harder. We have more attack surfaces. We have more. The data is exploding. You know, the amount of data we have to sift through and analyze. The people work anywhere with anything.
Qualys is trying to make security simpler.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Look, I think it goes back to the same equation of, right, if we make the security simpler, it's unified, it's easy, it's on a single platform, single agent, you reduce your cost of security.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can reduce the cost of security and you can get better security, that means your risk is reduced and you pay less for reducing that risk at the end of the day, right? And again, talking about sliders at the end of the day, that's the slider. If you make it too complicated, the adoption of that technology is going to be harder, which means you don't get the benefit of that risk reduction that you would if it was a lot simpler, right? So we really focus on making it simpler for the organizations to deploy security. And I was just talking to a customer, and they are in the business of detecting transaction fraud and stuff like that. And they say that around the holiday season, they see a lot more fraudulent transactions coming in, and so they deploy anti-fraud technology, which is helpful, but that is a bad user experience for many people because they have to do the 3DS and they have to input an additional code. So then they see drop off on transactions also, right? So it's a balance, right? How much? If you do too much, you're gonna have customers like, this is too complicated, I'm not gonna buy. If you do too little, you're losing money on the fraud. And that's always the fine balance. If you can simplify it in a way that it's easy to deploy, and that's really what, with the single platform, customers can very easily check boxes to say, I want inventory, I want vulnerability management, I also want it to patch, just another checkbox. I want it to capture telemetry for EDR, and if you make that simple, then customers are able to get value out of that, right? We had a really large customer, 400,000 assets, laptops globally. They had a Qualys agent for VMDR. When the pandemic hit, all of the employees went home with their laptop. They couldn't basically patch these laptops over VPN. So they called us, and we flipped a switch. Within 24 hours, all their 400,000 laptops were actually deploying patches within 24 hours.
It's great.
And that's the simplicity, right? Like if not, they would have to go buy many additional VPN gateways to allow those laptops to come in, and that the cost and the time taken to get to a project
done
would have been.
It's more than the cost of the VPN. It's the extra bandwidth. It's more latency. It's the encoding and unencoding. It's just a backwards way of doing it.
Simplifying security and deployment is not just about you have a nice UI. It is the architecture done in a way that it truly simplifies the deployment and the value that you get out of it.
Excellent. One more area, it's something we've spoken about the last day and a half, and it really wasn't part of your keynote as much per se, but total cloud.
Yes.
Right? Look, it needed to be more, especially during COVID and with the whole digital transformation, we're seeing more and more digital transformation of the cloud native, a new stack, if you will.
Yes.
Your take, CEO's take on total cloud.
I think cloud is just another infrastructure that people are deploying things into. Most companies, and we were talking to one of our airline customers yesterday, and they said, yes, the shiny new UI, that's in the cloud. And then the system that runs the scripts are in their middleware Linux that nobody wants to touch because they don't know who did that stuff. And then at the end of the day, the whole thing is run on a mainframe, right? So when they want to say, what's my risk to my check-in application, it is not just about what's running in the cloud. It's the entire risk posture of the vertical stack to say, where is my risk? And so today, Qualys, we do a lot with customers on their on-prem environment, on their remote endpoints. We have 30 million agents in the cloud already that our customers are running. So we see this as an opportunity to help customers simplify their cloud deployment by adding additional methods of detecting issues and bringing them into a single view and applying the risk score on top of that. So then you don't have to go deploy 5 different products, one for cloud, one for this, one for that. You can truly get that single platform experience. And that's exactly what it is about, is simplifying security. If you're a Qualys customer, you have VMDR running in the cloud, now you just have to give us your AWS authentication credentials, and you don't have to do anything other than that. We are going to go find the assets, we're going to go do a scan, deploy the scanner, run the scan, bring down the scanner. All you get is the findings at the end of the day, right? And that's the simplification of the security. That's really what it is that we're focusing on.
Excellent. One more quick question.
Yeah.
We're back in person, no virtual sideshow or anything.
Yes.
How does it feel?
I love it. I'm a people person. I like having those interactions. I think, when we have that one-on-one conversation, people are a lot more open. They're not distracted, and the whole point of the conference is about bringing our customers here so they can have that direct interaction with our engineering team, product team. And for me, I love having the product advisory board and our one-on-ones with all the customers to really listen to them, and you really have that focus time, and even that focus 20 minutes is way more useful many times than a 1 hour Zoom conversations where there are 10 people. And so I think it's great to have the remote technology, but a good combination of being able to get a bunch of stuff done remotely, but also mixing that with the right in-person interaction. I think that's a great way for us to continue to learn and to innovate.
I love it. Hey, man, congratulations
on
a great show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, more importantly than the show. What you guys have built here, what Qualys is doing, it's good stuff.
Thank you. I always appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much.
All righty. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. We're live in Vegas for Qualys QSC. Stay with us.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here in Las Vegas for the Qualys QSC 2022 show. It's been an amazing 2 days. We've had everyone from the Qualys CEO Sumedh Charkha to customers, to analysts, to end users. We've really had a really good chance to get the flavor for what is here. So if you couldn't make it, we hope you enjoyed this. And as I've said, numerous times, the Qualys is amazing. They do this show. Anybody could come.
Yep.
There's no admission.
Yep.
You can come in and sit in and partake. And besides this big show here in Las Vegas, they also do a sort of mini road show of it. This year was in Atlanta and Boston, I think San Francisco.
Yep.
So if you do get a chance and you're involved in security, Qualys QSC is a great show. Don't miss it. My next guest, he actually was with us last year at QSC.
Yeah.
He had just started within a month, so he's got a year under his belt. We expect to hear a lot more from him now. Suresh, I'm going to need your help.
That's fine. Bala Subramanian.
Bala Subramanian, and I had it, but I spoke too much and forgot it. Anyway, Suresh, welcome, and thank you for being with us today.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
So it's been a year. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Before we even talk about this whole QSC and everything, fill us in. How's the year been for you?
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Alan, and thanks for the opportunity. It's been a little over a year, as you said, and it's been an amazing journey for Qualys. As you can see, we hit some very important milestones for the company, if you will, this last year. We celebrated our 10 years as a public company. And got the honor and privilege to ring the bell at NASDAQ, which was phenomenal. I think that was an exciting time.
Sure.
We also celebrated 10 years of our office in Pune, which is, again, an amazing accomplishment in this day and age, to build that kind of a center of excellence in India. So it's been a lot of fun, the company, and along with these milestone events, we've also experienced a tremendous growth, as you can see from all the information we share with the street, and we're really starting to see a change in how customers and the market perceives us. So yes, I would say it's been a fun ride. So.
It's been a great year. I want to put a little color on what these two highlights that you just spoke about, because they're related. And it's an important, look, I've been in the security game for 30 years, and I've seen them come and go, and, companies big and small. It's interesting, because it ties into both of the events you mentioned. Generally speaking, public security companies reach a size and scale that they lose their ability to innovate. Their R&D centers are centered in their corporate development office and their M&A team. That becomes their R&D.
Qualys, 10 years in as a public company, at the same time they went public, made a big investment in Pune, India in this case, but in developing an R&D engineering organization that continues to innovate and deliver new products. There's over 20 products on the platform today. And so you don't have to go out and spend your equity and cash on buying innovation. Innovation lives here, right? And that's different. That's a very different formula.
No, that's true.
Than a lot of companies. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that I've seen come through over the last 2 days is this Qualys platform. You know, Dilip and the team kind of went from a waterfall kind of model to microservices and DevOps and everything. And they've built a hyperscale platform. There's only, you know, a handful of companies in the world that have true hyperscale. And that platform is the basis, the rock that everything is now seems to be built on. And we see all these new products, right? The cloud product, True Risk, and we've spoken to everyone. All built because you have that platform. That platform is the innovation kind of accelerator.
That's true.
Anyway, though, that's mine. Look, who am I? I just sit here doing these.
No, you got it right.
But let's hear it from you, though. What did you think?
Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head on a couple of things there. I think it's you know, especially in security, you got to have a rock solid product because we're, you know, customers depend on us every day to help them stay safe. So that's job number one. We're also very fortunate to have the kind of customers we have because they really push us to do better every day. And so the innovation engine, the platform, the feedback we get from customers, you know, the Qualys Security Conference is a great example. All of that really feeds into us, you know, pushing us to be better, right? So in a way, for me as a marketer, as a CMO, I couldn't ask for a better set of tools, if you will, to deal with. I have happy customers who are ready to talk. We have, I think, over 12 or 13 customers here at the conference.
I think I spoke to half of them.
I know, and you know what it takes to get a customer to come take the time out of their day to come to a conference to talk on behalf where, you know, so if you just sort of put that into in that equation together, we're very fortunate and we're very honored that these customers, you know, took the time. And in many ways, they're helping others figure out, you know, how to get value
That's
out of it.
a lot why they do it, right?
Yeah.
They do it because that's what makes this community go right.
Exactly.
I agree. And again, so where I sit in a little, I have a good seat to view these things. So if I told you we had about 265 vendor sponsors at Techstrong across, you know, the 8 or 9 brands that we run. The single hardest thing for them is to get a customer to talk publicly about what they do. It is, it's near impossible. You know, it's the crown jewels that they just can't deliver. So the fact that you were able to have that here and decent companies too. Is a real testament to it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're very fortunate. We're very honored that they took the time, and that's really what it is at the heart of, you know, Qualys Security Conference, right? For us, we're going on 21 years now. I actually went back and checked the historical records to make sure that we didn't, you know, misrepresent the numbers. It's true. It's the 21st year, and that itself speaks a lot to the, you know, the durability and the longevity of, you know, what we do, right?
Yes.
I think. Companies, and there are probably people here who've been coming for a good number of years, and this time we had a lot of first-time people who were coming to the conference as well. So, we're very excited. As a marketer, this is a gold mine, if you will, of, you know, content for, you know, lead generation and demand generation.
Us too.
And you know, absolutely. And at the end of the day, it's about sharing those stories, you know, because if you noticed, a lot of the presentations, and especially the language that you hear in these presentations, are really focused on, you know, risk reduction or driving better outcomes. And that's actually very heartwarming for me as a marketer, because one of the transitions we've deliberately wanted to make is to move away from talking about vulnerability management reports or vulnerability reports or just, just patches or just misconfiguration. Those are all important elements, but at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure that we start shaping the narrative where we can start having and helping our security leaders have better dialogues with non-security stakeholders. And so I think, I've heard feedback from very reputed industry analysts and others to say that they saw evidence of that in the 2 days, so which is very heartwarming as a marketer.
That is,
so.
it has to be. Let me talk to you as a marketer. Look, for the first time in the collective memory of many of our people out here, the tech industry's looking at layoffs, money, investing is slowing down.
Right.
The rounds are getting smaller. A lot of companies who raise money are having a tough time raising more. We've never, I have. I've been through these cycles now 3 or 4 times. But a lot of people out here haven't, and they're a little bit shaken when you see companies like Facebook, Meta just laid off 11,000 people. What's going on at Twitter? But even Salesforce laid off hundreds of people this week. But security generally was even immune from that. It was like a double.
Right.
Do you think it will continue to be immune to macro conditions? How, Qualys is a public company, 10 years, right? How do you maintain the market position in what could be a bad economy?
Right. Yeah, no, I think there's kind of 2 ways to look at that, right? One is, yes, the macroeconomic trends are, not in favor of a lot of, high growth at any cost kind of a model. You definitely see a lot of sentiment shifting from, companies that were being rewarded for just buying their way to growth to now the sentiment is, sensible growth, right? Fortunately, we've always been like that. So that's kind of, in a way, we've always, as a company, operated that way. And so that continues to be the same. It doesn't really change just because the macro environment is different. Fortunately, security, while the budgets may be immune in the sense that they're not getting slashed 50%, 60%, the buyers are getting more cautious, if you will, right? In the sense, I don't think they are quite ready to throw money at the problem, whatever money is required. They're not just ready to renew without asking questions, or they're not ready to just go and buy another 10 different point products and solutions. So we definitely see that macroeconomic trends. It's not so much the budgets going down, it's more about being more careful about where they and who they do business with, and how can they get more for the same amount of money, right? And fortunately, if you look around here as well, a lot of our messaging talks about, hey, you can consolidate, your security stack onto Qualys and get the benefit of not just the monetary benefit, but you can reduce your total cost of ownership. Your security posture actually strengthens, right?
And you can make security simpler.
And make it simpler, talk more business outcomes. We had a customer who came all the way from Australia.
I interviewed him.
Talked about
not Dun & Bradstreet.
Yes.
Formerly was Dun & Bradstreet.
Dun & Bradstreet, yeah. So, that's a great testament to how we are well positioned to navigate these times, right? So I think in a way I would say, yes, it's by no means is it any less challenging, but I feel like as a company, as a technology provider, as a how we're viewed in the market, I think we have a pretty good story to tell, and customers seems to agree as well. So yeah, so that's
love it.
But it makes it interesting. So
there's that old Irish proverb, right? May you live in interesting times.
That's right. So.
We certainly are living in interesting times. That's for sure. Anyway, Suresh, I want to thank you for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
What a perfect guest to finish off our coverage here of Qualys QSC 2022 in Las Vegas. Maybe we'll see you at RSA in April.
Absolutely.
Back
I'll
home
be
in
there.
San Francisco,
Absolutely. I'll be there.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. That's a wrap. We hope you've enjoyed 2 days of coverage here at QSC. If you didn't catch all 2 days, we will be replaying
these recordings on our Techstrong TV broadcasts over the next weeks. You'll also be able to catch them on the Qualis website. But until then, hey, I hope you enjoyed it. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. Take care.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Corey Oscobucho, who's COO for Blue Cloud, and we're talking about software engineering as a service, which is kind of sort of a new concept for a lot of folks. Corey, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
So what do we mean by that exactly in this day and age where everything is a service, but how does one actually do software engineering as a service?
Yeah, good question. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a very new concept, right? Obviously, outsourcing certain functions has been with us for a long time. But because of the conditions in the market, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, this is becoming a more viable option, especially after the COVID. In technology area, everyone seems to be liking working remotely. Now, this is becoming a really valid option. So what we mean with that is, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that's happening in the marketplace first, right? So every company nowadays, regardless of their industry, they have to be a technology company, right? Even if your core business is selling shoes, you gotta have digital presence. You gotta connect with your customers through the digital channel, and you gotta provide a really good experience for your customers if you want to be a viable business. But at the same time, if your core business is not technology, if you're not Google, Microsoft, attracting tier one engineers, software engineers, attracting them, bringing them on board, building a software engineering function that is really strong. It's very, very difficult in the United States. It's expensive, but even if you are willing to pay a lot of money, those tier one engineers, they don't come work for a non-technology company. So first you need to attract a leadership. Then that leadership needs to pick the right engineers, build a function. That is very, very difficult. So what is your alternative? Your alternative is to work with a company like us, say, hey, can I rent my engineering service from you? Can I, can I have you be my engineering team? So that's basically, in a nutshell, that is what we are offering. But then there are a few more things that I think it's important to highlight. It's not just writing code or developing an application and handing it over to our customer, but it is taking the joint accountability and responsibility for that application. Because any engineer can write an application, but you got to make sure when you put an application out there in an Apple Store or the Google store, it is a secure application. You take care of your information, right? So it is also a scalable application, right? It may work for 3 users, but is it going to work for 3,000 users accessing it at the same time? And also, it needs to be cost effective, your application. You need to make sure that when you write code, that code understands the underlying capabilities of the hyperscalers that you're using, whether AWS, GCP or Azure. So you can minimize the compute time, you can minimize the storage, you can minimize the cost in long term for that application. So you can bring down your total cost of ownership. All those things goes into writing a viable application. We take care of all those for our customers as part of this service. I'll pause here. I'm sure you have some other questions.
In some regards, it's kind of a managed DevOps practice for people about how to go build a application that's actually reliable and scales. And it seems like we're never going to have enough DevOps professionals out there. So there's a whole cadre of companies out there that need to rely on somebody who can do that as a service. We've had IT service providers forever and a day, but do we really need specialists in this space? I mean, do a lot of those guys kind of have outdated methodologies for building these types of applications? What attracts somebody to a company like Blue Cloud?
Yeah, I think it's a loaded question. So I think these are you highlighted some of those things. I think it's going to boil down to, I try to put myself into my customers' decision makers' shoes. I think what we are going to see moving forward is the companies like Blue Cloud are going to offer these type of services. And if you're a business and technology is not the core of what you do, so again, you're a shoe manufacturer or shoe retailer, that technology is a necessary function, but it's not necessarily core, then you should be able to outsource that to the experts who knows the latest DevOps, latest technology trends, understand how to minimize your total cost of ownership, but make this thing as a service. So I think, and again, if you're a technology company that's core to you, you need to build it. You need to bring your DevOps specialists. You need to build it. But if it's not core to you, you need to rely on an expert company. I think the key that I want to actually highlight here is, what is an expert company? I have been in consulting for 30 years. Unfortunately, in our industry, there's so much noise. And that's something that we have to solve as an industry moving forward. When we say we are an expert, how do I make sure that I have this joint responsibility with my customer? I put my skin in the game. And that one is something that all of the businesses needs to be asking to their partners. Are you in it with me, or you're just, I'm going to pay you money and then you're going to give me something? So that's the thing that I think next 10 years, our industry needs to figure it out. How do you build this longer term partnership that both companies have skin in the game, customer and the vendor? That is missing in our industry. Unfortunately, the last 30 years, I saw that actually went into that joint responsibility went down. Hopefully next 10, 20 years, we're going to see a different type of relationship there. I don't know I answer your question, but it's a important topic for me as a person who has been in this industry for a long time. That's something that our customers should be very careful about.
Challenge, because not everybody knows exactly to what degree that a piece of software might drive revenue for them. So it's not quite clear if they want to revenue forever and a day, or if they want to have a limited time window on that, and then how do you decide that when the application itself may not be revenue driving itself, but it's something that somebody wants you to do or build? So how do you put skin in the game for something that for them is a cost per se? It's not really a revenue driver. So do you have to be choosy about what projects you pick based on the business model that goes with it, right?
I think as long as there is the spirit of sharing the benefits and risks, there's always risks, even if it's not a revenue generating application. There is always risk when you put a piece of technology out there, there's always a risk. And at minimum, everyone to agree on the objectives of the application, either on the cost side, risk side, or revenue side. There's always a way to have that joint responsibility.
Do you have enough people to scale your operations, or do you have to be choosy about what customers you pick because there's only so many engineers in the world that you can get? So how do you go about scaling your operations to support multiple customers?
Yeah, very good question. And this is, there is a limit how quickly you can scale a quality operations. So we want to make sure that our application development have high quality, high velocity. In order to achieve that, you got to have certain, you got to be selective a little bit. Selective when you're bringing engineers, and obviously selective when you're bringing the customers. So far, we haven't run into that issue. But I'm sure at some point, if we are successful, which I 100% believe we will be very successful scaling this, there is going to be a limit what you can do. So there are a couple of things that we are doing in that case. First, you need to build the right team structure. So what that means is there's always a pyramid that you build. You have senior engineers, and you have junior engineers. You pick them, handpick them, so they are really like the right attitude, right aptitude type of people. If you build that type of pyramid, then you have the ability to leverage the handful of extremely experienced engineers to make sure that they provide the oversight for quality, for security, for scalability. So that's one way of doing it. And then second way is we're tapping into, and this is more important than maybe the first one, we're tapping into some markets that is untapped. So that's kind of funny nowadays because it feels like the entire globe is tapped in. But so we are in Eastern Europe right now on certain countries that has significant software engineering talent, and because of the economic conditions, the cost actually is very attractive as well, and we're able to actually provide opportunities to those people to work on really exciting projects for U.S. customers, and that is becoming a secret sauce for us.
Mm-hmm. Do you think also part of the way you guys think about customers a little bit, and not everybody's a good fit. So if they don't have an appreciation for software engineering, maybe they're not your customer in the first place because they're just going to be looking for the cheapest outcome there is rather than the quality gate per se.
Yeah, you're right on. And that is not just for the software engineering, but any kind of consulting engagement. My preference is to work with the customers that really values you as a partner. And in this case, in the software engineering, it's the same thing. If they're coming to us and saying, I know how to do software engineering, so don't tell me anything, just give me some bodies to write code. We evaluate that. I walk into that situation with a big question mark and say, you may be right, and maybe we learn things from you, and that's okay. But I want to make sure our customers are also open for a dialogue so we can build that partnership. But if they are saying my way or highway, then it is kind of like, okay, well, then you're really not looking for a company to partner. You're just looking for the cheapest way of accessing resources. And that's not really an exciting story for our engineers, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm. Do you care what DevOps platforms people are using? I mean, do you have a preference, or you don't much care what the CI/CD is underneath it, and you're willing to work with just about anything?
Well, as a consulting company, we want to respect with what our customer has been using. So we don't have necessarily preference to say, don't use that, use this. Now, obviously, this only applies if our customer already have a platform. If we don't, then certainly, we can recommend certain platforms, but it all depends on the circumstances. Again, if if we use pretty much everything, but again, if a particular skill set exists in our company's environment, then we prefer to actually go with that instead of trying to be religious about one technology versus another, or one platform versus another. Again, I have used certain platforms, and then we all have favorite platforms, and then things that we like, we don't like. But again, that becomes a kind of religious conversation. So we try to go in and assess the situation. If we see a gap between what our customer wants to do and the platform that they have, then there's a problem. We raise our hand, say, we see these things as risks. Let's do that thing. Or if they do not have the best practices. So again, I'm kind of generic here. The reason for that is sometimes we have to work within an established environment. And I hate to go in there, so everything that you have been doing is bad. So I rather to go in there, say, okay, you have some gaps here, right? And you can run these things on your CI/CD pipeline. That's going to actually increase your quality and maybe streamline some of your continuous deployment processes. We provide those things. If there are platform-specific gaps, then we say, you may want to consider maybe switching. But frankly, I don't remember lately us providing that type of response. And most of the platforms are good as long as you use them properly. Mm-hmm. It's a politically correct answer, I guess. But that is also true.
Are you seeing more organizations struggling with the transition to cloud native? They're building microservices, Kubernetes is a factor. And these things are more complex than legacy environments. So have we reached some sort of demarcation point where organizations are saying, yeah, maybe we should rethink how we go about this whole software engineering thing from top to bottom?
Very good question. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing significant problems actually when our customers moving to the cloud. The reason for that is that they are not refactoring their application infrastructure, their application architecture. There was a lot of, there's no one party to blame for this. Over the last 10 years, there's a lot of migration towards the cloud. While you are doing that, the hyperscalers and cloud vendors, they kind of say, yeah, you have to go there, and that's really easy. You do lift and shift. Not really. I mean, you can do that, but then you find yourself in a complicated environment that is moved, in fact, complicated more by that migration into cloud, and you end up with paying significant consumption fees because you really did not refactor. You did not understand the underlying platform and refactor your applications and re-architect your applications. You just move them. You just move your databases into the cloud. Now you're questioning why you're paying so much consumption fees. So again, we're seeing it every customer. Like it is every large enterprise customer, we're running into that problem. Now, most of our customers are coming to us, say, what do I need to do? And we're helping them actually in different layers, right? Data layer is one that needs to be refactored. Then you need to go to integration layer with the microservices. How are you going to build them? How are you going to refactor them to scale better in the cloud environment? And also think about the consumption, right? Don't assume that every time that you need bandwidth, because that's expensive. What other techniques that you can use? So what are the other patterns that you can apply in order to reduce your total cost of ownership in the long run? All those things requires cloud native thinking, cloud native architecture. So now that most of the applications are moved to the cloud, now they are kind of doing the re-architecting and refactoring.
How often is that news to them versus how often are you providing them a little therapy and just holding their hand through this process and helping them to get through something that they kind of previously kind of ignored, but now it's all coming home to roost?
Love the question. I don't know. I think it's 80% of the time it's surprise, and then you need to help the customer to position that properly with their upper management, because there's a lot of selling the cloud, and rightfully. I mean, that's our future, but it's not the magic pill. Oh, all of a sudden we're going to be able to retire our on-prem data centers, on-prem systems, and we're going to go to the cloud. Cloud is going to give us all these things. There's truth to that. But now they need to say, yes, we move to the cloud, but we need to spend all this money to refactor and rewrite some of these applications. It requires some therapy, like you said.
All right. So what's your best advice to folks ultimately, as we kind of, given the moment in time that we're in, what's the one thing you wish people would kind of come to terms with or understand as they begin their next software engineering adventure?
Yeah. I think that the biggest advice is be purposeful. Yeah, and this is true for cloud. This is true for anything that you do in IT, but also I think it applies everywhere. Just be purposeful. If you are bringing a new architecture, or if you are doing a migration, you're retiring one of your applications or platforms, you really need to ask yourself the right questions. Why are you doing this? Are you doing this thing because sometimes I hear things like, oh, yeah, our license expires there. We don't want to renew it, so we want to go. But that alone is not necessarily a good answer, because so what? I mean, tell me what you are doing. Are you increasing your customer experience, right? Are you bringing new channels that's going to actually allow you to compete better? Are you reducing your maintenance cost, right? Are you again, are you bringing more visibility, more scalability, thinking that that's going to support your business? That needs to be very clear. That's one. Once you have that, then I think you need to really have the right architects. Either you need to hire them, or you need to bring a company who can bring that architecture and really do an assessment of what you need to do. So it's more of a planning. I mean, again, good old, do your planning, understand your business objectives, understand your roadmap, then start that journey. Don't jump into the journey thinking that you're going to end up in a nice spot. 80% of the time, that's not what happens.
All right. As always, it's about deciding where you want to go and then figuring out how to get there. And everything else is kind of a distraction from there. Corey, thanks for being on the show.
Hey, thank you for having me. It was a great conversation. Thanks.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Sune Ensig, who's Vice President of Product Management for LeapWork, and we're talking about testing and the lack thereof, especially as we're starting to deliver more and more patches into the software supply chain to deal with all the issues that have been outlined as a result of security issues and technical debt and all the things that go along with that. And it turns out to be a bigger headache than we ever thought. Sune, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
What is the fundamental problem? Because it seems like we have this insurmountable amount of technical debt that we're trying to address, and yet we're building and putting out these patches, and we're not necessarily maybe doing everything we should with those things in terms of making sure that the patch or the cure isn't worse than the disease, right?
Absolutely, and again, thank you, Mike. Pleasure for being here. Just if I may, just briefly introduce myself and LeapWorks. So we are a no-code test automation company focusing on all of those skilled and experienced testers out there who can't do any coding, and enabling them to contribute into the automation agenda. So getting to the answer to your question, what gives? What's really going on? Well, what we can see is that, and obviously we've done this risk radar research, and from that understanding that really 85% of US CEOs think, they've gotten to a point where they're accepting, and then we can always discuss how voluntary that is, but where they're accepting to release software that hasn't been properly tested. And obviously, on as long as it's been patched later on, but as we all know, some of these incidents or issues resulting from faulty software can be very impactful indeed. So it's quite the contrast that we're seeing there. And I guess the interesting part of that conversation is, why are they finding themselves in a position where they need to make these dispositions?
Well, let's jump into that, because are they making a conscious choice, or is it just kind of the back end of a fallout of a process that's somewhat flawed?
Well, I think maybe it's a bit of both. It's conscious in the way that most organizations, indeed, they do some sort of risk assessment, right? But it's like drawing out an insurance policy of sorts, in terms of saying, right, I'm betting on these and these and these events, and then I'm going to try and cover myself for those. And then, of course, mayhem begins when the event that occurs is not fitting into that pattern, and thus comes these unexpected events or behaviors in their production systems. And of course, it again goes back to the fact that the plate of the CEO and the CEO's QA department is ever growing. The stuff that they need to cater for and care for, I think you set the scene beautifully in terms of saying all the stuff, be it maintaining legacy architecture and applications, be it adopting to new glorious trends and tendencies in the marketplace, et cetera, it just leads to a continuous and growing effort when it comes to ensuring the overall business continuity across, if you're a global enterprise, we're usually talking across thousands of systems. So how do you cater for that as an organization? And obviously you can't do that without doing some sort of prioritizations based on risk assessment, right? And then the challenge it becomes then apparent if, I have risk assessment here, but I'm still understaffing, I'm still underinvesting in QA. To my best best observations is that a lot of organizations are not really sort of on terms with just how much effort and investment that needs to go into QA.
We hear all the time that testing and QA is going to shift left, and developers are going to take more responsibility for the testing. Yet it's not clear to me that they know how to build tests. It's not clear to me that they even know what the test results are telling them. So what's your sense of where we are in that conversation, and who should be doing the testing, where and when?
Well, I certainly buy into the concept of the stuff that developers do in talking about shift left. The more that they can qualify and validate, the better. But what we also need to understand is no developers are sitting in a context where they typically oversee the full scope of the application or the solution that they're working on. Typically, each of these developers are working on their little piece of a puzzle, really. And while they may be in a position where they can validate, their own piece of the puzzle and maybe also the neighboring ones, those full complex and advanced solutions out there requires a much more holistic approach to quality and to the definition of what good looks like. And at least in my experience, most developers are more engaged, as they should be, more engaged in driving great code and solving complex problems and making cool solutions, which is I think on the immediate level more important to them really than the resulting QA, not least because it's further down the pipe compared to where they're sitting, right? And I basically, I really do believe that the whole shift left thing, while certainly a relevant push towards driving quality at the atomic layer, if you will, and addressing frequency and addressing this is something that we need to do all the time. All of those things are good, but the idea that it will alleviate or remove the need for doing comprehensive end-to-end testing from the user's perspective, I think is faulty, essentially.
There's a lot of people who are trying to figure out how to integrate testers into their DevOps processes. And you noticed early on that a lot of those testers are not programmers per se, so they're not very comfortable with something like a CLI. But how do we integrate testers who are not programmers into a DevOps workflow?
We need to figure out a way to enable these testers, because I absolutely agree on your perspective on this, and we need to figure out a way to enable these testers to contribute effectively to the task that needs to be solved, which is to drive automation. Now, in my experience, the conversation about facilitating and driving automation has been an entirely IT-driven agenda. So you've had developers sort of being challenged with, hey guys, we need automation. How are you going to solve this? And obviously their response is going to be, yeah, we're going to build some code. So I'm going to build some code sitting right next to the other piece of code that will automate that piece of code, and everyone will be happy. The problem is that I guess this is also one of the main drivers why automation is still, despite of this approach being going on for decades, is still at a lackluster coverage. I mean, it's only like 15% of enterprise scope worldwide, according to Capgemini, that's been automated at this point. And one of the reasons for that, of course, is that we're running out of developers. And that, they are busy doing other and greater things than automating, and this is a ever-running treadmill, right? QA scope, it just goes on and on and on. So it's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge, right? When you're done in the one and you start in the other one, and it never stops. And on the other hand, we have this great paradox of having all these skilled, qualified testers, super good at what they do, understanding requirements, understanding how to map this to test cases, creating that meaningful context and execute on that, and then having them being restricted from this automation agenda due to that code barrier. So, long story short, we need to figure out how to remove that language barrier. We need to figure out how can we enable these people to tell a machine what to do. In other words, how do we enable these qualified testers to drive full-fledged automation that will fit seamlessly into the CLI, into the pipeline, and deliver on that concept and that prospect of automation within QA, but without having us to, forcing us to dive into this whole, right, we need to have a fully enabled developers department in my QA organization. It's not going to fly.
Have we got the right focus when it comes to security? We talked about patches. It seems like we're talking a lot about DevSecOps, and we want to maybe hire security engineers and add them to the whole process. And yet we already have this quality assurance process. So maybe are we thinking about this incorrectly, and we should be thinking more about how security becomes part of the QA process?
Well, I would like to attack that even sooner and say security needs to be part of the design. If you are not incorporating that entirely into your design, both functionally and non-functionally, you're a bit late into the game when you get to QA. At least that's my belief. And so, but it just covering all of those variations and combinations of issues that you might encounter both from the functional GUI-driven perspective, or it's in the non-functional and code-based department, it will require massive amounts of testing. And it requires testing to an extent that is completely out of bounds for most organizations, because just getting them to that point of being able to execute tests on that scale for each release, whilst at the same time on the other side of the fence, promoting an agile way of work, which means that you trigger new functionality into your infrastructure on a scale which just 5 or 10 years back was unheard of. All of those things adds up. And it just drives into the point that we need to get to that automation context where these functions, features, capabilities, requirements can be addressed and converted, if you will, into an automated cadence as quickly as possible. And again, in my world, that pretty much rules out, a code-only based approach, at least.
Mm-hmm. We all start out with the best of intentions. Somebody puts a project together. There's always time at the perhaps end, maybe middle, somewhere along the line for testing. And yet the project moves along, and the first thing that gets cut is the testing. So
yeah,
we kind of ensure that the testing doesn't just kind of fall by the wayside.
That's a good question. That is the nature of the beast, right? Mm-hmm. So you have a lot of moving parts and a lot of fairly flexible deadlines in a project, except when it goes live. And then as you approach that, and there's 2 weeks left, and testing still hasn't begun, what do you do? So I absolutely agree. And how do we take care of that? I think one of the important messages I was talking about previously in terms of investing into quality and investing through that into automated quality, it's a different regime. And it's a regime for CEOs and CTOs to sort of say, okay, guys, enough's enough. Now we've spent the last 10, 15 years promoting and implementing Agile. And we are scraping by when it comes to testing and quality. Most organizations I talk to, they're super proud with having this agile framework up and running, and then they still have this sort of a brick wall manual testing approach where you can create functionality pretty fast, but then you still have a 6-week deployment cycle to actually put it into production. So, which is removing a lot of that momentum that they were aiming for. Long story short, we need to invest into QA. These organizations need to embrace the fact that the ambition and the capability that they've developed for themselves, again, over the last decades, fueled not least by all this digital transformation, which is really putting a lot of CEOs and CTOs on the spot. Having that running without some sort of armament on the testing and the quality side, that's going to put them into worse situations than some of them have already experienced. And I think it's one of the key points also from our research that it's one of the things that the CEOs are saying, that they're heavily relying on manual, and they've underinvested in QA in general and in automation in particular, and see some of those challenges coming out of these organizations because they've gone beyond a conversation of I've done a risk analysis. It's risk analysis plus bare minimum plus what can I hopefully achieve in a time frame that is reduced due to that problem that you described earlier.
All right. So what's your best advice to folks, given everything that we're looking at today and the issues around quality and testing, and we have this massive amount of technical debt? It's easy just to throw up your hands.
It is, and obviously don't do that. Embrace this agenda of automation coming from another perspective than the code-driven IT-based approach. start looking into how can we utilize those resources that we have in our organization, those resources that are actually capable of doing like 80% of the task. In fact, you could argue they have the most important knowledge to solve the work of QA because they understand the requirements and they understand how to convert those requirements into test. Now, wouldn't it be great if we can just have automation coming out of these guys, and then having them working closely together with the developers in this tightly knit scheme that will fit into that automated pipeline without compromising on maintainability, scalability, stability, predictability of your automation in QA, because obviously those are fundamentals that you need to obtain for your durable automation solution. So have an open mind when you get into that conversation that there is actually, there is a world out there beyond coding.
All right, folks, testing is not always gotten the respect it deserves, but it's clearly going to be front and center going into 2023 and beyond because we have so much stuff to fix. It's just not funny. Sune, thanks for being on the show.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget. Okay. How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Uptick secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1. What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1? Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1. We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR, delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some amazing interviews with industry professionals to give you the latest in the tech world. And alongside our airing of the CD Pipeline and Techstrong Research Review, we had plenty of great content today. We'll be back again on Thursday, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Techstrong.